When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
Good morning, race fans, and welcome to Orlando Kart Center for round 2 of the Florida Winter Tour, a part of the ROK Cup experience. DJ Clark up here in the booth alongside Jason Ewers. Jackson Lambros will be joining us here in a little bit. Right now, he is patrolling the pit lane as we get ready for a busy day of racing action. Going to be starting off with the newly combined shifter category. That's right. Everything from the KZs, the Masters, the Super Masters. We're putting it all together, putting it in a melting pot and letting it loose. A great recipe for some fantastic racing here. Jason, this is just the start of a very long day, 2 heats and a pre-final to get through on this Saturday.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day. Like we just mentioned, it's a marathon, not a sprint today, and that goes for the racers as well. A lot of things you got to think about today is conserving equipment, conserving your tires. You know, we talked about yesterday, these Levantos are great, but you know, you're going to put 70, 80 laps on some sets of tires, they start to wear. So how do you do your tire management and so forth with your chassis and strategy of, hey, do you try to make that move to pick up one more spot and risk getting yourself taken out, or do you just kind of stay patient behind? And yesterday was kind of a surprising day, I thought. You know, a lot of patient driving, not a lot of activity on the track. You know, we had a couple good races out there, but you know, not to say that they were boring, but, you know, a lot of people just kind of put themselves in line and were happy with the way they finished yesterday.
Yeah, very much a sort of, I don't want to say follow the leader or processional necessarily, but a calm, cool, and collected round of running, I think, is really the way to put it. You kind of hit the nail on the head there. All right, as these drivers line up into their assigned grid spots here, this is a little bit of an anomaly in this Florida Winter Tour, as this will be a standing start for these shifters. Now, one of the talking points from yesterday was the pace difference between the KZs and those Masters and Super Masters. You do see the break in the grid there to signal that. That's going to be those drivers. We'll have to see. João Alves, Paulie Hart, some of them got in the way of Mathewson and Barnes. But now the race begins. Dominic Karai trying to get the jump on Vaughn Beasley. Beasley's going to be able to hold off as there go the Masters and Super Masters. Nice big break through the rest of the field as it looks like Mathewson's going to be able to get the edge over Skitchy Barnes. Matthias Bonvin, a new name here in the category, going to be trying to get his way ahead as well. But up front, it is as it was yesterday. Dominic Karai starting to put the paces on the rest, or Vaughn Beasley rather, putting the paces on the rest of the field.
Yeah, you know, the one name that we're missing this time was Morgado. You know, he had such a dominant performance in round one, but we gained Vaughn Beasley, who's another well-named in the shifter racing category. So it'd be interesting to see. You know, him and Karai had match pace yesterday. And like you talked about, we had a little bit of an issue yesterday with some of the slower KZ guys getting in the way of Mathewson and Skitchy. And so today they kind of did a bigger break and had them do the start, which is going to help separate them and hopefully that won't be an issue. So, like, you know, hats off to ROK Cup for making adjustments on the fly. That's what needs to be done, especially when you're running two different categories here. But as we're working our way through the first lap, working into the second lap, Karai definitely seems like he's got this in control. Playing a little bit of defensive mood right there in the floor. Probably not a rare that he has about a 10 kart length lead over Beasley right there. So
it's actually flipped around right now.
Is
Beasley is in the lead. Yeah.
Wrong scoring time. Yep, you're right.
The VTM racing machine is setting the pace here. But what's interesting to me is when they came across the start-finish line, it looked like Karai was able to close in a little bit more. It looked like that gap was a little tighter than we thought it was. And now on the second half of the lap, looks like Beasley's able to pull away. That could be something we'll talk about quite often today, that air pressure adjustment in the kart itself on those tires, how that's going to play in, getting those tire temperatures up. As the 573 spun around, that's one Esteban Unegro Martinez. Looks like a problem there for him. Please don't make me say that name again.
We're going to go with J-E-U-M.
All right, there we go. But Juan Martinez having a problem there, unfortunately. Meanwhile, up in front of the field in that KZ class, Beasley continues to lead. The gap across the line, 0.67 tenths of a second.
Yeah, I'm watching Beasley as he's coming into four. Very narrow entrance into that. I wondered because if you haven't noticed, there's that big bump on the outside of four. And with a shifter, you're carrying so much more speed and heavier braking point. I wonder if that's what he's trying to do. It looks like he's being defensive there, but I think he's really just trying to not hit that bump and upset that kart as it goes into four.
Yeah, and that's something we didn't really talk about yesterday. There's problems there. Problems for Beasley, getting a little bit sideways, coming out of turn 12. And
Karai up on the rear right there.
Yeah, that was very, very strange. You noticed him kind of playing with the needles there coming out of turn number 9. I wonder if that kind of distracted Beasley there for a moment, as it looks like he's back up to pace now.
I think he looked like he missed the shift. Okay, that's probably what happened. That's what allowed Karai to catch up on him. But you're right there, Blake Horseman's in this game too. You know, that's great to hear. Another name to play, because yesterday those top two just kind of checked out and was on an island of their own. So you're kind of great. And then Paulie Hart's really not too far behind. And looks like Alves is out.
Yeah, not sure what happened to Alves, but that does look like a DNS. Did not start for us here. Let's keep our eyes fixed, though, on Beasley and Karai. Went down into turn number 9. No such problems that we saw in the previous lap for Vaughn Beasley. He's going to keep things together. Very aggressive on the curbs there through 10 and 11.
Yeah, using all the track that he possibly can just to try to keep advantage over Karai as they go across the stripes. So definitely interesting to see. What's more interesting is, I think, the purple lap is Blake Horseman right there sitting in third spot. So he's the fastest car on the track.
Yeah, 53.16. There you can see it on the side of your screen. It is Horseman that has it, but it does look like here everything is on the side of Dominic Karai. He's starting to pressurize Vaughn Beasley. Looking a little bit down to the junkyard turn. May get a pass done there. Let's take a look as indeed the Sodi's going to come out in front. Dominic Karai to the point.
Yeah, and Horseman's right there ready to pounce as well. See if he can make that happen. And just in the distance right there is your Paulie Hart. So he's in this as well, which is nice to see. You can see your two top, Mathewson and Skitchy Barnes, in the Masters category, making their way through as well.
I'm curious if there's a little bit of a fight farther back in the field. That's the 424. That's Horseman and Hart going at it.
Yeah.
No, excuse me. That's Horseman and Beasley going at it.
The second, yes.
Yeah. That battle's starting to fire off. I wonder if something's wrong here on Beasley's part. I saw him again adjusting the needles coming out of turn 9. Something maybe just not right on that Sodi.
Yeah, I'm looking at it. These
DCMs.
carbs don't have needles on them like the
okay.
other ones. It maybe his airbox may be loose and he's trying to put it back in there. Sometimes the motor could be a little lean and he's choking it, going down into the corners to be able to put more fuel on the bottom end to get it off the corners. But not necessarily see that too much in the KZ category like we do in some of the other categories. But yeah, something's definitely off a little bit on his motor right now. Or he just set his cart up too early, because he came out of the box hot.
Yeah.
So,
And he comes across the line. Horseman's got the position, and now Paulie Hart's going to be threatening, and Beasley's got to be careful. He could find himself out of podium contention before this is said and done. Let's give a quick refresher here as there's the pressure from Beasley onto the back of Blake Horseman. Now looks to the outside, now to the inside of turn 5, trying to go with the crossover. It's not going to play out, but let's remind our viewers here, the way that this works is, of course, we had our qualifying yesterday. That sets the grids for the heats, the 3 heat races. Those grids will be fixed throughout all 3 heats. You score points based off of where you finish in those heats, and that sets the order for the pre-final. Pre-final finishing position sets the order for the final. So you have one bad run. It's not the end of the world, but it's still not great. We're going to have to see exactly what is happening, though, here to Beasley. He does look like he's starting to back off a little bit of the back.
yeah, a little pressure there, and then, so there's Matthewson right there, sketchy. So there's our Masters group, and then you got Vaughn sitting there as a Supermaster going through into 4. So it's interesting. We talked about the different classes that we have here, different motor packages. So, if you're new to ROK Cup, our Masters, Supermasters, they run the ROK shifter to where our top guys in 4 numbers, digit with 4, that's our KZ class. So that's an open engine platform, different manufacturers, so they're able to run. Technically supposed to be a little higher horsepower, but I'm looking at the lap times, and Morn is at a 52.86, and Purple is Karai at a 52.37. So, the ROK GP motors are right there with the KZ motor. So hats off to ROK for putting basically a spec power plant together that lays down a lot of power.
All right, we check back in on the battle for what is now P2. Dominic Karai absolutely checked out in front of the field. This is a 3-horse race now. No pun intended with what I'm about to say. It's a 3-horse race with Blake Horseman, Vaughn Beasley, and Paulie Hart. That's what we watch on your screen. Horseman obviously leading the way. Beasley still under a little bit of pressure here. Paulie Hart in the Maranello, the red machine there in the back, starting to put some pressure in the back of Vaughn Beasley. It looks like Beasley's got things at least a little bit better put together, but he's still under some pretty massive pressure from this 416.
Yeah, and it looks like he's just a little slower every lap. So Paulie Hart was 9/10 faster that last lap. So it's not going to take, or 900s faster. It's not going to take long before he's going to be on that rear bumper and really start pushing.
Well, he's got about 4 laps to go, as I think when Karai was able to cross over the line, the time stood at about 105 plus 2 laps. And lap times here are at about 52.5s is what Karai put on the last lap. So as I said, 4 laps to go. Call it 3.5 as they get into turn number 6 at this point on the track. Watching Vaughn Beasley closed down by Paulie Hart in that Maranello. Beasley on the VTM racing machine. Just trying to see what they can do. Blake Horseman not able to escape off into the distance nearly as much as I thought. And unfortunately, based off of what I saw yesterday here, Jason, I'm really thinking this is more of an indictment of what's going on with Beasley rather than the new pace found by Horseman and Hart.
Yeah, I don't think Horseman and Hart found really the pace. I think, Beasley just was lacking pace today because he was right there trading punches and blows with Karai yesterday. And today, he's just kind of off that pace. Very interesting to see what he's going to be able to do to make those changes. Sometimes if you don't have enough to get the guy in front of you, you got to throw a big swing at the cart to see. Yeah, maybe they just swung the wrong way here. Go back to base, and we heard that from. I don't know if I think we just ran into our RC driver. Who's our Masters RC driver for VLR?
I'm going to have to.
Oh,
Elfonte.
Yeah.
Thank
you.
So
talked to him, and he said the same thing. I said, yeah, we threw a setup on. We didn't like it. We completely went right back to square one and picked the pace right back up. So That's the good thing about these carts. You can always go back to where you started at and the way that they are and the way that they're manufactured, that they're so consistent that you can go back to the setup and you get what you had. Right now, Beasley's getting some serious pressure on Kart.
Yeah, 2 laps to go here.
Oh, there's a move.
Down to the inside of turn number 5 goes Paulie Hart, not able to make it work. Going to have to fall back into line behind Vaughn Beasley. There's a little bit of pressure from the back of Hart, giving a little bit of a shot to that rear bumper. Remember, all is fair in love and war there if you're going through like that, where it becomes a problem if you lock bumpers with the cart in front of you. That's where it will be looked and frowned upon. And to the point of this holdup, Cole Matthewson actually catching the back of this group. It was 2.8 seconds between Hart and Matthewson. That's probably come down here relatively substantial.
Cole's continuing what he did off of round 1. Just really has that Rocket Racing shifter cart dialed in. Skitchy's probably sitting there scratching his head going, I don't know what to do. How am I going to get the pace that I need to get to catch Cole?
White flag is in the air. This is the best area of the track for Paulie Hart. Looks particularly good through turns 4 and 5. Loses a little bit of ground when they come out of turn number 8, the junkyard turn. And he's going to lose just a little bit of running there. All of this, by the way, is absolutely in the rear views of Dominic Karai. Karai is 7.65 seconds up into the lead. Horseman looks like he's going to be able to hold off Beasley now down into turn 12. Beasley may throw a final attack at him. Karai has crossed over the line to take victory. Horseman holds on to P2. Beasley does defend from Paulie Hart. Matthewson, Skitchy Barnes, Morn Von Tock, Matthias Bonvin will round out your top 8. Want to give credit there to Morn Von Tock. He was starting to put some pressure on the back of Skitchy Barnes, kind of carrying on that fight that we saw earlier on.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting because we noticed, and I think Jackson pointed this out, like Morn's really good early. And then as the track heats up during the day, he kind of slows down. So he might be one of those guys that just really loves a free, loose go-kart and can really keep it under control. And then when the track tightens up a little bit, he just loses a little bit of pace. Because we saw that in the finals. Because I picked him, for round 1, I picked Vaughn to win the whole thing. And I saw him afterwards. He's like, I'm sorry I let you down. It was South African tone, so I'm like, it's all good.
No, I've said it before, I'll say it again. I always love talking to Morn. My wife's family is South African, and so it's wonderful to kind of hear that accent, and I get transported. I'm like, it sounds familiar. But it is all good running here. Dominic Karai takes victory in that KV class. Cole Matthewson in the Masters and Morn Von Tock in the Super Masters class. We're going to hold here a second as I believe we're going to have Jackson Lambros down on the scales. No, we won't. Excuse me. That is my bad. We are going to take a quick break away from you here. We'll be back with ROK SV Senior coming at you right after this. Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center. We get ready for one of the special categories, ROK SV Senior, ready to come at you. And this has really been one of, I think, the storylines here is the return of Alan Isambard. Seeing him come back, obviously, we missed him very much in Rock Vegas. And now coming back here was a very, very powerful performer in round number 1, coming back strong here in round 2.
Yeah, I think Blake Nash had those issues in round 1 that put him back a heck of a run back to 4th,
Yep.
In the main. So it's going to be see what he has. He has some redemption to make here, starting 4th here, I believe. And we'll see if Isambard and McQueen ran really well yesterday. Isambard's got that inside line that he prefers, pushing McQueen out as we're going to 3. Patented pass zone here to 4.
Oh, a couple of carts way off into the dirt. Not sure if that was able to hold on to everybody. Isambard is going to be able to hold on to the lead. I think that is Caden McQueen in that 312. No, that's Davin Roberts, one of the standouts from yesterday. Davin really impressed us being able to drive his way up through the field. So Roberts getting the move on early. McQueen, I think, back into 3rd place.
And Blake is in 4th, I believe.
Yep.
I'm looking at it right.
Yeah, as they come back now out of turn 9, Isambard in that purple and black cart going to lead the way. He's going to come down now through turn 12. Starting on a lap at number 2, Isambard feeling a little bit of pressure from behind. Davin Roberts, Caden McQueen, Edgar Rodriguez, and Sebastian Venegas. That's actually Rodriguez.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Nash is down in P6, both driving those Nash Motorsports carts. As here comes the move for Roberts. Crossover, back again for Isambard. Holds off the attack. That opens up the door for Caden McQueen. Not able to seize on it, but McQueen going to try to see if he can find anything on Roberts coming down into turn 6.
Yeah, and if you're not familiar with this SV class, it's basically a lottery. So every day they have to turn their motor back in. The next day they get a whole new engine package. You may get the same one you had the day before. But so all these guys are on a different engine than they were yesterday. So, you know, ROK does a great job of making sure the parity of the engines are pretty close to each other. And but, you know, every engine has a little bit of its own little nuances. So it takes them a minute to kind of figure out how to dial it in and go. But as we can see here, the cream of the crop always rises to the top. So, you know, the guys who were ahead yesterday are definitely ahead today. But good run for Roberts right now. McQueen did get around. McQueen's probably like, I don't want Isambard to check out, and I need to get up there on the phone.
Bit of a wiggle coming down to the braking zone. Now, we saw Isambard kind of playing with that radiator to the side, taking off what looked like tape. What's he doing there, Jason?
Just making sure to minimize and maximize the engine temperature. And sweet spot that you want these engines. Usually it's around 130, so he's just dialing in the engine temperature. The engine's probably running a little hot, a little bit of tape. When Jackson was talking yesterday, as the day heats up and then all the tape off the radiator, they're going to start steaming. Air hit miles an hour.
All about those micro adjustments over the course of the running. Interesting there that Isambard looks like he's taken off one row of tape, and Queen and Roberts haven't. They still looks like what they have, 2 rows of tape on the cart as things stand. But right now, we follow Caden McQueen, trying to hunt down Alan Isambard. Gap just under 0.5 of a second. Your Rodriguez starting to close in. Nash has been able to get by Sebastian Venegas, 4P5. So let's keep an eye there on that 364 Nash Motorsports machine and see if he's able to close that gap up to his teammate, Edgar Rodriguez.
Yeah, good run for Nash here. Didn't get the start that he wanted, but, you know, when you start on the outside, you definitely shuffle back a little bit. Great start for Roberts, though. That was a fantastic start to put stuff up to P2 right off the bat. But got kind of snuffed behind by Caden. So Caden's now second, running down Isambard as they're going through turn 9 through our new passing zone 10 and 11. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here. Right there, we've seen quite a few passes lately there. And again, we talked about that yesterday. A lot has to do with those Levanto tires and the grip level that those tires allow these guys to have, and the confidence that it gives them to be able to put parts in places that you normally wouldn't be able to.
Yeah, very, very much so. It does look like here that we're starting to have a little bit of a breakout. Isambard being chased down by Caden McQueen. That gap starting to shrink. And likewise, Davin Roberts starting to be closed down by Edgar Rodriguez. Roberts really, to me, was the standout driver of yesterday. Looked particularly quick, looked particularly good as they tried to get their way on Queen. Now we watch McQueen hunting down that Rocket Racing machine up in front of him. It's Velocity versus Rocket Racing. And want to give credit again to Davin Roberts. Privateer entry.
Guys, yeah, always
So,
love to see that.
yeah.
Sitting there all by himself there. I'm sure that he's still getting some factory help, especially when you're running in the top 5 in this class. Definitely going to hopefully gather with other guys. You know, probably set his card up for the early run, trying to get around, hopefully that he could defend McQueen off, and he did for a little bit there, but just not enough. He's got to be careful. Rodriguez is closing that gap on them as we're going from 4 into 5 here. Everyone's kind of just evenly checked out right now. No big battles on the track. You know, we'd like to also thank AM Racing Machines. They are a sponsor for the rest of the class. So thank you guys. Again, can't do this without our sponsors. The SVP package is a great program. I love how ROK is doing this. I would love to see more series do more of the spec engine type of a deal. You just kind of pick up your motor at the beginning of the week, and hand it back, and get another one. And just kind of really puts it back on the driver and team, kart setup, and driver.
Well, and as opposed to other quote-unquote spec series that you do see, I mean, you know, you're talking about a true spec series here where you can't really make any adjustments to these motors. You can't really do a whole lot. Yes, obviously you can change with some of your setups on the chassis itself to be able to cater to what you need, but you're minimizing the differences across the board as much as possible and really putting that impetus on the drivers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'd say this is just a perfect example of that. You look at, you know, the fastest lap times in the top 9 guys, and they're all within 0.2 of each other. So that tells you the quality of this engine.
Yeah, speaking of equality, I mean, that's what we're seeing up in front of the field right there. It's the gap that you're seeing on the left-hand side of your screen. 0.6 of a second, Isambard back to McQueen. 0.6 of a second, McQueen back to Roberts. Now that gap has fallen down a little bit between McQueen and Roberts, but we're running under a second here. The gaps from first all the way back to 5th place. Nice little battle maybe starting to take place between Gabriel Nitre and Chase Gassiot-Lee. Although I do think Nitre has been able to get on by Gassiot-Lee. I think that pass just
Yeah, good run for those guys. I was expecting a little more out of Chase. He had a good run in round 1. Still trying to work on a lot of racing left. So, like I said, these guys are just really kind of sitting there and going in line and clicking off laps right now. But we always see the excitement coming probably here within the next couple minutes as we get 2 to go and see who's going to really start pushing.
Yeah, and I keep my eye here, particularly on that battle between McQueen and Roberts. Stands at about 0.4 of a second. It's where it is now. It's closed down a little bit more, but I think if we're going to have a big battle fire off, that's where it's going to be. Isambard looks like he's got this under lock, pulling this gap out to just under a second over Caden McQueen. I think Roberts is ready to fight back here. Of course, as we always talk about, when he starts to have that fight, that's going to pull in the likes of Rodriguez. Rodriguez gets pulled into it, that's going to pull in the likes of Blake Nash.
Yeah, we see that almost in every form of racing here that we see throughout the weekend. But as you start to defend, protecting your position, lap times go down by a second, and you're looking how close that the field is. If Roberts and McQueen are sitting there battling, Rodriguez has fresh, clean track and is just clicking off faster laps.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see what the gap is as they come across the line now. So it looks like Caden's kind of put on the afterburners here. Yeah, it really has 0.8 of a second, the gap now between himself and Davin Roberts. Isambard still maintains a tantalizing 0.982 seconds in front of him. It is 3 laps to go at the stripe, so just got to keep things under control here for the moment. And I stand corrected. Gabriel Nitre actually fallen back down to 8th position, so it looks like Gassiot-Lee was able to get on by him, and Venegas stuck by as well.
Yeah, that's a pretty tight battle back there for that 6th through 8th spot. Definitely the closest thing that we see on the track right now.
Yeah, they're really holding in tight there. We keep our eyes peeled. I love what I'm seeing here out of Caden McQueen. You see him coming down that straightaway out of turn 9 into the sweepers at 10 and 11. And you can physically see Caden punching. There you see him kind of ducking forward, willing that cart on. And it's not just that sort of psychological effect of, well, if I push my head forward, it feels like I'm going faster. There is an actual physics reason to do that, and that is it speeds things up a little bit. You cut down some of that aero resistance.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you can also sense that he is closing that gap on Isambard right now. So that was almost a second. Now it's less than 0.9. Looks like it's probably a little closer than that. We'll find out here with 1 to go when they cross the stripes in about a half a lap.
Yeah, I wonder if that's Isambard maybe just letting off a little bit, saving his stuff.
He's still tucking in, pushing. I mean, it's definitely you know, you get your carts set up in certain ways, and you want them to come in the middle of the race. And I mean, you can even still see McQueen sitting there tuning on his carburetor, just trying to squeak out every little bit of power on these SV engines, doing whatever he can to be able to catch Isambard there. I don't know if there's enough time.
Well, gap's re-expanded. It's back up to just under a second, and I've got to think that was maybe just a little minor mistake there from Isambard on the previous lap, and he was really able to recover from that. You know, and that to me is one of the signs of a really fantastic driver, is that ability to recover, that ability to recognize and not get flustered.
Although McQueen just went purple that last lap, so 53.921. 53.991 is Isambard's fastest lap. So McQueen has the pace, just needs to not get caught up. And I think that little fight that he had with Roberts gave Isambard the opportunity to check out a little bit and just not able to recover from that, because his carts are so close to parity.
All right, here comes Isambard across the stripe. That's going to be victory for Isambard. Caden McQueen, Davin Roberts, Edgar Rodriguez, Blake Nash, your top 5. Chase Gassia-Lee is going to be able to recover in a P6, being able to get behind Venegas. Unfortunately for Gabriel today, falls down to 9th. Levi Sangera, who you saw involved in an incident yesterday, is in P8. That's a nice recovery for Levi. Evan Hager rounds out your top 10.
Yeah, a little surprised on Nash there. I thought he would have made a little bit more moves. Just kind of got stuck out there in his own little island and really couldn't reel anybody in. Again, not to say that that was a boring race, but kind of what we saw yesterday. Everyone's just buying their time, clicking off laps, getting the best finishing position they can without causing any jeopardy to their chassis.
Well, it's as I've said a couple of times before yesterday, I think before you got on the mic with me, wonder if more traditional conditions today, maybe changing things up a little bit. We look over and wait to see if we're going to have Jackson Lambros down in the pits. In the meanwhile, we'll stick with you here for a moment. Coming up next, it is going to be ROK GP Junior. Always a good category. This is where you see a lot of karts out on the track and maybe a little bit more of that chaos as we see. Jackson Lambros, though, ready down in pit lane.
Standing by here with Alan Isambard. Really great battle for you. Able to build a gap out in front. What's feeling right after last round?
I mean, all of it feels pretty good. You know, built a little bit of a gap and then just kind of managed the tire. You know, we still got a long way. We have one more heat in a pre-final, so got to take care of the tire.
Same track, but different conditions, obviously, different temperatures, different grip levels. How much has this rocket machine evolved?
I mean, we really figured it out Sunday at round 1, and we kind of, you know, went with that setup and made it a little bit better now.
Congratulations.
Thanks, man.
Guys.
Thank you, Jackson. We get ready for ROK GP Junior, and it is the young gun, Jordan Martin, for Rocket Racing up in front. She had a fantastic run yesterday, held off some pressure from the likes of Tristan Murphy. Perhaps surprising here, looking at 3rd and 4th, Nico Katowski and Nico Urbezo. I thought maybe a little bit farther up in the field, but particularly for Katowski to not have that great of a run.
No, just again, you know, missed the setup for qualifying, starting in the back a little bit there. So kind of shocked. You know, he's our winner in round 1. Definitely loving this GP package for them. I mean, they're the Iron Men of karting right now. I mean, those guys are racing every weekend. They were in Texas last week running another series and flew out here and in karts here in Florida. So, you know, they're definitely putting their time in.
Yeah, and that, you know, I think there is that sort of back and forth mentality about it, that on the one hand, yes, you keep that momentum rolling, you keep the rhythm and the flow going if you keep karting every weekend. But then there's the other side of it, which is just sheer exhaustion. Can certainly start to set in. They enter into the starting zone right now. Jordan Martin in that purple machine going to lead this field around to green. Green flag in the air. Martin holds off to the inside. Katowski tries to fight it there. Tristan Murphy as well. It's still going to be side by side up for the lead as they poke their nose down into turn 4. It's going to be Martin barely ahead for Rocket Racing as the field gets their way on through now down into turn 5.
Yeah, Katowski wants to go to the point as fast as he possibly can. And we saw that he loves the lead. Yeah, he's so good when he leads races. So we'll see if he can get his way around. Who actually is in the lead there? Is that Tristan or is it Jordan?
No, it's Jordan.
It's Jordan. Okay, yeah. It's
I
just,
believe right now it is Jordan, Katowski, and then Tristan. There comes the move for Katowski, looking down to the inside of turn number 9. Somebody in the back there with what looks like a pushback bumper. And here comes the move. Katowski off into the grass.
It's going to cost him a couple spots. There's Obezo right there, moved his way up to second. So that was a couple position changes right there. Little bump and run as we NASCAR talk. Right there for Katowski, tried to get his way around. A little defensive move as we go into the start-finish line here.
Yeah, that's Asher Pavon on the back of Katowski, trying to put some pressure there to the driver of the 292.
Obezo with a move into 4. Katowski takes advantage, moves up to 3rd overall, kind of rode his coattails. We had a little Kart off right there, the 233.
That looks to be Alexander Savage.
Yep.
And great fight back from Jordan Martin going down into turn 5, able to get that position back. Wow, Bezo looked all kinds of sideways coming down into the junkyard turn, able to take advantage there. Looks to be Katowski fighting back a little bit more. Everything's a little jumbled up in this top order. That's going to be Orbezo back down into 4th, maybe even 5th. I'm going to hold that at bay for now. That's the one that's easy to identify. That's that green and white of the Orsilon. Thank you. As leading across the line right now will be Nico Katowski, then Jordan Martin, then Tristan Murphy. Orbezo holds on to 4th, and then it's Lucas Bertana going to be in 5th place. That's a new name we haven't called. Looked like defensive move gone to offensive. Oh, big contact!
Katowski up. Did he keep it moving? That was crazy. Katowski took a normal line through there, and Martin just took the inside line, kind of a really late move, and just got into the back of it. But anyway, that we got to correct ourselves. Nico Orbezo is with Iron Rock Motorsports.
Sorry,
who's in the lead right there.
Yeah,
so.
that is Iron Rock.
Yeah.
Excuse me. I saw the green and white, and
Yeah.
I thought that was an Orsilon.
Same here. So we do apologize for that.
Yeah.
We want to give them credit where credit is due.
Going to go down to Jackson with a quick update.
Sarah Martin also coming to the pit lane. I'm not sure if she got involved in that incident as well, but clearly frustrated. And another one of our big favorites alongside Katowski. That's 2 of your heavyweight fighters in GP Junior out, guys.
Tough break there for everybody involved. We take a look as they cross the line. Yeah, it's Orbezo, Pavon, Centillion, Murphy, and Bertana now your top 5, with Katowski being shuffled down in the order. And obviously Jordan Martin also looking like she has been shuffled out as well as a result of that big impact.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there. Probably bent the front end a little bit. Maybe a steering shaft. Looked like Katowski got on top of her, and that's kind of what just happened right there. But we'll see. Let's watch Nico as he's sitting back in 10th. He can work his way back up to the front here, as these guys are going to probably start battling a little bit. Definitely more of a dicier race than we've seen throughout the day so far. Not surprised. These guys have always been very dicey in this class, so
yeah.
It'll be interesting to see what's going to happen here as Obezo crosses the, and then is that Pavon? No, that's Centillion. Okay, a name that we haven't talked about a lot. So,
all right, we're going to go down and take a look at the replay here of what happened. Jason, talk us through this pretty hairy incident.
Nico looks over, didn't need to defend at all, had pretty good a pretty good distance there. Takes a normal line, just Martin just outbroke him, and then as he was coming back onto the track surface, looked like Murphy just wasn't giving up any real estate there, and ended up going across the front of the nose of Martin there, and that more than likely there's probably been some tie rod, and they'll get that straightened up. But you know what was interesting? We were talking about that. Not a good situation for Martin there, but definitely had one of the faster karts on the track, and we heard that from Isambard, and he said exactly what Elefante told me. They learned some stuff last round 1 on Sunday, and that's when they went back to basically round 0, put the karts back to where they need to be, and that's when they all started to really make those karts come alive, and I'm sure that setup is being shared through the whole entire team.
All right, here as we go. Bringing everything back on through, trying to see if Centillion's going to have a look at Orbezo down into turn 6. Didn't quite happen there. But Tristan Murphy starting to close on in. That Ryan Perry Motorsports driver is the one that I kind of have my eyes on, and as does Valentino Centillion. checking out from behind. You can see that look from behind, making sure that there's not going to be a move sent by Tristan Murphy. The new tape ripped off there for Murphy, just trying to get that engine at the perfect temperature and a good line down into turn 12.
Yeah, definitely the fastest kart on the track right now. Went purple last lap, 55.4. Just a little bit faster than Orbezo and Centillion, so we'll see what happens there. 54.93, so 0.2 faster. So definitely has that kart rolling exactly where they want it to be at the right time with 3 minutes to go.
And want to give credit here to Nico Katowski, a little bit farther off the pace. You can see about 3.5 seconds behind this battle that we watch right now. But Katowski was actually able to sneak that fastest lap away with a 54.92. So Katowski not damaged, it would appear, based off of that, and able to set some good times. Oh, contact. That's the 237 and the 203. That's Clayton Stiles and Brandon Shore.
Stiles was making a move there because Stiles was down in 12th and Shores was 8th. So he obviously made some passes right there to get himself to be able to battle with Shore. Unfortunately, those two got into it with each other and will be in the back of the pack. And it's just 2:30 to go plus the 2.
And Murphy was able to send that move on Centillion, so that moves Tristan up into P2, now putting pressure to the back of your leader, Nico Orbezo. That's Iron Rock Motorsports versus Ryan Perry. As they come down into turn number 4, now into turn number 5. No moves yet for Murphy. Get the sense he's going to kind of take a step back here, maybe learn a little bit about what his competitor's doing and decide where to make that move a little bit later on.
You can just see the acceleration.
Oh, never mind. There he goes down into the junkyard turn. Move Tristan Murphy to the lead.
He got such a great run through 4, 5, and 6 that there's no reason why he wouldn't take that move. If the door opens, you take it.
Yep.
Your favorite. What's your favorite quote by one of the best drivers of all time?
If you no longer go for a gap that exists, you can no longer call yourself a racing driver, as that is certainly what we can call Tristan Murphy right now, a racing driver. Got to give credit, though, to Orbezo, able to fight back out of turn 9 and keep that move alive. And this has really brought the top 3 back together. And this is going to be music to the eyes of Nico Katowski, who sits now 2.7 seconds behind. Move down to the inside. Murphy gets the pass. He's back up to the point. But if these 3 continue to battle, Katowski could very well be back into this fight before the checkered flag flies.
I mean, great run for Nico right there. You know, off track, basically a dead stop, and then is working his way all the way back up to 4th right now. So that little incident's not going to cost him too much. And he finished, what, 2nd yesterday? So he's going to end up 4th today. Maybe 3rd, maybe a win. We don't know yet. Plenty of time left. And like you just mentioned, these guys keep battling a little bit. That's no matter, what's the gap?
It's 2.7 at the last time of asking. I've got to imagine that it's probably going to be down, especially with side-by-side between Orbezo and Murphy. Murphy's going to be able to hold off here for the moment. I'm going to guess that gap's probably around it's 2.2, so it's come down by about 4/10. So they need a little bit more of a battle for things to play out. Here comes a defensive line, though, but Orbezo tries to look around the outside. Murphy holds it for the moment. Down into turn number 5. Murphy, as you said earlier, great off the line, out of those tight hairpins, really able to put the power down well.
Yeah, you can really see coming from 5 into 6 like that gap. The kart seems a little freer through those faster sections. He just gets a good run on him. But yeah, that last lap, Katowski was 4/10 faster than the top 3.
Okay, flying off there for your 2nd and 3rd place drivers. This is going to be the Twin Sticks. 2 to go at the line for these drivers. Willing that kart forward is Tristan Murphy. Gaps come down to 1.96 for Nico Katowski. I think unless we see multi-corner side-by-side here for these top 3, podium's probably out of contention here for Nico Katowski, but he's still going to be close enough to maybe put a little bit of pressure. We'll have to wait and see. Orbezo tries to take a differing line into turn 5, and it works out. Puts a little bit of pressure to the back of Murphy. Has to back out of it before turn 6.
Yeah, this is where Murphy's been really good. Getting that run through the junkyard turn down to 9. See the defensive, he's very defensive coming down. And Katowski's closed that gap quite a bit. And my guess is he's going to be a a fourth in this trio here very soon.
Santillan makes the move on Orbezo. Katowski probably has that gap under a second. I think it's at about 7/10 right now. Call that half a second as Santillan and Orbezo go side by side again. Katowski's there. He's under 3/10 of a second as they cross the stripe. White flag in the air. Here they go. It's on for the lead. Top four ready to fight it out. Tristan Murphy, Nico Orbezo, Valentino Santillan, and Nico Katowski. Katowski with a very wide line carries good momentum down into turn number 5, but no moves there. Can Katowski get a podium back? Yes, he can.
Woo, good run for Nico. He set that up going into 4, knowing that those guys are being defensive, and he took the faster route to keep that Kart momentum up and was able to make that pass. I don't think he's done yet.
No, this kid's going to be racing on Sundays. Look at the way he goes. Defensive line from Orbezo. Katowski sweeps to the outside, looking for another crossover. He's going to be able to get it going down this straightaway into turn 10. Has to back out of it. This gives momentum back to Nico Orbezo. Orbezo gives a little bit of a shove to Tristan Murphy. Is that enough to get him by? It's going to be a drag race to the line.
Katowski's going to get 2.
He does. Katowski, it's almost 3 wide at the line. Oh, by 0.02 of a second. Katowski loses out on second place to Nico Orbezo, but with an absolute shot to the final corners, Tristan Murphy takes victory.
Woo, what a finish. That was fantastic.
My goodness gracious, if you ever said that karting wasn't interested, may I just show you 2 laps of spectacular driving. My, oh my, good stuff.
Yeah, that was fantastic. That was probably one of the best racing I've seen. You know, great run for Katowski to work his way back up.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff here from the Orlando Kart Center. As we get ready for ROK Micro, Jackson Lambros, I believe, is working his way back up here, so I will take a quick break away. We'll have a little bit of a breather, and we'll be back at you with the kids coming out. ROK Micro after this.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative ROK Cup USA production.
All right, we're back right now with your Rocket Racing sponsored micro class. Yesterday we had a really good run by Alessio Tosti. And I'm just right here being joined by our lovely Jackson Lambros, who's out of breath running from pit lane. It is not close if you've not been here before. Scales and pit lane are very, very, very far away.
Beautiful part of this racetrack. You're able to get your cardio in. But Jason Ewers, we've seen time and time again, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but the micro and mini Swifts, the cadet chassis, never fail to disappoint, and I feel like already we've seen a banger from these pair of cadet classes.
Yeah, absolutely. So, and what do we have to, our leader here, how we pronounce that name? Mom came by and talked to us, and it's Mikro?
I believe the last name was, I think it was Toasty, or was it Tosti? I messed it up the first time. It was Tosti. Again, for all the moms and dads watching in the YouTube chat, you can either come up here to the broadcast booth and correct us if you're on site. If not, drop a comment in the YouTube chat, and we will be happy to correct it. This one already waved off as we've got a handful of young karters off the tram lines. And I think maybe a couple struggling to get to the rear of the pack as well. So we will re-rack them and try one more time. That is trouble for one of the CRG machines, I believe, as Avery Mears, one of the track workers, giving a big nudge to the back of that machine, trying to get it working.
Trying to crank that motor over, just not working well for them. But again, excuse me, Rocket Racing was our last sponsor. This is Orsalon Racing here. So Orsalon, again, thank you guys for our sponsor. They're the sponsor of the Micro Florida Winter Tour class as we're going. What happens with these engines, Jackson, is there's so much fuel being dumped in on the low end, and you don't rev them up. That's exactly, the engine literally just floods itself out. So he's just over there cranking it, trying to get that motor to clear itself out to be able to start it. But unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to be able to make this race. And I'm not sure who that was.
I saw a 7 on the number plate. That makes me want to say Braxton Shiflett, but obviously he's a Norberg Karting Academy driver. So
57, Matthias Castro, maybe?
77, so that was Robert Jose Gonzalez Cabrera for CRG Cincinnati Racing, one of the smaller teams running. I believe they might have been branded as a privateer for race number 1, but about a 2-kart effort running out of one of the smaller trailers this weekend. But Alessio Tosti really proven the pace for D2 Motors in heat number 1. Emmett Dalton, another name we haven't necessarily seen too much, the number 11 starting alongside. Then it was Jack Katowski. Boy, that GP Junior race, so fun to watch.
It was a great
from
race.
The pit
His
lane
brother.
Viking comeback.
Yes, very much so.
From the rear of the field. So still someone to watch out for. Wasn't able to have a word there with Murphy as there was some big-time frustration, but that is definitely one of your big classes to look for the remainder of this weekend. You look a little bit further back, though. Franco Schiavo for TW Racing, one of your podium standers from race number 1. Same for Braxton Shiflett, one of the top guys for Norberg Karting Academy, trying to work their way through. Trey Sanders, Leandro Ramirez, Max Santano, Romero Ferrante, Alexander Mendez, the Chilean, looking to get things started. Are we good enough to get the green? Believe we got it, so we're racing in ROK Micro for heat number 2. Couple cars going very wide here through turns 1 and 2, and already trying to find lanes. Looks like a handful of karts collected. The 12 and the 93 getting into it. Bryson Alvarez and Aria Denehauer. Early carnage to get us started, and early coverage down low is Emmett Dalton. Gonna get things started out in front. No, Leandro Ramirez gets that velocity. Sodi out in front. Tosti dropping way back down to P4. Out of Junkyard Corner for the first time. The pair of Sodis looking to get to work. No time wasted for Jack Katowski. He wants to get to the point. He locks it up big time into turn number 6 and is able to just barely get to the point. So already big time shuffles right now. And Tosti dropping like a stone to get us started, but still plenty of time here in heat number 2.
Yeah, a lot of battling going up there. A little more than we saw yesterday. You know, it was, and DJ were talking earlier, just kind of a conservative racing day yesterday. As we know, who is a little incident with the 24. That's Caden
Darmani, yeah, for TW. Saw one other kart collected in that as well. I believe that might have been another smaller 2-kart incident, but still a relatively big freight train here for your lead. You see about 10 karts in contention right now for heat number 2.
Yeah, Tosti had a little issue there coming out of 5. Kart was slow and either got off the track, tried to swing it too wide, but that really allowed the other karts to clean up on him. Let's see what happens as we go down to 9.
Another move. Here comes the Orsalon. Romero Ferrante looking to get a move on Max Santana. Will get through. Oh, trouble for Shiflett, who has to rally that thing, wrestle the steering wheel after getting pushed off there other end of the junkyard corner, so he'll drop back, I believe, to P10. Your biggest movers at the start. Leandro Ramirez up 3 positions. Braxton Shiflett up 2. That was actually the sister Norberg kart of, I believe, Dan DeClesu. I'm not entirely sure who that was at the line. But it is a good battle. This could be potentially another change for P5, as it looks like Alessio Tosti, or excuse me, Tosti trying to find a little bit more in that machine. Now the Benek, Franco Schiavo looking to get into the mix as well. And we see how much these guys are battling at this stage in the heat. Jason, all that's going to do is take that lead pack of Katowski, Dalton, Leandro Ramirez. These guys on your screen right now, they are taking all of the benefits of this battle behind.
Oh, absolutely. And there's just no battling between those two. You have 2 teammates right there, so going to be very cautious battling on teammate to teammate. They don't want the Penske issues.
Yes.
And that's just going to allow Katowski to kind of just sit there and check out. He's definitely running some fast laps, but Dalton's the fastest car on the track right now with a 101.55. Interesting to see, though, because he is just slightly faster than Katowski. Is he going to be able to close up? Or are the teammates going to work with each other and work their way around that TKG or that Burrell arc?
I think, again, that teamwork aspect of this, especially when you're talking about engines that not only make this little power, but have the ability to go over the rev limiter, right? These aren't 4-stroke engines. That's something that maybe you're just barely starting to have that conversation, maybe in the Team 10, of how to work with your teammates, how to block for others, how to be a rear gunner, and how to kind of benefit both of your results on track. We're definitely seeing that right now with these pair of Sodi karts. Emmett Dalton, Leandro Ramirez working to get these bottom 2 steps of the podium provisionally. Then it's Alessio Tosti, Max Santana trying to get in there. Romero Ferrante was looking really good in the opening stanzas of this heat. Your top Orsalon driver up into P4. He's been moved out of the way a handful of times, and this could be a change for the lead. Emmett Dalton, phenomenal run out of turn number 11. Still room for a crossover for Katowski. Is he able to get there? Just barely. Will have to go the long way around in turn number 4, but will able to defend it. Now the 2 Sodis go at it. Big send there from Leandro Ramirez, and the teammate will get Emmett Dalton while he's offline.
Yeah, great run a little bit by Jack there. Like, didn't give up, had the pass into 1. We got a car turned around there, 44. Is that Shiflett?
That might have been. It's another
No, it's a
Norberg
7.
machine.
That's
44,
DeClusio.
Dan DeClusio. Roller coaster weekend so far for Ryan Norberg. Still have not been able to talk to him this weekend with just how busy
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
he's
we'll catch
been.
him, though. We caught him last time just walking by, but yeah, we'll definitely catch him and talk a little bit more. I'd like to see what they did to prepare from, round 1 to round 2. And like I said yesterday, this being their home track, able to put some serious laps down here and some testing time.
I think as well they're finally starting to build above the cadet level. That was obviously the groundwork of building this brand new program, but now you're starting to see not only more juniors, you've got some senior guys doing double duty. Chase Hand not only coming to drive and fly the flag for NKA and GFC, but working a little bit on the wrenches too, I believe, this weekend, helping out with a little bit of coaching. It's exactly what we've seen from him full-time on the West Coast, working with Formula Works at ROK Sonoma. So again, a lot of guys putting in effort right now. Sonny Chiveri as well, who's been pretty much one of the guys that's helped Gary Carlton build this black and white house and really plant their flag in American soil. So they are definitely someone to look out for in the coming years, especially in these lower divisions. Velocity Racing by Sodi, though, has been so strong. Another home team based in the greater Orlando area, but these guys are easily in the four figures in terms of laps turned here at OKC. Leandro Ramirez, Emmett Dalton reaping all of the benefits from that. But for a guy like Jack Katowski and TKG, the program based out in Cincinnati, not bad for those two brothers for an away race.
Yeah, look at Jack just really willing it. He sees them coming, the Sodis, the pair of Sodis behind him. So, again, those guys are, obviously team orders is race as you race, and that's what they're doing. So, and that's just allowing Jack, that they close up on Jack, and then the two kind of battle a little bit, and that allows Katowski to check out a little bit there, because they were right there on the rear bumper of that 92 Burrell Art, and then now that little gap there with little move going into 4. But they're the faster karts on the track, slightly by a couple tenths, so it's just a matter of time before they close right back up on on that 92, and maybe they'll be able to work with each other this time instead of try to battle.
Burrell, a pair of Sodis. You go back to the Benek of Max Santana. Then you get finally to an OTK, the D2 of Alessio Tosti. Then a Parolin. Then a GFC. Big time mix up here in the top 10. But it is Burrell versus Sodi, the Italian versus the French. And here comes Emmett Dalton, a late send. Coming out of turn number 4. Is he able to fully clear him? No. Katowski continues to roll that momentum on the outside of turn number 4. Still somehow able to defend from these two velocity Sodis that are chomping at the bit to work their way through. A little bit wide there for Jack Katowski. Dalton wants to try the outside, working around the carousel, but not able to get there. We've seen some late sends here into the junkyard corner. Dalton not taking it just quite. Prime overtaking opportunity here as we work our way out of junkyard into turn 10. Katowski defends. Dalton looking to the outside. Ramirez not doing anything to try and respond, but around the outside move Emmett Dalton to the point.
Yeah, good move for Dalton. Normally we don't see that happening. Katowski had the inside lane, and there's that pass that we've seen there, but over, under there. I tell you right now, I know Katowski's not leading this, but great maturity for him to be able to just fight back and not get upset that he got passed. You know, really dig his heels back in, fight his way back to the top. He did it a couple times now. Now he's got a battle on his own, which is allowing Dalton to kind of get that gap that he needs. Who is that? And is that Ramirez that's in the party,
Benek.
you know? Yes.
Well, Leonardo Ramirez had a big fist bump across the line, made it
Santana,
3 wide there to try and get to the point. Now immediately Ramirez and Katowski giving him the Uno reverse card. He's got the inside, though, into turn number 6. As we head into junkyard corner, Katowski slots back in P4, but Emmett Dalton into the open blue, and the teammate Ramirez has done a phenomenal job of holding these two up, but now the dam finally bursts. This Benek will try to chuck it up the inside. Katowski gonna try and go with him. Nobody else has a shot of grabbing him. It'll be Dalton running away with it, but who's got P2? The Sodis chucking it to the inside. Ramirez able to get there. Katowski gonna try and get through, nearly in the grass. Leandro Ramirez doing some lawn work to get us done. High-flying action to wrap up heat number 2 in ROK Micro. Emmett Dalton gonna run away with it.
Just some great racecraft right there.
Never not.
He's pointing down at his engine like he's sticking in, like, yeah, I got the motor. So that's so good for those guys, and it's just fun to watch. And you know, I know it's a broken record with us, but they never disappoint.
Never. When you've got an engine that's half the size of a GP, and kids that big and no rev limiter, and also just kids that want to do wheel-to-wheel action, you see stuff like that, and it's never disappointing. And the best news is we're about to get more of it. Step aside for a moment and ROK Mini. Slightly bigger kids, slightly more horsepower coming up next from OKC.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative ROK Cup USA production.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
Bottom half of the cadets coming up as we bring out the older kids, drop the ballast, and get rid of the restrictor here. Same ROK mini power plant, but bigger kids, bigger action as we move on to ROK Mini. And a phenomenal battle between AM Engines, Parolin USA, and Team Benek yesterday. But Jason, it was the Argentinian Vicente Aguilar coming on top.
Yeah, it was closest battle that we've seen all day. I mean, I think it was like 0.05 of a second separated the top three. So anyone's race, as we saw yesterday, just who's going to be at that stripes at the very end.
Aiden Go, your Super Nationals podium sitter. And the sister Parolin Carter Colton Bruck will be just behind on the outside of row number 2. We welcome in Lennox Lockhart again, the kid from the Caribbean. Also switching teams over from Velocity to Parolin. Will be starting in P5. Isco Alonso, who really flexed that muscle, the Chilean for AM Engines. A little bit further back than we expected. He'll be P6. Then it's Nico Salazar for Orsalon Racing. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, that really top CRG. That was looking really strong in round 1 as well. Mom and pop effort there. I can't say that with MPG actually here, but you know what I mean in chat. Small tent, mom and dad running it. Always a good story. Always a good vibe on top of that as well. Grayson Kenfick, another driver we welcome, running with Velocity Racing as well. Then it's Luke Bulpett with Goodwood Cartway. Hudson Hidalgo, your lone Nash Motorsports entry in this class. P11 will be trying to move forward. Caden Caldera, Beneco Leal, Bautista Pilgues Basile, Sammy Chaveri, and Thomas Prelt, rounding out your field of 16 rockers. Let's see who comes out on top in heat number 2. Let's go racing in ROK Mini.
Yeah, good start there for Aguilar. That's not what those guys on the scene.
Couple of lockups. I think that was Alonso going very wide. Another kart nearly going around there. Is that one of the Parolins? No, the 104 getting issues. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez getting hung up in an incident as well. But Vicente Aguilar working out of turn number 5 for the first time. Will have no harm, no foul, and start to run away with it. Colton Bruck and Dutch Westbrook immediately trying to give chase as we work our way into the junkyard corner for the first time.
Yeah, it's interesting as we're looking at the starting line. You're reading there. There's quite a few names that, like Hidalgo and Bossi sitting back there in the back. Names that we talk about
absolutely
up the top battling. So this kind of tells you the competition that these kids have. That it could be anybody's race anytime they go out on that track because they're all so good.
Stellar start for Nico Salazar. Came out of the tram lines P8. He's immediately lunged himself onto the podium. That's 5 positions gained in the opening set of corners. We'll see where everybody else stacks up as we come across the timing line for the first time. It's Aguilar, Westbrook, Salazar, Colton Bruck dropping 2 positions. Kennefic up 4. Luke Bulpett as well up 3, so big time shuffles, and we saw that because of that opening. There was no true incident, but we saw a lot of side pods being thrown into one another. A lot of kids eager to get into the action, and that's what's kind of got the cement mixer going so far here in this P2.
Yeah, no pun intended with the cement, considering there's a cement plant right next
Yes.
to us. So as they're working their way through Junkyard Turn down to 9 here, everyone's pretty much in line. Everyone's gapped out pretty equal as we're going. Not a lot of battling setting in, but every class that we see that starts like this, by 2 laps to go, they're all bunched up, and there's a lot of position swapping.
Well, again, now you're past that opening, call it pair of laps, the carnage that usually comes with that, the urge to throw haymakers. And by the time you get to even lap 2.5, lap 3, the energy starts to die down a little bit. You see the guys start to lock in, go bumper to bumper, not really throwing that lines, finding a dancing partner to work with in terms of drafting. And of course, the minute I say that, Colton Bruck is going to chuck it up the inside of Nico Salazar, that Parolin up into P3. And
Right back.
immediately Colton Bruck tries to return the favor. These guys will continue to go 2 abreast. This will be great for Luke Bullpit just behind, trying to work his way into the mix as well, or Grayson Kennefic, excuse me. So these two continuing to hold up this now 4-cart pack and running away with it. Vicente Aguilar, Dutch Westbrook, thought we were maybe going to see a move there into turn number 8 from Westbrook. Not quite yet.
There was a dive in the back there. I couldn't quite see it. Was that
Maybe one of the Paralins. I think that
Salazar?
might have been Lennox Lockhart. Salazar, our lone Orsolon, or I believe our top Orsolon at least in this field. Again, phenomenal start for him. But the Costa Rican now just starting to drop back just a smidge down into P4. Now is fending off that position from Lennox Lockhart.
Yeah, that was Bruck that got around Salazar on going into 9. And when I saw Kart nose poke out, I couldn't tell exactly who it was. That's what it was as we're working through. But yeah, we're sitting there with Westbrook just kind of buying his time on that Bennick.
And guys up in front are the fastest on track right now, but that is definitely not telling the whole story of this ROK Mini Field. Purple lap last time by was indeed your podium sitter from round 1, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, in that Privateer CRG, a 59.95, the only driver to not get below 60 seconds so far this weekend, at least in this size of engine. Will continue to try and work his way forward. He's actually dropped 5 positions, gone from P7 to P12, but we'll try and fight back forward. We might have just been too wide for the lead. Did we miss that? We did. Dutch Westbrook trying to get the exit there. Coming out of turn 12, you can see Aguilar try and defend, go middle into turn number 1, but Dutch Westbrook is right there. He wants to take the lead immediately.
Didn't make it stick as we look through. Aguilar able to keep it in pace. But
Lennox Lockhart right there making a move on Salazar, and now Kennefic will try to go around the outside, cross him up. Coming out of turn number 5, has good momentum, but what's that defense going to be? What's this defense going to be from Vicente Aguilar into Junkyard? We see the sneak move pulled so many times here with the big kids, but Aguilar able to fend him off now, goes in line. Not entirely sure what that hand motion was to Colton Bruck, but there's a late send from Dutch Westbrook. Is he able to fully clear him? Not quite. We'll go 2 abreast. Coming out of turn 10.
Bruck is right there now in the P2 trying. Oh,
how about that? Colton
elbows
Bruck
up. Bruck going through, but man, I tell you what, this track is racier now than it was round 1.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's because the grip's on it. We're seeing passes, over-unders being made in places where we've never seen them being done before. So fantastic job for the drivers and this track layout. It just makes it really fun and racing. Who's that in 4th? Is that Lennox?
Lennox Lockhart,
Worked
big
his
shove.
way up there as these guys battle. Now we got a 5-cart battle up here.
Lockhart up into P3. Here come the Paralins. Colton Bruck able to push his way through with help from Dutch Westbrook. The Bennick slots back into P3, but Lennox Lockhart is on scene, and as well, you got a Sodi and Grayson Kennefic. You got Nico Salazar now bunched in, all because of that battle. That looked like a late send as well from Lockhart to try and take P3. You got Salazar offline, now gets back in line. Agreement for everybody to stick in line here to try and move forward. That 114 of Lennox Lockhart had other plans, though, coming into turn number 4. Not able to get in there. All of a sudden, just like we predicted, Jason, the powder keg's starting to explode here.
Yeah, you're going to have a 10-cart freight train here, 12-cart freight train. That's going to go all the way back to Chevary, I believe. And Chevary's the fastest cart on the track. I mean, fantastic racing right now, clean racing, but this is what we want to see. We want to see these, it's always boring to watch this one guy check out.
Right.
As a racer, you love that, but, as a fan of viewing, it's not such a great thing. But there we go. There's your Bennick back to the top of Westbrook, who's keep battling back as we get to go see right around that Parolin of that 120. of Bruck. But let's see if Bruck will do anything. I think Bruck just has a little more horsepower going down that straight. It seems like he can really close that gap,
Yep.
going out of 8, Junkyard turn down to 9.
And on top of that, just being able to time the slingshot, know where you've got the momentum, maximizing that speed where you got a guy punching the hole in the air in front for you.
Yeah, it could be a little bit of a gearing since they're open gearing on this group.
Right.
So he could just have a little bit of different gear ratio on. That's allowing him to have a little more pace down the straightaway. And really, that's kind of what we're seeing here as Westbrook has a little more oomph getting out of the corner. So probably just a little bit taller rear gear. But as I said that right there, he gets a great run through into 1. See if he can make that pass going into 4, or is Westbrook going to sit there and do a very defensive move? Not so defensive,
Here comes
the international
Colton.
sign of tapping the back of the helmet does not mean pass me.
I think all these kids are at least seeing a little bit of red there and not listening to the signals of the guys in front of them. But the Captain America helmet drops back. It'll be now Colton Bruck taking the point for the second time in heat number 2. Good mix here. Bennick, Parolin, and AM just like we started, but a completely reshuffled order. That's a late lunge now from Dutch Westbrook, who again, that top gearing starting to come to life for that Bennick team, the Florida-based team, another group that's very much used to putting laps in at this Orlando kart complex. And Dutch Westbrook taking the advantage of that. That Parolin, though, of Colton Bruck trying to launch on the inside. That'll give Aguilar an opportunity. White flag out. Who's going to take it? Will it be Westbrook, Aguilar, or Bruck? Sam Cheveri waiting in the wings. He wants an opportunity as well. Late crossover move there attempted by Aguilar. He can't get there. Another great overtaking opportunity here into turn 4. Westbrook covering down low. Colton Bruck now almost across the grass trying to make that pass happen, but Westbrook continues to white line it.
Look who's in that 4th spot. Cheveri was way down 12th at one time, now up to 4th, and has purple, the fastest car on the track. These guys battle. My guess is Cheveri's great opportunity to get the win.
Started that race P16. How much further can he go? He looks to the inside, coming out of the junkyard corner, will lunge on the brakes here to try and put away Colton Bruck. Dutch Westbrook still your leader. The Parolin of Bruck goes off into the grass. But that PSL karting machine fully clear, and Dutch Westbrook fully clear of Vicente Aguilar. What a battle for ROK Many, and Captain America going to be back on top in heat number 2 for Team Bennick. Dutch Westbrook your winner in heat 2.
Great run from Dutch. Cheveri, hats off.
Oh yeah.
Great run. Up how many spots?
Started P16, so that'll be 13 spots gain and a purple lap to boot.
That's fantastic. Good run. I saw it coming.
Oh yeah.
I was kind of watching it. Didn't want to give him the commentator's curse.
Yep.
But I think we did mention that. But yeah, it's a good run for Cheveri. That team's got to be really, really happy out of PSL karting. I think they're with TKG. I think TKG's with them this weekend. So obviously they're sharing some information on what the Katowskis are learning.
A little
with
bit
the
of
karts.
notes for sure. Yeah. So good stuff there. And they'll be back for heat number 3. That'll be after we break for chow here in a little bit. But still to come, we haven't even touched the 100 cc's, and we'll finally get to that for the first time here on our long action-packed Saturdays. VLR Senior coming up from OKC. When we return, it's round 2 of the Florida Winter Tour here on the ROK Cup YouTube channel.
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center. DJ Clark back up here in the booth alongside Jackson Lambros as we get ready for ROK VLR Senior here. Chase Hand going to be leading us around to green. Hernandez, Fernandez, Lloyd, and Valverde, your top 5. Always a good bit of action here in VLR Senior, Jackson.
And Heat 1, it was all about the American Santiago Fernandez Kalkev, who we did see in round number 1, one of the teams based here at Orlando Kart Center, not with this level of pace. And I believe Fernandez is indeed someone joining us for the first time, at least this year. So Santiago Fernandez definitely still someone to look out for. And you've got some big names. Chase Hand, a guy that needs no introduction, a longtime flag bearer for GFC. Mauricio Hernandez, who was a longtime contender as well with D2 Motors. Colin Lloyd, your round 1 winner. He is surrounded by big-time talent here. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, we'll have to see indeed. His Hand in that purple cart going to be the one leading us around to the flag. Bear with us, having a little bit of camera problems there, as it looks like we've got it back under control. His Hand's going to lead down into the first corner. Hernandez and Fernandez trying to be able to fight their way through. Top 3 look like they're able to get through single file as everybody forms their way and gets cleanly through turns 1 and 2. Now diving down into 4. A little bit of action farther back in the field. That's Valverde under a little bit of pressure. We've got a couple of carts stacked up in the back. That's the 933 and the 979.
Colin Lloyd taking all the benefits of that inside line in row number 2. You can move him on up into P2 as well. Actually, no, he's further back. That is, I'm getting my orange carts confused because that is actually Sandy Fernandez who started off in that P3 position. He's moved on up 2 by 2, coming into turn number 10. And one of the Orsolans, that might have been Sebastian Garzon, who's moved up into P5 as well. But up into P3, I believe Joaquin Guerrero Pizarro. But immediately, a duel for the lead right now. Mo Hernandez trying to chase down, well, Chase Hand.
There it is, as Fernandez holds in. We've got a nice little battle there back for P4. That's going to be Garzon, Hernandez, Lloyd, Velvez, and Valverde trying to sort themselves out. Up at the front of the field, there's the side-by-side. That's Garzon and Hernandez trying to sort things out. They're not going to quite get it together. It's still going to be Chase Hand leading the way. Big field of cars working their way through the back switchbacks now.
Biggest mover in the whole shot was indeed Sebastian Garzon. That Orsolan card able to clear his teammate Bernal Valverde, as well as Asen Dromalev. You just see him there now kind of worked into that big kerfuffle of carts, maybe 6 or 7 further back. And all of a sudden that D2 machine of Mauricio Hernandez also starting to come to life. He's cleared Garzon. And again, was one of the main guys fighting for victory yesterday. Was not able to fully unravel all of that D2 power, but is doing so at least for the time being. Still plenty of time, but DJ, all of these guys gonna have to work together if they have any hopes of already catching up to Santiago Fernandez and company.
Well, Chase Hand has been able to pull a gap of about 0.7 of a second on the rest of the field. The best battle we're watching is that for P3 with Pizarro, Hernandez, and Garzon, as you said there, Jackson. So we're gonna have to see how this shakes out, and I've got to think that this battle for P3 is not exactly done yet, so we're probably going to see Hand and Fernandez scamper off into the distance a little bit more, but Hand is not backing off. There you see the duck in front as he is continuing to push. Here comes the move from Hernandez down to the inside on the 917. That's a good move getting by Guerrero Pizarro.
And the good news as well, Santiago Fernandez not within drafting distance of Chase Hand either, so that could potentially snowball as we see Garzon now trying to move Christian Velez away. Not sure if he was, or excuse me, no, Pizarro there, who was being trying to drop on back. So Garzon going with him. Pizarro starting to hemorrhage pace just a little bit here. But again, Hand and Fernandez not within range of working together just yet. So if these guys continue to go bumper to bumper here for at least 2 more minutes or so, not only are they going to get Fernandez, he could potentially join that train of carts as well. All of those guys could potentially work together and chug their way towards Chase Hand.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think Hernandez is going to be able to grow a little bit enough of a gap here to make things play. But then again, looking at it right now, Garzon's starting to come up behind him. I think this is going to be a battle for P3 on back. I think Fernandez and Hand are kind of off in their own zip code right now, and this battle is going to be for the final podium spot.
We'll have to wait and see. We always kind of predict things like this, especially in VLR. And then it is just absolute insanity, like we were talking about in micro and mini. Just, 2x2 racing, 5 rows back at the drop of the minute the twin sticks come out. So again, very spread out now, but these guys are going to start to throw haymakers exactly like that deep dive on the brakes there from Garzon getting up into P3 on Mauricio Hernandez. But as the time dwindles down to 0, those moves are going to get more and more aggressive, and that'll hold everybody up more and more. So we're not even halfway home yet. Still plenty of action to come here in heat number 2.
Yeah, plenty of action to go. As a little bit of an artistic shot there. Again, dealing with some of our camera problems that we are finagling, and want to thank our production team for taking care of those, as they are really doing the Lord's work here, keeping everything functioning. We got guys running around all over the place, and so we very much appreciate them. But focus back on this battle for P3. As you mentioned earlier, Jackson, Garzón able to get by Hernandez. Colin Lloyd also able to move his way past Gorlero Pizarro up into 5th place. Now that's the kart I'm going to be watching, especially as we see a little bit of a move there from Hernandez. I don't think he's done on the back of Garzón. And if those two start to fight, Colin Lloyd's going to be licking his chops.
I think you look at the way these guys race, even if you have that advantage of single lap pace, even if it's by, call it quarter of a second, it is so hard to make these moves genuinely stick in a vacuum. You need a drafting partner. You need to time your moves out 2-3 corners in advance. This is where 100cc differs from what we see in the GPs, see in the SVs, where these guys need to be thorough, need to work together, need to plan things out. The competition is so close, and because of that, it requires so much more thought. Or I guess in substitute for that, like we often see at the tail ends of these things, requires a little bit more aggression.
Well, we're going to probably see a little bit more of that come to play. Keeping focused on the battle for P3. Hernandez trying to close on in as much as he can. But it just looks like Garzón's got this covered. He's not pulling away necessarily, but he's not worried either. I get the sense Garzón is in a good position here.
Exactly in the spot he wants to be in. Again, this is not necessarily setting the stage for race day on Sunday. Right now, you're just in a spot to, well, one, get yourself in a solid spot for the pre-final, give yourself an opportunity to qualify well for Sunday, but again, maximize your points haul. And for Sebastian Garzón, who was very used to making moves to fight his way forward, he will be thrilled being on this provisional bottom step of the podium for the time being. But this Orsilon team, also based a little bit closer to Miami, very much thrilled with the pace this guy has had. Sebastian Garzón, again, Orsilon we've known very well in the 100cc stuff, as well as running the cadet stuff, both micro and mini. But not really a lot of stuff in the senior stuff, primarily this year. Sebastian Garzón really doing a great job in helping develop this program at the senior level and bring in more guys, bring in more talent. One by one. We're seeing that at a couple of levels as well right now. Colin Lloyd coming in as a top 100cc driver for Velocity Racing in Saudi last year. And a lot of new faces in new places in the past handful of months. Really been the storyline here in this Florida Winter Tour. But can't be said for Mauricio Hernandez. Has been a longtime driver for D2 Motors. And the Costa Rican looking to put that move on the Colombian of Garzón ahead. 90 seconds on the clock.
90 seconds on the clock. Call it about 80, 75 at this point. But yeah, I agree with you there that Hernandez wants to try to make this move. I don't know if he's maybe saving his stuff a little bit, holding his cards close to his chest, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. But as things go, I don't think he's got the pace right now. Although what's interesting is that gap up to Santiago Fernandez has come down to about 1.1 seconds. And I think Garzón's starting to close a little bit here.
We'll have to wait and see. And I think as well, you got to realize these guys only have 2 sets of tires, right? And the knee-jerk reaction is you're going to make that move Sunday morning. So these guys may be saving a little bit of something, if not for the next heat, for the pre-final. They're already in a really good position. They're getting a good batch of points if we threw the checkered right now. So a lot of these guys, at least at the top half of the field, are probably pretty content with where they're at right now, especially because they're not bumper to bumper. I don't think these guys want to chew through their tires to just give themselves that opportunity. So I think that's why we're seeing a little bit of reservation from our top 5. Call it back to Colin Lloyd, maybe Joaquin Pizarro. But we've got some big action further back as well. You got guys like Esteban Hernandez, 9 positions gained for him. Arthur Cordillero, Lorenzo Kaufman up 8. So a lot of guys making moves a little bit further back. But again, as we get to Heat 3, as we get to the pre-final, that kind of pace this early on in the day, could bite them back big time here by Saturday night.
Yeah, it could if you're over pushing the tires a little bit, but we'll have to wait and see. There's the push, speaking of, from Mauricio Hernandez. You saw both him and Sebastian Garzon, leaning forward, willing those carts ahead, that little bit of a push forward. That's twofold. That's minimizing the draft. That's minimizing the aero, the drag coefficient on the cart itself. And that's also kind of a hop, skip, and a jump to try to get the cart moving a little bit more. But Hernandez, I think, is now going to be in full attack mode if he is going to be in attack mode at all and not do what you had said of just kind of wait back and see.
Let's watch the rotation here. I want you guys to focus on that green and white machine of Garzon as he works his way through a little bit of checkups there through. But what I've been noticing, silky smooth rotation through the corners. We'll see guys maybe where the car or the chassis is a little bit too gripped in. You'll see that kind of back and forth motion of the car kind of over gripping a little bit mid-corner. But the guys who are really, really fast right now are really just gliding over. This is going to be a great example. Look at how that back end of the cart just goes around for Garzon. And in a class where this is so little horsepower, where you need to maximize in the corners, that is pivotal right now for a guy like Garzon, and that's how he's worked his way to a purple lap.
Yep, it said it a little bit a while ago. It was a 55.83, the best time. He's only about 500ths of a second off that this time around. He is to the back of Santiago Fernandez. Gap came down to about 0.3 of a second, call it 0.4 of a second on the last lap. He could have a try here down into turn 9 if he wants it. The question's going to be is if he decides to risk it all or if he's going to decide to back off a little bit. He's close enough to think about it. He's close enough to make Santiago Fernandez look behind him at any rate. He's going to have a look. He's going to have a go. There goes Sebastian Garzon down to the inside of Fernandez. Fernandez not done. Tries to be able to make the move into 10 and 11, but Garzon has him covered. All of that, though, is going to be clearly behind your leader of Chase Hand, who moves his way up. He'll take victory here. Going to make it too wide coming across the line. Garzon, Fernandez, Hernandez, and Lloyd.
So again, looking at the way this raced, you saw everyone immediately battling for P2 on back. Santiago Fernandez getting big-time pressure from Mauricio, from Lloyd, from Joaquin Pizarro, and all that did was chop the head clean off the snake. Nobody really interested in working together. But again, this is not the point in the weekend where you're worried about wins. You're just worried about maximizing your points, working yourself into those podium or top 5 positions. That's why we saw that level of aggression from second on back. That's why Chase Hand is your Heat 2 winner.
Exactly. All right, race fans, we're going to take a quick break away from you here. We'll be back with ROK VLR Masters and Super Masters right after this. Welcome back, race fans, to the Orlando Kart Center. Jason Ewers joining me back up in the booth as we get ready for the old guys who still rule and are still cool, ready to take to the track. Always some interesting racing as they get themselves going. Danilo Romalo, Lorenzo Marden, and Paul Elefante in your Masters category. Love to see this. Elefante driving particularly well yesterday, but Romalo putting the pace on the field.
Yeah, interesting enough, though. Mardan was fastest in early warm-ups, so he made the changes to that Techno kart. See if he can do something, get that good start. Remember, Mardan had a little bit of an issue on the start yesterday, so he never had a chance to sit up there and ride that bumper of Romalo to see if he can give Romalo a fight for that lead. So we'll see. New day, new race, new starting position here. You know, Mardan is on the outside and did not fare well for him yesterday. But, yeah, we'd like to thank our sponsor on this class, which is our RPG team, Rollison Performance Group. Again, great to have sponsors. We can't do it without them.
Yep.
There we go. As we look through, yeah, like you said, good run for Elefante yesterday. Again, this is one of those classes where we have two different groups running together simultaneously together. So we have our Masters and Super Masters. And happy to talk to Scott Falcone. I always bring up Falcone because I just know him. He's a great guy and always open with comments. And he loaded his motor up. He said it at the start, and that's why he dropped like a brick yesterday, able to get that thing cleared out and made his way back up to 5th overall, but also got the win yesterday in his class.
Yeah, and that's always important, again, as Jackson was talking about, making sure to rack up those points. So we'll see if he maybe fix that error today. Romalo, though, the one who looked untouchable yesterday, but as you said in that warm-up, Lorenzo Mardan certainly faster. Will that change things around? A little bit of pre-race communication there between your front row, just kind of chatting back and forth, I think, before those visors came down. Nice and slow coming into the twin lines there as they get ready. And we get ready to go.
Falcone loaded his motor up again. Oh, Scott. Oh, boy.
Oh, you see him.
Yeah, his motor died. Oh,
man,
unfortunately.
oh, man.
I mean, that was such a slow start.
It was a
right
slow
there.
start and very, very calculated, but the inside line got off to a just absolutely crackerjack of a start. The inside line, the outside line, a little bit slower there in getting things to go.
Is Falcone back? Did he get
He's
it
back.
running?
He's coming right through now, so he's got a long way to make up.
Well, if anybody can do it, he can do it.
Yep.
9 minutes plus 2, so plenty of time to go, especially if these guys start battling. But Mardan looked to the inside there on Elefante, did not make that stick, thought better. I've noticed something this round over the next round is that coming out of 9, that curbing is kind of going away over there.
Yeah,
It's
it
getting
is.
really chunked out, so that might be something to keep an eye on as we progress through the weekend and the carts go a little wider and wider and wider there to keep that momentum up out of 9. But Elefante here has his hands full with that one Lorenzo Mardan on the Techno cart.
Not really a concern yet to Danilo Romalo, who continues to lead up at the front of the field. Saldita, though, who we saw have an issue yesterday, kind of get knocked off and sent back through the order. He is up in 4th. We'll have to see what he is able to do. Charging their way through the field right now. We keep our eyes on that battle with Paul Elefante and Lorenzo Mardan. Let's see if there's going to be another move here. We saw Mardan try to take that pass going down into there on the last lap. Didn't go for it this time. And there's that area you talked about. One of the few areas that they did not add some runoff to, which I kind of like. I like the fact that they're coming out of what is a traditional, pretty heavy overtaking opportunity. There's a little bit of risk reward on the exit.
Yeah, absolutely. These kinds of keep you pinched down a little bit on that track. Allows a little bit more strategy in passing when you're thinking about going to 9 because you just don't have that real estate to let that cart float out. But Mardan's making that move into 4 here. Had enough with following Elefante there. See what Elefante can fight back on an overrunner. Cannot. See if Paul's going to be able to ride that bumper and help right there. Mardan's like, let's go. Let's do not let Romalo check out.
Yeah, I mean, it's about 0.7 of a second as they cross the line, and that little bit of a battle is probably going to see that gap balloon upwards near of a second. And there you can check behind Saldita, looking behind him. You saw Mario Barrios there. Dida actually holds on to the fast lap of the race, set on the last time of asking at a 57.75. So he's got enough speed. It does look like here at this point, Elefante is close enough to the back of Mardan that he's going to be able to give a little bit of help here. I don't know how much, as I suspect with Mardan having that cart a little bit better set up, he's going to be able to escape off into the distance. But there you see it on your screen. Lorenzo Mardan 1 second up to Danilo Romalo.
Yeah, and you have a little bit more experienced racers here, not necessarily, time-wise in a cart, because there's some kids out there that's got a lot of time in go-karts. But just a little more maturity to what we need to do and a little bit more cognizant mind thinking of what we need to do. And that's why I don't think you're really seeing Elefante trying to dive bomb Mardan here. Maybe realizing that he's a little bit faster. We saw that yesterday once Mardan got around him, Elefante had that big gap. He's like, why push? Conserve his tires a little bit. And we've heard that from other racers today as well. But Romalo's not checking out like we saw yesterday, which is kind of good. That means the other drivers have possibly made the change to those chassis to be able to kind of keep pace with him. But as he did say that, he just did do purple that last lap with a 57.45.
Yeah, but crucially, Mardan did bring it down a little bit. It's 600ths of a second that he brought it down. So we're not talking about leaps and bounds here, but Martin was just infinitesimally faster on that last lap.
Yeah, just a little bit. A lot of time left in this race. All it's going to take is one little mistake by Romalo. It's going to put Martin right on that back bumper. But Martin's definitely faster than Elefante right now. You can see that as he's coming through. Kart seems to just come off the corners a little bit better. To me, that means his car's just a little freer and not getting so stuck with those Levanto tires on those corners.
Yeah, I think that's right. As we watch, this will be a great example of it coming down into the corner. Yeah, you can see that Elefante just looks a little bit more stuck. That rear axle not wanting to slip and slide nearly as much to give him that rotation through the corner. Is just looks a little bit smoother there for the likes of Martin.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we talked about yesterday, two completely different body styles. Elefante's tall, Martin's, more petite, I guess I want to say, more racy, more go-kart friendly. But those RRCs, they've done a great job there at Rocket Racing, getting those karts dialed in. You've seen them up front in almost in every class.
Yeah, they've really, I think, been kind of, I don't want to say dominant, but the leading story in almost every class this weekend. We've seen at least a RRC and RRC up there and competing for those lead positions. So that's always good to be able to check in and follow on. And of course, the flip to that is the Techno Kart that we don't really see a lot of. Doing a great job here for Martin.
Yeah, he went purple that last time. Got into Romalo's lead just a little bit more, which is going to be good. That's got to be very achieving for Martin to be able to feel like he's going to be able to run with Romalo. But he just had some bad luck on round one, had some bad luck at heat one today or yesterday. Really kind of making himself bounce back. Good finish today is what he needs. Got a good finish yesterday. But I just want to see these two battle because I think it's going to be a great fight.
Well, 3 minutes plus 2 laps on the clock, with Martin setting the fastest lap on the last lap. He was about 1/10 of a second faster than Romalo, and he's cut that gap down to under 8/10 of a second. Now, remember, especially with what you were talking about with Martin earlier, how he is a little bit shorter, a little bit more kart-friendly. Got to imagine if he gets that gap under about 1/2 a second, he's going to start to tuck up behind Romalo a little bit more because, as we've said, aerodynamics and draft in these karts do actually play more than you would think at the speeds we're going.
Absolutely, down that straightaway, it's definitely different. It's gonna in the Steele Jackson's thing, DRS distance is coming close for Martin.
Yep.
I think that is now down to almost a 1/2 a second now, and he's went purple with the 57.12 last lap with the 57.23. So a couple tenths faster than Romalo on that last lap. It's going to be probably 3/10 to a little less than 3/10 as we're going across the stripe here in about 1/2 a lap. You can just see how free that Techno Kart is as he's working his way through the carousel. Closed up significantly right there. And I don't think, they're fast, but I think Romalo's just going back to them because you look at Elefante's right there now as well.
Yeah.
Definitely has closed that gap to Romalo as they're working their way through to the stripes here shortly.
It's less than a second from Elefante to Martin. It's 3/4 of a second the last time of asking. So it's come down a little bit more. Let's wait and see as they come across the stripe right now. Yeah, he kept it close, and there is that gap coming down more and more. Lost 0.23 of a second did Romalo. Back to Lorenzo Martin. 1 minute and 2 laps left to go. That's going to be 4 laps to go when they crossed over. It'll be 3 laps this time by, and there it is. There's a look from behind from Danilo Romalo. The first time we've really seen maybe a little bit of worry there from the 718. Just checking behind, saying, okay, where is Lorenzo Martin?
Martin's definitely there. He can smell it. Let me get this to work here. Back up and going. But yeah, he's 3/10. That's what I thought he would be at. And Elefante's got to be happy too. He's like, these two start battling a little bit. That's going to open the door for Paul. But great run going to the start-finish line off of that for Romalo. He's definitely fighting back, bouncing back, noticing that Martin is right there. But this is where Martin is so fast on that Techno Kart is through this midfield section.
Yeah, and to your point, Martin was able to gain about 0.04 of a second on that last lap. let's see here. But yeah, there that gap is. Call it about 4 or 5 kart lengths. It's 3 laps to go at the stripe. It'll be 2 laps this time by. The question here for me is if Lourenço Martin feels comfortable in P2 or if he's going to push it and try to make this move. We're just going to have to wait and find out. It is the Romanian versus the Brazilian up at the front of the field.
Yeah, my guess is he does not like that outside line. I talked to Lorenzo last race in between heats, and yeah, he does not. There's definitely a disadvantage for being out there. So I think if he's going to make a move, he's definitely going to take that opportunity to be able to, get that extra point. Because if not, second, unless we have a DNF or something with Romalo, he's going to start on the outside in the main.
Well, he'll be starting on the outside regardless.
But he needs that first place point.
Yeah, he does. That's a good point. Thought about a move down into turn number 4, not able to get it. Thought about it again into 5, just poking and prodding here. He's had more than a few laps to learn the ways of Danilo Romalo. The question's going to be is if he finds an opportunity to make that attack. Good close in going into the junkyard turn. Not able to quite get it to play. Takes a glance behind him at Paul Elefante to see if there's any movement there from the American. Doesn't see it there as they come through turn 9. Romalo and Martin will be coming to the white flag this time by.
Yeah, Romalo's just running pretty equal laps with Martin. Martin closed in on him pretty quick and then really doesn't have anything to be able to make a move. I'm sure Romalo's going to sit here and be very defensive going into 4. I mean, Elefante's just been cranking off some really fast laps.
Big twitch and a wiggle there from Martin. I thought he was going to have a move. Now he's going to give a little bit of a shot. Looks to the inside at turn 5. Gets it done. Danilo Romalo, and Paul Elefante says, I'd like some of that, please. He's trying to look to the back here of Romalo to see if there's a pass, but it is Martin that leads this race.
Yeah, I'm looking at Elefante. He just said his fastest lap with a 57.16 that last lap.
He got him. A little bit of a bump and run coming down into the junkyard turn, but it looks like here, Martin not done. Everybody fighting tooth and claw here. Romalo, Martin.
Martin got the run out of 9 because he took the normal racing line and not the conservative route and got a great jump going through the horseshoe turn right there as we're going to the start-finish line. But good run for Martin with a win from that second spot, which he needed, but awesome run there. Looking at the field here, Barrios gets the win in class and 5th overall. Looks like Falcone retired himself.
Yeah, I think at that point, don't risk tires, save the stuff for heat number 3 and just kind of go back on it there. I get that move from Falcone.
Yeah. Good run. That was a great battle. I was not expecting it to be as tight, and Paul had that kart set up and he definitely came on strong.
Yeah, I think it's a good building block for Paul Elefante. He'll definitely be able to work from there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And tweak and tune.
Yeah, and it's his name's in the hat for the win, for the fighting for the victory here.
Yeah, it certainly is. All right, we're going to take a quick break away from you. We'll be back as we have our final of heat race number 2. That of heat number 2s, that's going to be ROK VLR Junior coming at you after this.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
One more heat race for your morning, and it is ROK VLR Junior, led by Isaac Malcutt, Nico Orbezo, Santiago Orioli, Emilio Bolianos, and Tristan Murphy, your top 5. And let's throw the top 7 into that as well, as we've got Maxwell Macha and Cameron Johnson in that mix. Jackson Lambros joins me back here in the booth. This is always a big and exciting field, but grand total of 42 karts ready to come at you here for this 9-minute plus 2-lap race.
Group that's always brought us, that's always been the highlight of the entry list, if you will, seemingly our biggest group. Race in, race out, especially for Florida Winter Tour. So big that we had to split up our groups for practice and qualifying. We've got all 40-something rockers, though, out on track. And you look at this star-studded cast out in front, you got your ROK Vegas winner in this very class, Isaac Malcutt. On pole position, Nico Orbezo, who stood on the podium with him, one heat, won yesterday. Santiago Orioli, if you remember, was in that really scary crash, pretty much this exact heat a couple of weeks ago. Very happy to see him back in that Sodi kart up in P2. Emilio Bolanos, who we haven't really talked about too much, has not been able to unravel the pace in that RPG Cosmic just yet, but he's looked very strong firing off from P4. But again, big names as well. Tristan Murphy, Maxwell Macha, Cam Johnson, even you go back, Nico Katowski. We'll have to see what he can do from P10, but a big cast, a big star-studded cast. We're ready to go one more time here on Saturday morning.
ROK VLR Junior, presented by Nash Motorsports, is coming at you as the green flag flies and we go racing. Couple of moves to the inside there, but it's going to be Orbezo trying to fight around the outside. Big contact farther back in the field. They've got 3 karts off to the outside.
One of the Orsolans, the 850, I believe, or no, João Pereira, we'll have to see. But when you've got 40-something hard-charging karts going into turn number 1, that's the stuff that's borderline inevitable. But other than that, we stay clean and green, working our way out of the switchbacks and into the carousel, and it will indeed be Isaac Malcutt getting him there for the first time. Good moves from Emilio Bolanos as well. He's worked up 2 positions and worked into that runner-up spot. Santiago Orioli dropping a position as well. Orbezo immediately trying to put a move on Tristan Murphy. Looks like Orioli trying to go with him, so that'll be 2 down for the Ryan Perry Motorsports driver. And some big shuffles here to get us started. Late look from Orioli. Murphy trying to go around the outside, but can't get there. Now Cole Anderson and Cam Johnson get an opportunity to get in the mix. Everybody still with a shot at victory here, all the way back to that Burrell art of Nico Katowski.
Yeah, it's going to be a long haul here, but Isaac Malcutt up at the front of the field looking particularly good. Let's see if we've got any moves coming back in. Nice little dive down to the inside. That takes it away as we've got more too wide through the rest of the field. Malcutt, Bolanos, Orbezo, Orioli, your top 4. I think it was Cole Anderson that was able to make that move. So that's a good run there for him. We focus a little bit farther back in the field. A little bit of bumping and banging. That's the 874 of Macha moving Anderson off to the side, coming down into turn 6.
Was able to make that move in the carousel, and I think maybe used a little bit of Dale Senior tactics to get that move done. Here's a move potentially for P2. Nico Orbezo trying to cross Bolanos up, not able to make it work there. Great defensive positioning there from Bolanos to try and cover that switchback. Not able to cover this off. Big send to the inside from Orbezo and the Iron Rock kid, getting it up into P2.
Yeah, good move there from Orbezo. Bolanos actually gave a little bit of a signal, hey, let's work together here, and I don't think Nico Orbezo had any intention of doing that. Cole Anderson now into that battle for the podium positions as a result of that 5-heat fight. He's on the back of Emilio Bolanos, and let's see what happens through the rest of the field. A little bit of 2x2 through and farther back, but they're going to sort themselves out as the leaders pick up and come around the carousel.
Another new name a little bit further back, Tyrone Kemper Jr. Making his ROK Cup debut with Orsolan Racing this weekend. Well known in Texas, TSRS champion, ran a couple of rounds in the Midwest for Fat Karting League, as well as a Grand Nationals runner. One of the very big names here in junior racing, finally getting a taste of VLR action. Big trouble. I think that was Bolanos going off one of the RPGs.
Kart just got absolutely crossed up and lost it coming down into turn 12. I'm not sure what happened there to him, but he is off and into the outside.
Oh, wow.
That's the 888 machine as well. We've got multiple Carters off. That's
CS55 machine. I'm not entirely sure what team. I think that might be Bolanos trying to get going again. One of the Sodis involved as well. I don't think that was Nico or Bezo, though.
No.
Oh, it was. Oh, more carnage. Oh, my goodness. One of the Goodwood kart machines. That's the 883. I think Roy Chang getting a piece of it. 818, that might have been Lawrence Perriman. I'm not sure. But just when we thought it got quiet, DJ, it has exploded in carnage here. More trouble.
Oh, and that's definitely a bumper that's a little bit cockeyed there. We're going to check back in on the battle for the lead as we try to figure out exactly what happened farther back in the field. It continues to be Malkit, Orbezo, and Anderson. We're going to wait for everything to shuffle out here as I'm not sure entirely what happened to the rest of the field. Macha holds on to P4, kind of in an island unto himself. Then Tristan Murphy, Nico Katowski, and Cam Johnson. João Pereira, Marco Romero, and Tyrone Kemper Jr. round out your top 10. But yeah, a little bit of side-by-side leading into turn 4 led to some carnage, and then that very, very strange incident there for Bolanos.
I think it was, I don't want to say it too quickly, but we've seen brake failures before, and just how quickly he went off into the grass, you get the feeling that might have been the case. But unfortunately for Dominic Moscoleno, Roy Chang, Ellen Dwyer, Gail Rampazzo, big-time carnage. I think if we're able to get the replay here eventually, it was just one kart going into the wall coming out of turn number 2. And that is what is, or excuse me, yes, turn 4, and that's what's given us the carnage. Very similar to what we've seen sometimes at Long Beach DJ, just one kart going off into the barriers and nobody able to really react in time. We saw that even yesterday in Rock Micro as well. But the big winners there, Cam Johnson, as well, excuse me, Cole Anderson, as well as Maxwell Macha working their way up.
All right, we do have a look at that replay here, so let's take a look back and see what transpired. This is down in there. I think this is just a matter of 3 wide.
Chang sends it way too deep there.
Yep, and then just other carters caught on the outside there. And then you see that bumper getting torn up a little bit more, and that is what happened down into that corner.
So yeah, Roy Chang just getting a little bit over-ambitious there, it looked like, and I believe...
This is the battle right here for P5, as that's the 811 of Murphy, followed by Katowski, Johnson, and Pereira.
Katowski up, I believe, 4 positions to this point. Good stuff from Maxwell Macha as well. He's worked his way up into the top 5 as well. Roller coaster day for him. Had to fight back with a team he's very much used to, but his first year running up in these full-sized karts running in the junior division. That was a good move further back. I think Cameron Johnson trying to send it on the inside just a little bit further back to make a move on the barrel of Nico Katowski. One of the kids out of the Midwest, indeed, fully cleared him there in that Nash Motorsports machine. But just a little bit up ahead, Maxwell Macha continuing to put the pressure here on Tristan Murphy.
Yeah, trying to do it. You can see Murphy there ducking a little bit lower. Johnson in that 810, that very distinctive Nash Motorsports livery, starting to pull away there a little bit more from the likes of Johnson and the rest. So he's going to try to put some pressure on the back of the rest of the field. Let's keep our eye here on Macha, see if he's got anything for Murphy. They're going to come across the stripe. Battle with Orbezo and Anderson, not going anywhere necessarily, but I've got a sneaking suspicion that we're going to see something from Macha down into turn number 4. He loses some time there through 2 and 3. Not quite close enough to be able to make it slide. Thought about having a little bit of a move there, but didn't necessarily go for it. Now, as they bring their way into turn 5 itself, they're going to fan out. It's about a 2-3 kart length gap now in between the likes of Murphy and Johnson, with Murphy and Macha, with Johnson closing in.
Really impressed with the single lap pace that Nash Motorsports machine has gotten, because he's been able to get into that fight almost immediately. And we'll be hoping that those two start to throw haymakers at one another, because that will immediately make things just a little bit easier for the Nash Motorsports driver. But as of right now, we saw how strong Tristan Murphy was, not just at attacking, but defending in round number 1, whether it was in GP or VLR. But he's got a guy who is no stranger of going wheel to wheel for laps on end in the form of Maxwell Macha, 2 of the best young names in the sport going at it here, just a little bit deeper in the field, and a young gun behind him in the form of Cameron Johnson. A little bit further back, I believe Nico Orbezo going at it with Nico Katowski. No, Santiago Orioli going back battling with Nico Katowski. Has not been able to really make things work there's been trouble for the Sodi Kart, the 803. He has hemorrhaged speed big time all the way back to P10 now. So rare mistakes here from Santiago Orioli. We'll have to see what is potentially up with him. But a battle continuing to brew here from P4 on back.
All right, Johnson, I will officially say, has caught the back of this train as now he eyes up the 874 of Maxwell Macha in that Paralin. Let's see if he's got anything. Wider line, Kart breaks away from him a little bit mid-corner through turn 1. That's the battle for P2, Orbezo and Anderson. Now back into the battle for P3. No moves into turn 4, but definitely keeping the pressure on. It was 3 to go at the line. It'll be 2 to go this time by.
Biggest mover, take a bow, João Pereira, who has had a rough weekend so far. 10 positions gained, punched off from P17, has moved his way just behind this battle. You just saw him come into view there in the 830, but P7 for him, and that'll be a good haul of points to try and move his way forward come the pre-final. Running out of time, running out of opportunities here for a lot of these drivers, and we look back at that John Player special livery, Cole Anderson studying the back of that Iron Rock OTK of Nico Orbezo, and then back to this triplet of Karts Murphy, Macha, and Johnson. Twin sticks coming up. Are we finally going to see some moves? A little bit of defense there from Tristan Murphy. Macha trying to send it down low through turns 2 and 3. No movement just yet, but this will be a good opportunity. Murphy knows it. He'll cover down low. Johnson with an opportunity to send it wide and potentially cross him up. He continues. Look at how high he's taking it here through the hairpins. He's trying to exit. He'll use it to get to the side pod of Macha, but he'll have to go the long way around into the carousel. It's just not worked.
No, it certainly hasn't, and Johnson now is going to have to re-rack, restack, and try again. Up front, Malkit continues to lead, looking very, very comfortable up front. Not seeing too much action through the rest of it is Orbezo and Anderson continue to hold instead. Looking at that battle back for P3, it continues to be Murphy, Macha, Johnson. Now João Pereira could be getting involved in this. Little bit of a push and a shove there for Maxwell Macha. Johnson down to the inside.
Is there enough momentum there? Not quite. Macha pushed him offline, but he helped him push to defend now as both of those guys will white line it into turn number 1. This has brought João Pereira into the mix. That Sodi 830 is on the scene, looking to make a move. Here comes Macha with a late look there into turn number 4. Still not able to get there. Tristan Murphy doing everything he can to cover down low and not give that Paralin any opportunity. Macha, Pereira, right there trying to make a move. We'll go through the carousel one last time and into Junkyard. Any late sends. I think Macha tried to maybe make it work, but Malkit has watched an absolute catastrophe of a battle unfold behind. Cole Anderson going through.
Anderson gets the move done, and he is going to be able to be taken back over by Nico Orbezo. Orbezo holds on to that lead. Anderson takes a look down to the inside of turn 12. Willing the kart forward is Orbezo. Malkit takes victory, and coming to the line, it is Orbezo over Anderson by 900ths. Meanwhile, in that battle we were following, Johnson able to get by Macha, but Murphy holds on, or excuse me, Anderson holds on to P3, Murphy P4, Johnson, Macha, Pereira.
Carbon copy of what we saw in the seniors just a couple minutes ago. You had the one fast guy run away with it, and that's because everybody was deciding to scrap it out just a little bit further back. And that is exactly what's led to Isaac Malkit getting his first heat win of the year. But again, far from being out of the woods yet. You've still got some hard chargers behind Nico Orbezo, Cole Anderson, Cam Johnson getting that move at the buzzer. This is going to be the class to watch come Sunday.
Yeah, it certainly is. And speaking of Sunday, we're ready to bring you that action come about 9 o'clock Sunday morning. But in the meantime, we're hungry. And we're going to go grab some food here real quick. It is our lunch break. So we'll take a break away from you here at the Orlando Kart Center. We will be back for more fantastic racing action. That'll all kick up at about 12:05. And we'll be back with you then. On behalf of Jackson Lambros and Jason Ewers, my name is DJ Clark. We'll see you back in about an hour. Race fans, welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center as we get ready for Heat 3 of Round 2 of the Florida Winter Tour. Starting things off as we have done in the previous rounds with our shifters. Again, this is going to be the KV shifters and the Masters and Super Masters. Jason Ewers alongside myself, DJ Clark, up here in the booth. We saw an interesting battle in this last heat between Vaughn Beasley, Dominic Karai, Paulie Kart. Trying to see how the three of them kind of sorted themselves out. Don't count Blake Horseman out of that as well. This is going to be interesting to see what plays out here in heat number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be interesting to see what kind of changes Beasley made, because he was able to sit there and compete with Karai on round 1 or heat 1 yesterday, and today I don't know what they made changes to that cart, but definitely kind of missed the setup and caused them to lose a couple kind of positions there. So we'll see what happens, and back in the pack a little bit more. You got the Super Masters and Masters, and your Masters right now, it's kind of dominating is Cole Matthewson right there in that 533 of that Rocket racing ship, and probably the appropriate name for that shifter car as a Rocket, because he is flying in that thing. And we had a chance to talk to him. Me and Jackson went over to RRC and talked to him a little bit about it, and it's interesting to see how, he's on that ROK package, and it's down about 5 horsepower, but their lap times are pretty consistent with the KZ guys. So very interesting to see there. Actually, he was still concerned about, as you can see, they're doing a little bit 2 different starts here, so they're going to delay the start even a little bit more for the Masters guys because of that concern of catching some of the back markers on that KZ class.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that there is fair and even competition across the board. We'll keep an eye on Matthewson and Barnes, the real fighters out of race 1, but here we go. As that's not a great start there from the front row, but it looks like Karai was able to at least fight his way forward. Beasley going to try to do the same. Meanwhile, farther back in the order, Skitchy Barnes trying to get to the inside of Matthewson. That's not going to play out.
We did get on the inside.
Yeah, he did. There they go. Is now across the timing line. We do see the rest of them, and there's going to be a good fight there. Bonvin and Von Tock starting to fight up in this Masters and Super Masters class.
Yeah, it was interesting talking to Cole. He's like, I shift 97 times in a lap. He goes, he goes, my arm is so tired.
I bet
from shifting, and he's that's driving this track basically with one arm. And it's crazy. And they're doing a no-lift shift. I didn't know that they were able to do a no-lift shift on these as they're going down the back straight. So normally the shifties in lower gears, you got to take your foot off the gas, shift it, and put the foot back on the gas. He goes 4th, 5th, and 6th in these. You can just go and just pull. They got to really pull the lever. So it's interesting to see. So keep an eye on that as they're going down the straightaway. It's just the faster way to get the cart around the track. But as we're getting really racy right there, someone got someone across their nose because their front fairing is a little bit all sideways.
Yeah, things are relatively status quo from what we saw. Beasley, Karai, Horseman, Hart, Alves up in that KV class. Then Matthewson, Barnes, and the rest. We go down for the first time this afternoon to our man on the ground, Jackson Lambros.
Yep, good afternoon, gentlemen. And the main story, as it's been pretty much this entire weekend out in KZ, it's been Dominic Karai, the Carmel, Indiana native, relatively new to karting here. Is Karai looking to make a move to the inside? I'm barely able to see that move stick on the far end in turn 10. This is going to be a great battle, but Karai just trying to do anything he can in just his 3rd year of karting. But you gentlemen know the deal. For me, going to be roaming around the scales if I've got any updates, any interviews, any interesting facts, or if I just plain feel like bugging you guys, you'll hear from me.
That's our man on the ground, Jackson Lambros. As you heard him say there, Dominic Karai able to get that run over Blake Horseman. Beasley holding back in 3rd place. A little bit surprised. Here comes Horseman looking around the outside. That opens up the door for Beasley. Not able to get through it, though, is Vaughn. He's going to have to fight his way back forward as Dominic Karai holds on to the lead. But this is a 3-cart race up at the front of the field.
Yeah, surprising here. I mean, the 2 carts that really weren't battling Karai at all on race number 2 here, right there pressuring Karai significantly throughout that center section of the track. And Beasley obviously got his cart working, a little bump and run right there coming out of 9, going to 10, 11, and 12. But, yeah, I really like that livery of Beasley. Like, I like it. It looks very
sports carish. Yeah, it really does. I think that's the best way to describe it. It definitely has that kind of vibe to it with the lettering and the way that it is on the cart. Got to give credit here. Paulie Hart, João Alves not too far behind. Good battle farther back between Skitchy Barnes and Morn Von Tock. Looks through Matthias Bonvin also into that. That's back in that Masters and Super Masters class. Cole Matthewson checked out up at the front of the field. But Karai right now starting to pull a little bit of a gap over Blake Horseman as Vaughn Beasley tries to be able to close in on Horseman and maybe get his way forward. It's that little bit of action farther back, though, as that was Paulie Hart and João Alves. Alves looking very racy on the back here of Paulie Hart. Takes a look down to the inside of turn 9, and that is Hart getting back on João Alves. They've traded positions multiple times this lap, and the 416 of Hart back up into P4.
Yeah, good way to battle yourself back through there. Kind of got taken by surprise going through Junkyard Turn. I don't think he was thinking that Hart was going to be there, and Hart made the pass, made it stick, and then none said the less as Alves says, nope, I'm going to get it back, and that's kind of how we're running right now. But definitely a close battle between those two as they're working their way through 4.
Comes Alves down to the inside. Gets it done.
Just was able to put the power down a little earlier, get that cart to launch off of turn 4 to get that inside line going into 5 as Alves kind of had to swing a little wide there. But right there, Karai's got his cart all dialed in, ready to go, and looks like we got a little potential pass here by Beasley as we're going into 9. Made it stick, a little over, under, no thank you, says Horseman. I'll take it back.
Yeah, and I think part of that was the 425 of Beasley just looked like it was all over the place into that braking zone, almost locking up the tires a little bit as it just kind of skittered and scampered down into that braking zone. That's now allowed for João Alves to kind of close this gap a little bit more. He's dropped Paulie Hart, who now finds himself about 9/10 of a second behind Alves. So let's see. This could very well be a 3-cart fight for the podium, and if they start fighting it out a little bit more, Paulie Hart could get right involved in this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to see. We didn't have a lot of battling with the KZs, on round 1. So it's good to see these guys all dialing their carts in, being a little more racy out there, more competitive with each other. So it's really good to see that as we're going through. But right now, Karai is just in complete command with that, almost 2-second lead over Horseman.
Yeah, I mean, Karai just looks like he's in his own zip code. 1.7 seconds the gap right now. Ooh, sneaky move there from João Alves down to the inside of Vaughn Beasley, trying to muscle the 425 VTM racing machine out of the way. Not going to work there as the D2 Motors cart of João Alves now is going to try to find another way by. Big chunk of curb there taken for Vaughn Beasley. And now it looks like Beasley's got the shoe on the other foot. He's starting to close in on the back of Horseman.
Yeah, right there's a good pass going to 5, and then also that's allowing Hart to kind of join this group. So it's going to be a 4-cart battle.
Yeah, and that's what we said it might be. A little bit of a shot there to the back for Alves. Is that enough to push Beasley on forward? Let's take a look as they come out of the corner down into the braking zone for turn 9.
Horseman still has the second spot.
Yeah, still the 425 of Beasley there, but he's now under pressure from João Alves. Alves looking for that opportunity to try to get on by once again. Doesn't get it through turn 12. 2 minutes and 44 seconds plus 2 laps left on the clock, so there is still plenty of time to be scrapping here.
Yeah, I was sitting there looking at round 1 results, and Karai's really lap times are not far off from Morgado's. Like, he's fast. So maybe he took some more information from Morgado, his setup, and now he's just got that cart just dialed in as he is, now, 4-second lead. Doesn't help that those guys are battling either, but definitely a complete command, like you said.
Yeah, maybe his area code at this point. Looks like there again that Alves able to get by Beasley, and now Beasley about to get a train sent on him as Paulie Hart tries to go around the outside. That's not going to work out. Beasley falls back to 4th place position, and all that's allowed for Blake Horseman to get a little bit of breathing room over the likes of João Alves, but Alves in that D2 Motors machine trying to close on in a little bit more. By the way, just to give you an update, Matthewson, Von Tock, Bonvin, Barnes, they're really pretty separated out back in that Masters and Super Masters category. This is the closest battle on the track.
Absolutely. You can kind of catch down the straightaway. You'll see Cole kind of come into the picture a little bit there. So as right there, as he's going to the 4, those guys are going to the 5. So he's catching them. We'll see if there's enough time left with 1:30 plus the 2 laps. Probably not, but your fast laps right now is a 52.1 by Morn, who's Super Master. Cole's on a 53.36, but probably not pushing. Doesn't need to. No one's pushing him. Just being very consistent. And then, Dominic Karai is on a 52.42. So, those KZ carts are lighter, more horsepower. The ROK guys are heavier and less horsepower, but the lap times are not that different between the two. And talking to Cole, he's like, yeah, these motors just have mid-range for days, and this track is limited.
There you go. All right, check it back on the battle for what is now P3. Down to the inside goes Vaughn Beasley in the 425 machine. Nice little move. His Horseman kind of left the door open going into turn 2. Now it's Beasley's turn to leave the door open. Horseman tried to be able to send that up through. Now Paulie Hart taking a look at the back of the 424 Maranello car.
Yeah, looked like Horseman possibly got in a little hot and ended up sliding up on that. Or was that Alves that got in a little hot?
No, it's Horseman and Hart that we're watching right now.
And just kind of got the cart to wash itself up, got in those marbles, and just lost the position.
Yeah, it does look like there. The Horseman gets a great jump off of turn 9. That's going to buy him some breathing room over Paulie Hart, seeing them separate out a little bit more as they come to the line. 3 to go for our drivers.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many moving parts on a shifter that at any point in time you miss one shift and that's a half a second.
Yep.
So, anything can happen. Unlike the single speeds, where you've got to be really consistent in your driving and making sure you drive that cart. You got the shifting equation in this as well that always brings in game plan for you. Make sure you hit those shifts. Because you miss them, especially if you're being pressured. Like, I got to hit my shifts. Sometimes you just don't hit it. And that's what happens. Sometimes you see a cart just kind of look like something wrong with it.
All right, breaking out into 2 couplets here. João Alves leads the way in P2, followed by Vaughn Beasley. Behind them, Horseman and Hart. That gap's probably over 2 seconds at this point. There or thereabouts. It's at least 20 cart lengths. They're going to cross over the stripe, get the twin sticks marker here. Karai holds on to a lead of about 5.2 seconds, and 2-second gap is about right between Beasley and Horseman. So it is truly 2 couplets up at the front, or the middle of this KZ shifter class. Alves and Beasley, Horseman and Hart with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, it was a great battle there midway through the race. It was fun to see these guys dice and trade paint. But now they've all kind of settled their way back in, understand, hey, we've got another heat race and a pre-final today. No, one more heat race, pre-final today.
Yeah, this is the final heat.
Yeah, and still longer race, pre-final, same tires, carts get a little more difficult to handle, a little more work to put into them. So we'll see what they can do. Save your tires as much as you can. Obviously, these guys aren't being pressured by anybody, so just run consistent, don't make a mistake, and kind of finish here with 1 to go at the stripes.
Now, Dominic Karai, no question, used the same tires, focusing on that final, the pre-final later today. If you're maybe a Vaughn Beasley, a Blake Horseman who could be looking at a 3rd or a 4th place position, do you risk running new Levantos in the pre-final and try to get your way a little more forward?
Not at all. Okay. Not when you only have 5 minutes. Because you're going to be out there shifting these tires. I like where you're going.
Yes. Thinking about alternate strategies for our viewers.
Dude, did Morn close in on?
He did. Morn got past Bonvin. He's closing in on Matthewson. That's down to 0.3 of a second.
Wow. Because he had like a 1.6 second. I mean, Morn just did a 52.97. 0.3 faster than what Matthewson is. But, like I said, Morn got to eat my own words now. So he's better in the morning than he is in the afternoon. But he's definitely making me a liar out of that one. But right there is your Morn finishing first in class. What is that, 7th overall, 2nd out of the Masters guys?
Yeah, just finished 0.2 of a second off of Cole Matthewson. Looks like that Supermasters cart, the 68 of Van Tak, the South African, could come in a little bit later on. He may have a cart that just favors the later parts of the race. That's going to be something we're going to have to keep an eye on later today.
Yeah, a little surprised on what's going on with Barnes. Like, it was such a battle with Matthewson in round 1 that, right now Skitchy's not even really being a contender.
No, I mean, finishing a full, 13 seconds off of Matthewson? That's not a small margin.
And I mean, he's 0.6 off, almost a full second off of Morin's fast lap. So concerns probably there for that Maranello driver, Skitchy Barnes. Like, is it a power plant issue? Is it just missing the setup on the cart? I'm sure they'll get it figured out.
Well, he's got a little bit to fall back on. Horseman and Hart also in that Maranello kart, so they could have a little bit of conversation, maybe about setup. Obviously, running in different categories there, the KVs versus just the Masters and Super Masters, but we'll have to see what breaks down there for that. I'd be very interested to see if he's able to fight his way back forward. All right, we are race ready. We are piling right on through as we get ready to go for ROK SV Senior. One of our bigger classes here, 9 minutes plus 2 laps up on the clock, and it is the question of the day here. Alan Isambard, who can catch him? That is going to be my big question here. He has looked unstoppable.
Yeah. I mean, they've got those OTK chassis, as one of the Norrises, just cranking.
As we get ready for SV Senior.
It was interesting. So, you know, we spent some time because we wanted to talk to George Martin, talk to Alan, talk to Colt quite a bit, talk to his dad, and, talk to Elefante. But the energy in that Rocket Racing tent, like, is just amazing right now. Like, they've got the momentum going. You know, they're like, last year they had a bunch of new kids who really never raced, and now seeing the maturity of those kids being coached by Cole and by Paul and all that kind of stuff. Cole's not running a full season. He's running all the ROK. He's running some of other races this year, but still a dad.
Yep.
So he's got to spend that time at home. But yeah, it's been fun to kind of watch Rocket Racing step their game up and put the time in. I guess they run down at Homestead constantly, so that's their home track. They're out of Miami, and they're racing there every other weekend. And when they're not racing, they're practicing and testing.
That's the way to do it. All right, let's see if that rocket power can keep us up ahead as Rocket Racing. Alan Isambard leads the field around to green. Cade McQueen going to try to fight around the outside. The Nash Motorsports drivers get a little shuffled out of the way. I'm not sure if that was Nash or Venegas or Rodriguez, rather, that got pushed back. I think Nash has been able to hold on to P3. Rodriguez falling down through the order, but we are through turn 4 nice and cleanly on lap 1.
Yeah, nice clean start there. Not the best start for McQueen. He got kind of shuffled way
I think he's down
back. Fourth or fifth? No, he's fifth.
Yeah, he definitely just did not have the best run there, and that's what we can see happen coming through turn 1, starting on the outside.
He just got pushed out, and it's a double right, so if you don't get down low, you're hung out to dry twice going into that. So, and then you have turn 4 to deal with after that. But yeah, Isambard in typical Isambard fashion here.
Yeah, and Davin Roberts, I believe, running P2 right now. Davin's really been impressive here. He is a newcomer into the series, at least since I've been calling it this year, and not really seen much of him, but he has impressed. Now, I will say in the heat this morning, in heat number 2, did lose a little bit of pace as the race went along, so I'm going to be keeping my eye on Davin. But right now, it stands as Isambard, Rodriguez, Venegas as they go on through, as it looks like we've got a replay to pull up here. Big moments coming through turn 3.
Yeah, no room there. A little cart go off. Ooh. I think a cart got hit that curbing and got pushed outside, which ended up pushing that. What was that, the 330, 320?
I think that's the 320. Yeah, it's Dante Rodriguez.
Yeah,
he runs around. Yeah, he's running in last right now, and that's really bad. He lost 6 positions. Have another incident farther back. That's in turn number 9. No changes up at the front of the field. The closest battle here is Caden McQueen's been able to work his way by Edgar Rodriguez. That will be for P4 as now McQueen tries to close down on Sebastian Venegas in that RRC up ahead of him.
Yeah, right there. We got a nice little gap by Isambard back to Roberts. Roberts got a little bit of breathing room over a second to Venegas, and that's where your battle really is for that third and final step of the podium.
Yeah, as it looks like Isambard's just starting to stretch away a little bit more. I think you're right, that final position really where it is. Venegas, McQueen, Rodriguez, and of course don't count out like Nash from that. And 2 names that were in a very good battle earlier in the day. That's Chase Gassiet-Lee and Gabriel Nitre. They're going to see if they can insert themselves into this competition as well.
Yeah, massive corner. Was that Venegas is really pushing all the limits of that chassis, hitting all the curbs. He's trying to do whatever he can to maximize the speed of that cart as he's going through that back and forth section there, going
Right, that's Rodriguez. Now leading the pack here, Venegas. Ooh, a little bit of a move there on Caden McQueen from Edgar Rodriguez, but not quite close enough to be able to get it to play. Let's see if they get anything as they fly down now into turn 6, spacing out a little bit more. I think that move from Rodriguez may have drawn his teammate, Blake Nash, in the 364 a little bit closer.
Definitely looks like it. There's a little duo back there, like closing in. You know, the universal hand sign, let's go.
Yep.
And Blake, I was expecting a little more from him. We mentioned that on race number 2, kind of bad qualifying spot for him. Back in, working his way back through, probably just being conservative, making sure we've got a yellow flag flying.
That looks like it's clear now at this point. Yeah, just being unfurled there.
Oh, we got a Kart, slow Kart there.
Oh, yep, there it is. That is the 375. That's Nicholas Eugenin.
He got the blue flag to move over to let the leaders by. So I think he was involved in one of those incidents at the beginning. So I'm shocked that they would already catch slower traffic at that point.
Yeah, we normally don't see that blue flag being displayed until we really get to the final, where we obviously up the time frame. It goes from a 9-minute heat race to an 11-minute race. So I think we're running 15, 15 or so.
Yeah. We've got some fast karts. I think 4 and 5. If you're looking there, those are the fastest karts on the track right now.
It is 14 minutes plus 2. I just was able to look at that. Keeping our eyes focused here. That's that battle back for 4th on back. Caden McQueen, Edgar Rodriguez, Blake Nash, and Chase Gassiet-Lee. They're dropping Gabriel Nitre just a little bit. Alternate lines there for Gassiet-Lee in the back. Keep your eye on that Bennick driver. He could make some hay here if we see a little bit of a fight take place with the teammates in front of him or from that velocity kart of Caden McQueen.
Yeah, like we mentioned last time with Chase, that Bennick is new to the big karts. So, and I think we interviewed Chase and he said the same, just kind of learning the kart, trying to figure it out, trying to figure out what it likes. And, they seem to be making little micro changes to it, and it's working. And he's definitely up there in a name that we've been talking about. So, within pouncing distance here on, who's behind him? Blake Nash. So, Nash better get a move on or he's going to find himself back down a position.
Yeah, he's got to be a little bit careful, and that really starting to accordion up, that little grouping. And Gassiet-Lee's the closest out of anybody. I mean, he is putting pressure to the back here of Nash, unlike anybody really in the rest of this field. Narrower exit there out of turn 2 for Gassiet-Lee. Not able to carry as much momentum as I think he would want to. And yeah, that's going to keep him at bay coming down into turn 5. So no real moves there, but under braking, it does look like that Bennick may just have a little bit of an edge over the Nash Motorsports machine.
Yeah, and I'm watching that gap that Venegas had over McQueen. That seems to be shrinking as well. McQueen seemed to get his kart underneath him a little bit more here and to step that gap up on Rodriguez. McQueen's definitely one of the faster karts on the track. Yeah, with a 24.257 that last lap. But your pole sitter, Isambard, went purple with a 24.205.
Yeah, just doing a great job here as we throw down to Jackson Lambros. Jackson, what you got for us?
I've got 2 karts in the scales, and that was indeed engine problems for Nicholas Eugenin. Brian Garcia, the first to come in for SLA karting. I think it was contact on top of that motor for both of those gentlemen. So that'll be our first 2 retirements of the weekend, actually, in SV Senior. But a little bit more on Davin Roberts here. He is very much new to 125cc racing. It's his first ever weekend running in the senior division. Has been racing junior, mostly 100cc across a handful of different manufacturers for the past couple of years, but has been taken to this senior division like a boat to water.
All right, great information there. So that is a new drive here for Davin Roberts, who we follow on your screen right now, trying to close down on Isambard. But we've got a battle for P3 as Sebastian Venegas and that RRC under pressure here from the velocity machine of Caden McQueen.
Hey, Jackson, if you got me, what chassis is Roberts racing?
Great question. I'm going to assume because they're running out of Nash's tent this weekend, again, running Ryan Perry Motorsports with both Tristan Murphy and Davin working out of that tent. I'm going to assume OTK. If anyone at RPM can correct me, that'd be phenomenal. But I'm going to guess OTK. Which sub-brand? I'm not entirely sure. I can guarantee to you it's a P1 motor, though.
All right, great information as always from Jackson Lambros. Oh, as we've got another card off, that's the 333 of Gabriel Nitre. And looks like we've got another one off there as well.
Yeah, that was interesting. I'm not sure, did they collect each other?
That's the 316. That's Charlie Fonseca and Rollison.
Which has been odd because, Fonseca's a name that we talk about quite a bit being up front. And struggling a little bit with this SV package this weekend for those guys, but working their way through with probably 3 to go at the line.
Yeah, I think there or thereabouts. Battle's still on for P3, as it does look like, I think Caden's been able to get the move done on Sebastian Venegas. Now we follow back in that battle for P6, Blake Nash and Chase Gassiet-Lee. Yes, that is the 342 of Caden McQueen up onto the podium. So McQueen able to get by Venegas. But Venegas doing everything he can do to keep that battle nice and close, and Edgar Rodriguez looking on as well. I think Nash has got to be looking more behind than he is in front as Gassiet-Lee continues to pile on the pressure.
Yeah, and, Isambard has just been in complete control here. But you can see Caden McQueen, a 54.046, fastest card on the track. Roberts is responding right there. McQueen's moved up to the 3rd spot, but not enough. I don't think there's enough time for him to catch Roberts. But Roberts is throwing down some very fast lap times himself.
Yeah, I think he is as well. There is a lot of pressure being applied. Here comes Rodriguez, really trying to push as much as possible. A little bit of slip and sliding through there, as here comes a little bit of a play, the 346 there of Rodriguez on the back of Venegas. Venegas looks like he's losing time. I think that Kart maybe not set up as well as he would like. He's having to check behind. Nash looking on the outside. Rodriguez down to the inside, and is it going to be a 1-2 move for Nash Motorsports? No, it's not, as that's going to be Blake Nash losing a little bit of ground. Chase Gassiet-Lee able to get by him, and Rodriguez very worried about it, as Venegas is still able to hold on to the position, and now here comes Chase Gassiet-Lee, who's moved up into 5th, or 6th.
Yeah, close battle there. Very defensive lines right now for Venegas.
Excuse me, Nash is up into 5th, Rodriguez down to 7th. Identical cards there. You can understand our confusion as we are on the last lap, and Nash not done. He wants Venegas.
Yeah, Venegas is struggling a little bit right now. The kart just seems a little stuck to the track. Probably went up with a little too high air pressures. But yeah, he's got a slew of Nash karts right behind him with a Binnick between.
Hold on. That's Nash carrying a little bit more speed to the outside, watching it around right now. Here comes the moves. 1-2, 1-2. Nash can't get it done. Gassiet-Lee can't get it done, but Nash could have it on the fight back. No, Venegas cuts him off. Gassiet-Lee, though, able to make it work into 10, making Rodriguez jump to the outside.
Good run by Nash out of 10, or out of 11. 12, 11, 12. Into the straightaway there. Yeah, good race right there. That 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Davin was checked out. Isambard, was in California right now.
Yeah,
Caden 3rd, Venegas 4th. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. Like, lap times, everyone's so consistent on lap times. Just battling allows that top duo to kind of just check out on everybody else. But if they can all manage to work together, we're going to see a great pre-final.
I think you're right about that. I mean, the question is going to be who can catch Isambard, but the fact that Venegas, I think, fell a little bit later on in the running. Nash was able to catch up to him. It looked like Nash and Gassiet-Lee had their karts to come to him a little bit later on in the race, so maybe that's going to give them a little bit more of an indication. And remember, add a couple of minutes here to the next round, so that could favor the likes of Gassiet-Lee and Nash.
Yeah, I'm just sitting there looking at the lap times. Like the top 15, all karts that finished were within 0.8 of a second of each other. Like lap times. So that's pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what you want to see here. We are going to have a couple of karts that are coming back on the rollback, so it will take us a minute to be able to do that. Going to jump to a quick break. We'll take away from it. When we come back, it's ROK GP Junior, heat number 3.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
So it's not every weekend you get to share a paddock with a Red Bull Junior driver, but we happen to have one right here. Josh Bergman, a phenomenal moves across the whole weekend to get yourself in P2 in one of the classes. What's it going to take for you to get victory here in Junior?
Just hopefully to have a good position and quality, bank every single heat in the top 3 to score a good starting place in the pre-final, and never lose my cool, always stay calm heading into all the races, and heading into the final we're just gonna try and play smart. And one wise person once said, never be the fastest, always be the smartest.
You can tell this kid is media trained, right? Let's talk about this as well. Really great camaraderie. I'm seeing handshakes at the scales after every single heat between you and the Nikos, Katowski and Orbezo. What's it been like battling with both of them on track for the podium?
So far it's been very good to learn and gain from what we've learned on the past weekends, and mainly I'm just very happy that we're all respecting each other while we race each other. So yeah.
Great stuff. Best of luck to you this weekend, Josh.
Thank you.
Back live from the Orlando Kart Center, that was Josh Bergman. Obviously the big headline, he is a Red Bull Racing driver working his way up and on through, but he's got his work cut out for him here as we've got the likes of Jordan Martin, Tristan Murphy, Nico Katowski, and Nico Orbezo, and Ashley Pavon. But he's got to fight his way through. Not the best qualifying position to qualify in 6th place. Some penalties issued in the last ROK GP Junior round here, Jason. That's going to be a little bit of a hindrance, I think, to the point calculations.
Yeah, we had several avoidable contact issues there, and it's up to the race director's discussion and our corner workers and our track officials out there to determine what went wrong. But these kids are battling hard and they're going after each other, and you're going to make contact. Now, how much is avoidable? That's the determination. But right now, who we got to watch out for is Santillan, who was up 11 spots, finished just off the top step that second race as we're going green here.
Yep, there it is. Big move around the outside for Tristan Murphy. Contact in the center, and that's the 254. Spun
Pavon.
around. That's Pavon, one of the drivers we said to look for. But look at this. Tristan Murphy not waiting around, already getting the move on Jordan Martin.
Yeah, and keep an eye on the 271 of Santillan. Let's see if he can kind of redo what he did in heat race number 2 and work his way up to the top step.
And that is making some moves here early on. Nico Orbezo for Iron Rock Motorsports trying to fight his way back up into the top 5. He's currently side-by-side 5th there, going down into turn number 9. He's got to watch out from behind because there's definitely a little bit of action. Katowski's been able to move his way up into P2 over Tristan Murphy. Murphy now runs 3rd. We're going to get that reset as they cross over the start-finish stripe here with only a minute gone. Again, this is another 9-minute plus 1 lap race, so it stands at Murphy, Katowski, Martin, Bergman up 2 positions, then Orbezo and Savage up 3. Santillan only up 2.
Yeah, give it time. Yeah, it's we were talking to we got a replay here, right? Let's go to the replay and see what happened.
So this is off the start here. A little bit of movement in the center.
Massive curb. Actually hits the Tech Pro barrier. There's just so much checking up and being pushed from behind, and that's just a racing incident right there. Sad for Pavon that happened, but hey, get what you can out of it and keep cranking along. ROK here as we're looking at this. See what Murphy.
That's Murphy and Bergman.
No, it's Martin.
Martin, sorry.
Yeah, that's Jordan.
I'm going to do that all day long.
Fearless.
between Murphy and Martin.
Fearless is what everyone was telling me under the. She's fearless. And you can watch that as she's cranking through here. She probably wants to get up on the back of Katowski right now and try to get that position back that she lost and knocked her out of the second heat.
Yeah, I think she'd like that as well, and she's got a good run to be able to try to do it, but Katowski right now holding her at bay, and I've got to say she's got to be looking a little bit more behind her at Josh Bergman rather than Jordan Martin, or rather than up ahead at Nico Katowski, as it does look like Bergman's starting to put pressure, but as they continue to, I don't want to say scrap, but just kind of keep an eye on each other, this is allowing for Nico Orbezo to really start to close in a little bit more. He's looking particularly good. The Iron Rock Motorsport driver, that right there was the, I think, the 219, that was Luca Bertagna that getting involved in a little bit of how you doing.
Yeah, so look at there. All of a sudden, you got Centillions up to 8. Fastest lap before Katowski just went purple was Pavon, who's already up after that little issue from the start. So it would have been nice to see what would have happened if he would have been able to stay up there with the other guys and be able to crank off those fast lap times. But right now, your closest battle on the track is still right there between Martin and Bergman. Bergman is definitely not letting her escape at all. And she's not looking like she's doing much to be able to reel in Katowski, but it's hard to reel somebody in when she's going purple.
Right. I mean, they keep going that fast. It's very, very difficult to do. A little bit of an adjustment there for Bergman. Now, is that going to be a change in the air intake? What's he doing there in these karts?
Just messing with the needles a little bit on them, being able to, like, either he wants to lean that motor down to get a little bit more top end, or he needs to richen the bottom up. You can tell if the cart hesitates a little bit coming out of corners, or it's just not getting your temperature up where you need it to go, then you can actually tweak the needles and dial your motor in.
So even in karting, you're doing stuff with the wheel. It's not just in the upper echelons where you've got to be managing regeneration and that kind of thing. You've got to be doing that even down in the karting leagues. But just as promised, here comes Nico Orbezo into the party. The Iron Rock Motorsports driver onto the back here of Josh Bergman for MPG Motorsports.
Yeah, Mom and Pop's Garage. They just moved. I think they're down in Carolina. They were up in Whiteland, Indiana. So I think they did a good job. And I don't blame them. Our winner is brutal this year. I want to go with him as well. See, all over the back right there.
Oh, he got by him already.
Yep.
Yeah, Orbezo already able to make the move. That was going down into the junkyard turn. Alexander Savage in that U-Race kart behind them. So now here comes Orbezo. We're going to have to see if he's going to be able to put some pressure in the back of Jordan Martin.
Tristan Murphy just up top with the, no, now Katowski just goes purple with a 54.97. The only driver in the 54s.
All right. So this very good time as we go down to Jackson Lambros with an update.
Couple of quick tidbits for you here. Definitely some positives for Nico Katowski after that opening heat, feeling a lot more confident after having a little bit of motor issues. But for Nico Orbezo, talking to him after his first win, it somehow took that long for him to get his first heat win of the weekend after unfortunately, a round one to forget. I asked him how it felt, and he was like, dude, it just feels good to finally knock that off and just be able to put that worry aside, because the confidence for him truly has been there, especially in GP. He just has lacked that opportunity to fully unravel the pace of that Iron Rock OTK, and DJ right here could be a phenomenal opportunity to do just that.
Yeah, that certainly could be the opportunity, but we've got to keep our eyes here on the front of the field, not on Orbezo at the moment. We'll check back on him because this is Murphy v. Katowski right now. That gap is under half a second, and Tristan and Nico look like they're set and ready to do battle.
Yeah, Nico's definitely reeling in Tristan. What was he, 2/10 faster, almost 2/10 faster that last lap. So just a matter of time with 3 minutes to go, a little less than 3 minutes plus the 2 laps. I mean, see the gap just close physically down that backstretch as they're going and working their way into turn 10 here, where Nico's been really fast all weekend, and also in round 1, where he put that kart in places I didn't think he could put go-karts.
Yeah, and you really see there through turns 10 and 11, just the looseness of the rear axle for Nico Katowski. And I mean that in the best possible way, that he is just able to chuck that kart into the corner, get the rear tires to break free in just the way he wants it to. narrow line. Thought about making a move there to in the inside of Tristan. I don't think that was a real move. I think that was just a, hey, how you doing? I'm here.
Yeah, he set that up early, and I think he's like, well, I'm here. I'm going to see how deep I can go. And it might be a test to see next lap. Is he going to be close enough to be able to make that stick? And also what that's going to do is that going to make Murphy go, okay, I got to defend this down here. Take the slower line. And then Katowski, we saw him do that on race number 2, where he took the higher line, kept his momentum, and was able to make that pass going number 5.
I remember a while back having a conversation with James Hinchcliffe, watching his first victory down in Brazil, and talking through the race-winning pass that he set up 3 laps before.
Sure.
And that's a lot of what these drivers do, that they set up those moves 3, 4, 5 laps previously, getting things together. That's the way you've got to attack here in any form of motorsport. Katowski, yep, there it is. Defensive line from Murphy. Did exactly what you said there, Jason.
It's exactly what I would have done. I mean, kind of stick your nose in there, play that little mind game with him, and then think I'm going to go take that line again, but not. But didn't really make any difference right there. Still the gap's the same. Nico definitely has a faster kart right now. It's just a matter of time if he's going to be able to get by Tristan and win.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. Doesn't quite have it here. Call that gap about 2 kart lengths. Going to close down to 1 under braking. Going to close down to less than 1 under braking into turn 9. Glance behind for Murphy. He knows he's there. On a scene now for Katowski if he's able to carry some more speed coming through turn 12. The flick of turn 13, that's not a turn, but we still call it turn 13. As they go down, wider line here for Katowski. This could be the moment to make the attack. Here he goes, out of turn 3, wide line again. Defensive line there for Murphy. Katowski looks for the over-under. Well defended from Murphy. He's going to keep him at bay for now.
Just making it work. Such hard areas to make passes stick, but just trying some things. Obviously just faster than Murphy right now. Kind of frustrating a little bit. He's just got to be smart and finish a race and make sure he's not getting.
Well, I think one of the frustrating things here is there is a little bit of tape coming off of that radiator for Nico Katowski. Is it looks like he is stronger through the first half of the lap, and it looks like Murphy just knows how to defend it going down into that point.
Murphy's doing a great job, and he's not.
Oh, there's a move. Sorry to cut you off, Jason.
No,
I thought
fine.
Katowski was going to take that away from him.
Just, he's making the one move, which I appreciate. You're allowed to defend. Just don't block. So he's going down, making the one move and keeping the kart there. Kind of hanging out high here, and last minute kind of goes down low.
Yeah, not able to get it there. Let's see. Still defensive line from Murphy. Oh, good crossover. Here comes Katowski. It's going to be a drag race down into turn 6. Katowski not able to send it around the outside, but he's got better position. Let's see if he can make something happen here into the junkyard turn. Takes a little bit of a wider arc into the corner, trying to carry more momentum. I don't think that played out for him as Murphy takes another defensive line.
And this is just letting Jordan kind of close in on this little party.
Here comes Katowski. Outside, can he swing it? No, can't get it done. Murphy shuts the door. Katowski looking for the over-under into 12.
Oh, good move by Katowski. Went way inside there, just pinched the kart a little too much. And Jordan Martin's in the party now.
Yep, 1 lap to go. They're looking down to the inside of turn 2. Big hop, skipper
And Martin
jump.
goes to the lead.
Oh, Jordan Martin picking up the pieces.
I don't think Katowski even knew that she was that close.
I don't think he did either, but Jordan Martin sitting back in the popcorn position, just munching on some kernels, waiting for the opportunity to pounce, and she did.
And nice gap for her. She's definitely, unless something happens here, is going to take the win in Heat 3. Going to put her in great position for the pre-final, except for the DNF, but this is exactly what she needed to do, so she should be fine.
And we know she's got the speed to be able to compete up here at this point.
Yeah, and she's been running really fast lap times. Not the quickest out there. Nico's still the fastest kart on the track, but just being at the right place at the right time, not throwing in the white flag.
And there's the checkered flag for Jordan Martin. That, to me, folks, is the move of the weekend up to this point. Absolutely incredible stuff for Jordan Martin.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Good for the Rocket Racing team. Great feeling for her as she just, had a DNF last round. Now she's in. So,
and let's take a look at this replay. Again, the move of the weekend for me. There's that little bit of back and forth. You see the big strike of the curb there. We rolling it back here. Big strike of the curb there for Katowski down to the inside. All right, here we go. Katowski sees the opportunity. Murphy shuts the door a little bit. He's got to take a big line on that curb that forces Murphy to back off, and Martin just picks up the pieces.
Yep, good move. That's racing for you. I don't know if Nico, I probably maybe would have waited. That's a hard place to pass. He had the inside line, but obviously Murphy wasn't going to give him any extra room to make that corner.
No, it certainly was not. As we are going to take a quick break away from you here. I will take a break away from the booth, and we will have Jackson Lambros coming back. Jackson's actually down in pit lane right now.
You got me at the buzzer, DJ. Jordan Martin, your heat number 3 winner here in GP Junior. Jordan, I know the confidence has been in this pace all weekend long. How satisfying is it to finally get it to the front?
Amazing. I mean, for my first national pole, we've been able to do it for the first heat and this third heat. I mean, no, it was amazing. We struggled a little bit with the grip levels, but I saw them fighting, and we definitely caught a good bit, and we were able to make it.
Thanks, Jordan.
Yeah, no, of course. Thank you.
Guys.
That's Jackson Lambros. I'll stick with you here through Rock Micro, and then Jackson will take over for me for a race or two.
I don't need out-of-breath Jackson up here
we're good.
on the mic.
We're
Poor
good.
kid. And I love him down there. He does such a great job.
He does such a great
interviewing
job
these
down
kids.
there.
And-
Yeah, really, really does. Get some great insight for us. So Toasty leads the way here in Rock Micro. Then it's going to be Leandro Ramirez, Jack Katowski. Your eyes are not deceiving you. That is a younger Katowski. Emmett Dalton, Franco Schiavo, and Max Santana, your top 6. Let's take that down to the top 10 with Braxton Shiflett, Romeo Ferrante, Alexander Mendez, and Trey Sanders, your top 10. As Micro here brought to you by Orsalon Racing. Again, so happy to have our sponsors on board. We are big, big fans of all of their stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, we can't be here without them, and it's a lot that these teams go through, especially with multiple series in multiple states. You know, there is no off season for these teams.
No, and I mean, that's one of the great things about the Florida Winter Tour is that we do get that competitive sense to be able to go out and be racing for a lot of these karters. I love it on a personal, selfish level because it keeps me sharp going into the season. And it's great to be able to see, and it's good for all of these karters as well to be able to have this exciting time. So Leandro Ramirez is going to be starting on that outside, going to see if he can do what we've seen a couple of these karters do in the past. Make this move on Toasty down to the inside. Toasty over to driver's right. As the green flag flies, we go racing. And, already losing out there was Ramirez. He'll slide into third place. Oh, contact farther back in the field.
Oh, another card up in the air. That's the 77.
That's Robert Jose Gonzalez Cabrera that flipped up into the air there. Not flipped up, popped up into the air is the correct terminology. Hopefully everybody's okay there. We'll get an update, I'm sure, from everybody as drivers now work their way into turn 6 for the first time.
Looks like Katowski got the advantage on that one. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think he did. Toasty had it, and then it looked like it was a little bit of a bobble. Ramirez looks like they're running about third place as things stand. I think that Schiavo in fourth. We'll get an official recap as they come across here, and we can get an ID on some of those carts. Yeah, that is Schiavo in fourth, and that is Katowski up in the front.
Yeah, our Heat 2 winner, Emmett Dalton, didn't get the best start, but again, kind of per blanche is how it was in Heat 2, kind of worked his way up through it, ended up getting the win. So let's see what happens here. We got a yellow flying in the back.
Yeah, cart off there. See if we can get a number. It looks like the three.
Dale Jr.?
Dale Senior? Trey Sanders.
Oh, Trey Sanders.
So you were. Moves here for P2 as everybody tries to sort themselves out. Toasty still holds on to the lead. I think Ramirez in that Sodi is going to hold on to P3. Schiavo trying to pick up the pieces a little bit more. There's your leader, Katowski, just absolutely running circles on this field.
Rolling, definitely no battling there with the second and fourth. That's a close little, what do we call that? 4 carts together? Quadruple?
Yeah. No. As does look like we are going to go to a replay here in a second. We've got to keep our eyes on this battle taking place down into turn 9. Toasty is able to hold out. Let's go back and take a look at that replay at the beginning here, as this was a very, very scruffy incident.
Yeah, not the best A lot of carts out of line early there. There's going to be a bunch of penalties on that one. But just not a great start. Really fast for these kids. Last time, remember, they were so slow coming that the engines were getting all bogged up.
Oh,
Hit the
that's what it
curb.
was there. That number 7 cart, that, of course, being Braxton Shiflett, looks like he just kind of on his own volition came down to the inside, skipped over the curbing there on the inside line, and that caused him to kind of pop up into the air, lose control, and make contact.
Yeah, lost that front end and just straight. Unfortunately, took a couple of it. Jack is still in command here, about a half a straightaway lead, 2.54 seconds to be exact. Tosti sitting there in second.
Actually, I think it's Schiavo that's been able to make the move, and that number 46 ahead of Ramirez,
right
actually,
there
in
on
the
that
Sodi.
CRG, absolutely. Whatever driver has a 46 on there, wonder if that's intentional.
It's kind of similar helmet scheme.
Yeah, and also the number looks very similar.
Yeah, it's got that angular line. Looks like that's going to be Enzo Botero and Emmett Dalton going side by side farther back in the field. Orsilon versus Sodi by velocity, obviously. That's Ramirez on Schiavo. And he gets it, the 22 of Leandro Ramirez. Nice little move there. Tosti's shuffled down into P4. He's got to watch out because Emmett Dalton is going to be directly behind them, and we know Dalton's outright speed. He's in that red and white cart running about 4th in line. Oh, side by side coming out of the junkyard turn. Here they go, more than side by side. Everybody trying to sort themselves out. Tosti having to go super defensive. There's the move down to the inside. I believe that was Schiavo getting the move back on Ramirez. And yes, that is indeed the case. Schiavo gets it done.
Yeah, there's who's that? They're looking on the inside.
That was Tosti.
Tosti thought about it. He's like, probably not going to happen right now, but that's just a great little battle right there that we have for this 4th and 5th spot, 2nd spot.
Oh, that was a move potentially incoming from Dalton, and it didn't quite play out. Got a little bit slideways. Tosti also ran wide as a result of that. Now here comes the move from Dalton. Here comes the move from Ramirez. Dalton gets the move. So does Ramirez. 2 Sodis getting it done into 4.
Looks like Tosti just loses a little bit coming into 1 through 4. Very fast going down the straightaway into 9. Let's see if he can make this stick again like he's done the last couple times. Gets that card outside. Again, let's see if Ramirez is going to play a very defensive role going into 9. Doesn't look like it quite yet.
No, and not poking out a line there for Schiavo. I think Schiavo is relatively content to be there for the moment. Yeah, that 46 is Schiavo, just waiting. He's got to be careful, though. Emmett Dalton, we mentioned, Heat Race 1 winner. Or Heat Race 2 winner, rather. Very, very quick. And here comes the move from Dalton. Thought about it through that final turn 13. Now the 11 pokes this way and that way. Going to try to follow it in into contact between the 2 Sodis.
A little bit of a nose in there. Not sure what happened there, but caused his teammate to swing high.
Now has to run defensive. I think that's the Orsilon there of Botero trying to get involved. 3 wide coming down into 5.
Who was that? That just made the inside move on 5. That's another Orsilon.
Yeah, it's 2
Was
Orsilons.
that Ferrante?
Yeah, Ferrante's gotten up involved in this battle. Looks like it's the 81 leading that pack.
That's Ferrante, yeah.
That's some great moves from Ferrante. That should move him up into 6th or 7th, I believe. All right, here they go out of turn number 9. Yeah, that's the 81. That bumper looks a little bit loose, though, on Ferrante. It looks like it's shaking around a little bit. You see that?
It definitely looks like it's down.
Yeah.
But almost all these kids' nose looks like they're down.
You're not wrong.
Right now, a lot of bumping and pounding around. And I'm surprised at these kids. Trying to make that move. Did you not see Nico last time make that work?
Tosti did. Tosti got it to go, and the 22 of Ramirez tried to fight back on him. It didn't quite play out.
Speaking of Katowski, we're not even talking about his brother Jack right now because, again, he's 6'6".
Yep, he is way out there.
Unbelievable. Good move for
Mark of the
Katowski.
Beast out front. And he is being a beast here at this point. He's dominating this field. That's the 11 and the 22. That's Dalton leading Ramirez. And now it's going to be Dalton making the move on Tosti. That's the 11 of Emmett Dalton.
Yep. Your race 2 winner just couldn't get through the carts fast enough, and I'm not even sure
Toasty would fight that.
Good move right there, going through 11 and 12.
Is that Ferrante? Yes, it was, the 81.
Didn't make it stick. That allowed Dalton to continue going on. Looking over his shoulder, going into 1 here. Little elbows up racing right there for a Hots racing. Is that Hots?
That is Skropowski. It's a Parolin. Is there. It's still side by side. 2 laps to go for this field. A little bit of almost how you doing there, trying to hold off Ramirez. Ramirez does get back by. And now here comes back on him again. That's Botero.
Oh, he thought he was going to get
Orsolon.
pushed and just taken off to the inside. I felt so bad for him because he was ready to get hit, and then that cart just goes, no, I'm just going to go on the inside.
You could just see the body brace there for him.
I didn't mean to laugh on that one, but I was like, oh, that poor kid. And he got freight trained like 3 spots on that one. But right now, good run for Ferrante. Happy about this. You know, Dalton's got to be a little frustrated. One heat 2. Now sitting in 4th, but still good points collection.
Yeah.
With this last lap to go.
And I think he's got a real shot to be able to get past Toasty here. There's that battle. Toasty took a little bit of a defensive line into 1 and 2, able to carry the momentum. I think that's going to hold off Dalton here for the moment. Still takes a defensive line into 4. So Dalton not able to get the attack. Schiavo's kind of off in an island unto himself right now, about 3 seconds up the road from this battle.
Yeah, I mean, something we normally don't see in the micro group is 2 guys just kind of individually checking out. Yeah. You know, we see them always kind of pack race a little bit, so Kowski Tent's got to be pretty happy with this run from Jack.
All right, they go down now into the final couple of corners. Toasty, I don't think Dalton's going to be able to get this. He may finish just off the podium unless he just gets a stellar run through turn number 12. Katowski has crossed the line. Here comes Dalton. It's going to be a drag race down to the line. I'm not sure who's going to have it. It's Dalton.
He did do exactly what you said. What a run off of 10, 11 into 12.
Wow. So your final podium, Katowski, Schiavo, and Dalton by a mere 0.08 of a second. Great run for Ferrante to come up into the top 5. Ramirez, Botero, Ramos, Nascimento, and Darmani, excuse me, your top 10. A great run here for ROK Micro. All right, now, as promised, Tosti, excuse me, that is my mispronunciation, my Hoosier accent coming out. But we will take a quick break, and my spot will be filled by the one and only Jackson Lambrose.
Since Rock Vegas, but you're here with a brand new team. Talk to me about how you're feeling coming into this weekend.
I feel great, and I actually really like this team. I have some teammates that I can work with now, and I'm ready to get to win.
Obviously, you're kind of very comfortable running out here. We saw you last year as well for Florida Winter Tour in 2025. What do you like about this track, and what do you think is difficult here at this venue?
For me, I really like the tracks, how the corners and how the techniques you have to master to go through this track. And for me, there's no hard parts for it.
I love that. Still some really good competition here. What's it going to take for you to come on top in the cadet classes?
Well, I just have to get up in front, push, and not try to look behind, and try to work with someone to get away from the people like behind me.
Sounds like a plan. Best of luck to you, Lennox.
Thank you.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Rewinding the clock there in our ROK recap for pre-finals day from round #1, as finals day or pre-finals day well underway here for round #2. A track so nice, we race here twice as we welcome you back to the Orlando Kart Center. Jackson Lambros tapping in briefly here for DJ Clark. Unfortunately, Jason, you were still with you here for the remainder of the race. We love Jason here. I'm kidding. ROK Mini heat #3 out on track. And it has been all Vicente Aguilar all weekend long, essentially here. Your race 1 winner immediately flexing the muscle for AM Engines coming into heat 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, didn't really necessarily walk away. You know, Westbrook won the last race. But it's kind of, those two are kind of on an island of their own, as like me and DJ like to say. So we'll see if anybody's made those appropriate chassis changes to be able to run with the guys.
Aguilar and Brook on the front row, Parolin versus AM, and we've got the green for ROK Mini Heat 3 already. Some fanning it out, trying to run it a little bit wide there and loop it through. Ooh, big jump there. One in the wall coming out of turn #2. That's the 187, or excuse me, the 107 Parolin. As there's big time carnage. 2 karts already out to get us started. Again, 7 minutes on the clock. We cut 2 minutes for our cadet classes. We'll still run 2 laps at the end of it. But smooth running out in front for Vicente Aguilar. He'll get us started out in front. Dutch Westbrook, Aiden Go, who we haven't talked about too much this weekend, immediately putting the pressure on your race leader, and they're already weaving to get out of the way. Look at the serpentining motion from Aguilar, trying to break the draft from that pair of Parolins. Here comes Dutch Westbrook, tried to go on the outside there, but there was a Parolin on the outside. He couldn't make that move happen, so Aguilar continues to arrowhead him here into turn 10.
Yeah, it's definitely a Parolin train behind them.
For sure.
So they need to be watching each other out. Try to work with each other as much as possible. As I say that, there goes the Binnick of, is that
Dutch Westbrook, yeah.
Dutch is going to find, battling, trying to get down to that inside line. Again, like we say, you can put these mini karts in many different places. So,
oh, late lunch here. Look at this. Lennox Lockhart making the move to try and get to the lead. Big jumps there from Colton Brook as he tried to swing back on the outside. Dutch Westbrook going to slot in P3, but these Parolins are doing everything they can to work together to now get to their teammate who's at the front of the field. You've got the AM Engines machine of Aguilar And the lone Bennick, very weird to say that, the lone Bennick of Westbrook. That's Isco Alonso, I believe, going off. No, Aguilar going wide there, coming out of Junkyard Corner, and look at how many positions he's already lost, Jason.
Yeah, I was shocked on that. I don't know what happened. I don't know if there was if Bruck was sitting there trying to make a move in the Junkyard Turner and just got underneath him and pushed him out wide because he was way off track.
I saw it too late. I'm not sure if there was maybe contact, but I feel like the minute those two Paralins of Lockhart and Aiden Go further back saw their teammate Bruck out in front, they were starting to see red and wanted to get up front and help do that triplet motion of kind of pushing their way away from the crowd. Big defense from the Orsalon. Benico Leal trying to see who potentially worked their way through. I think that might have been Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, who we have not really talked about too much. One of the lone CRG entries out here, but has come into this race starting in P6, has moved forward a little bit. We look back up to the front of the field, though, because Lennox Lockhart and Dutch Westbrook are on the scene right now. But those two going to need to work together if they want to find their way to Colton Brook.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the third Paralin that's out of the equation right now is, who is that back there? Who's on the third Paralin? Is that?
That was, believe it was Lennox.
Aiden Go.
Yeah, Aiden Go further back in P4. Oh, a little bit of a move here for P2. Was there a little bit of bumper being used there maybe from Dutch Westbrook?
Looked like a clean move, but again, it's not the smartest thing to do right now, guys, because you're having a guy out front who's got good green, clean track in front of him, running fast laps. It's just going to allow you guys to just lose ground to the leader. But, you know, these guys love to race.
Cooper Lorenzo Lopez loves to race. He's trying to go for a twofer there into turn number 3. He's able to get one, but will try to go the long way around to lock it in. He'll be forced to slot in behind. I believe that is the red helmet. That is Lennox Lockhart in P2. And all of this battling is very much to the delight of Colton Brook, as the moment that these guys continue to battle, you can see how much that gap now is starting to gain, just a little bit further behind. Any moves here in our prime overtaking opportunity of turn 10 might make it a little bit easier as well. Seems like the first lap, actually, we've had no takers in that corner, but Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, who started very deep in the field, again, that Privateer CRG machine, orange body, the plain black bumpers, has moved its way very much into contention here.
Yeah, good drive so far. Look like he's not done yet as they go into one with a clean pass. Now all eyes are set on Bruck to see if he can run down Bruck. Got to be a little defensive here. Lockhart not trying anything too fancy as they working their way through turn 4 into 5. But we'll see. Little more defensive move there on the inside is going to go Lopez.
Lockhart trying to swing back there. You just saw that into turn number 5. We'll try and make the outside stick. We've never seen him go too wide that long, but you can do a lot of things in a cadet-sized chassis that you can't necessarily do in a full-size kart. But Lorenzo Lopez very much pushed offline, and he's doing everything he can right now to try and get back forward. We'll try the inside into turn number 10. Westbrook forced nearly off into the grass there in turn number 10. Looks like Lorenzo Lopez held on at least to P3. That's Benicio Leal, the 122 Orsalon, that kind of Italian flag-colored machine that has worked its way just a little bit further up now to P3. And we're starting to see guys start to just dilute a little bit more here at the front end of the field. Of course, the minute I say that, big send. I think that's no, that's another Paralin. That might have been Sam Chiaveri.
Yeah, they're all changing positions so fast right now. It's hard to keep
track
up what's going on. So, you know, Leal just lost the position back right there. That was on, is that Aiden Go? No, who is that?
Would be surprised to see him that far back in the field. Normally we've seen him up front fighting for the podiums, but he's got some very good company in that Paralin USA 10. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez still in 4th and very much still in conversation. And Jason, to run a privateer team is one thing, but to do it when you're running a platform, a chassis that doesn't have any external support, right? You can be a privateer OTK team here, and you're going to be in good company. We do not see a lot of CRG. We do not see a lot of yellow and orange on the ROK Cup USA side. So to run here solo with no support from your OEM, that's not an easy task.
No, it's not, and he just made the move stick right there on Leal for that 3rd spot. So we'll see what they can do. Kind of shocked because I thought that he would be able to get around because he was in 2nd there for a little bit. Just got a little jostled around, but I'm also kind of shocked here with the position changes that are happening. Bruck really isn't checking out as much as I thought that he would.
I think that's because maybe there's a little bit of conservation on the tires. You got the pre-final obviously coming up. They're starting to stack up a little bit further behind as well. Dutch Westbrook now under fire. Aiden Go and Hudson Hidalgo. Feels like we've gone this whole weekend without talking about Hudson Hidalgo, who's been incredibly fast for Nash Motorsports as well. Trying to go the long way around, just further back in your picture.
Yeah, that just shows you how fast Lopez is on the CRG, the only kart that's into 59s. 59.95. I'm sure that he'll be joined here shortly, but has that kart definitely kicked in with 2 laps to go.
So Twin Sticks coming out will do 2 more laps. Nobody able to catch Colton Brook to this point, but this could be the moment that all changes. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez has got his hair on fire behind the wheel of that CRG and has found the rear bumper of the young ace from the Bahamas, Lennox Lockhart. And the big question now, because these are big time decisions you've got to make on the fly. Push Lennox Lockhart and try and use teamwork to get to the front, or try and go self-service and just get to that runner-up spot yourself. We'll find out right now. Looks like he'll try to do it himself in the run into turn number 10. It'll have to be settled on the binders. And no move for a crossover. Textbook stuff there for Lorenzo Lopez.
He's the fastest kart on the track, so he's just going to pick his way through with 2 laps to go. Probably get a little push here from Lockhart, and then that's going to put him on the back bumper of Bruck. And I won't be surprised if we do not see some type of attempt of a pass on Bruck before the end of this race.
Does Lennox have any interest in pushing someone that isn't his teammate? Could that potentially give him the promise of battling for this win? Again, no trophies being handed out here, but Cooper Lorenzo Lopez very much racing like he did with Lockhart with a big mistake. I'm not sure where he ended up. He might have been nearly into the wall. We'll have to see where he ended up. Yeah, the glance over the shoulder there for Colton Bruck, asking, where did my teammate go? He's a little bit further back, but Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, a Viking drive to the front of the field, and we're running out of opportunities here to see if Colton Bruck can potentially swing back. There is Dutch Westbrook further back. He'll be looking for an opportunity if these two continue to scrap. Big swing wide there from Colton Bruck. He's trying to put the pressure on and carry that momentum. Final opportunity coming up into turns 11 and 12. Late send from Colton Bruck, the long way around for Cooper Lorenzo Lopez. Here comes Dutch Westbrook. It's another photo finish in ROK Mini. Who's got more ponies in the drive to the line? Dutch Westbrook.
Westbrook
by
got
the
that.
narrowest of margins. 100th of a second. And if you had to summarize this ROK Mini racing package in just one sentence, damn close all the time.
I'm speechless. Like, literally, I don't even know. That was one of the best finishes I've seen in karting. I mean, it's coming through 12. The 2 karts battle. It's that 3rd kart in line that's taking advantage of it because he gets to run the preferred line. And we've seen that happen 2 or 3 times so far. Great place to pass, but there's a little cost to making a pass there.
Exactly what we saw just a heat ago as well in GP Junior. Letting the 2 guys battle in front. You're able to pick up the scraps and maybe snake on through for a heat win. That'll be the cadets, though, but big-time action to look for here as we work our way into the pre-finals later on this afternoon. We'll step aside for just a moment and move on to the VLR Seniors coming up next here from OKC.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative ROK Cup USA production.
Time to go racing once again for your VLR drivers as the senior division out on track, ready to go to war for the third rounds of heats. Jackson Lambros, Jason Ewers joining you once again here from the broadcast booth at Orlando Kart Center. DJ Clark coming back in just a couple of moments, but out in front, it's been the Chase Hand show all weekend long.
You got that Norberg Racing Academy GFC kart just rolling. I mean, that's the story right now. Like, newcomer to the ROK Cup over here on the Florida Winter Tour and just dominating.
And again, no stranger to ROK Power or running ROK Cup events, obviously a regular at ROK Sonoma, both as a competitor and both as a mechanic, but doing a great job of advertising this new program that Ryan Norberg has set up here in the Sunshine State. We've got one kart completely stopped on the back straightaway. That is, I'm really scared to say that might be Romero Ferrante, or excuse me, Leandro Ramirez, who was running very well in the top 10, but not entirely sure what's happened. He is completely stopped in the run between the Junkyard Corner and turn 10, but we'll see if we get the green flag regardless. It's Chase Hand and Sandy Fernandez, and we've got it. Green flag in VLR Senior.
See if Chase can continue doing what he's been doing, but let's see if anybody has anything. The Hernandez or Fernandez party has anything to go. Starting to battle back there already, just allowing Chase just to get a little bit of that gap and continue growing on that. Did we ever find out what chassis Cal Kev's on?
I'm 99% sure OTK, because this is, again, OTK predominantly facility.
Yeah.
99% sure if you've got one of those smaller teams like U-Race, like CalCev. I know as a fact, Inter-MS, those chrome and pink liveries, those guys are on Tony Karts.
Okay.
But a vast majority of these guys running on some kind of OTK platform. Big exception for that, Chase Hand. Italian-built, American-branded, American-developed chassis by the legend Gary Carlton, and Chase Hand continuing to put a gap on him. I'm going to test your memory here, because if you remember VLR Senior a whole year ago at Texas, we had one guy get big hang time in the finals. I did a 360 mid-air. That was Mauricio Hernandez, and that was really the first race where he was really flexing his muscle. And for D2 Motorsports, another group based out here in Florida, he's continuing to carry that pace, Jason.
Yeah, absolutely. Good way to run from last year to end this year. A name that we always do talk about. Great for that team to be able to do what they got to do, especially against these smaller teams. Don't necessarily have the resources like the bigger teams do, but sometimes it doesn't matter. You put good talent and good motor packages together with the right chassis, and anybody can win.
Final low to everybody tuning in, whether you're trackside representing your teams, representing your drivers, or if you're one of the nearly 200, oh my goodness, people joining us live, free from flag-to-flag coverage here on the ROK Cup USA YouTube channel. We thank you very much for your support. Looks like a little bit of issues for Tiziano Rosso, was running in P5. He's dropped back now to P9. And again, we're seeing the difference in maturity, if you will, between our seniors and our cadet drivers right now, because where we had everybody throwing haymakers from the drop of the flag, it has been very, very quiet in the opening stanzas of this heat.
Yeah, it was nonstop on the micro.
Yeah,
like nonstop, and really not one time did I have to look up how much time was left on it. Actually, I looked up. I couldn't believe there was only 2 laps left, because felt like it was 2 laps left that entire race. The battle that was going on. So, you know, with this race right here, you're 9 minutes plus the 2, so we got about 6 minutes left to go. You know, where Chase has been up front, and definitely whatever they're doing with that GFC kart is definitely in command right now. Not as dominant as he's been in the previous races, but still no one really has much for him. But Fernandez there just goes purple with the 56.22, making the move right here. Oh, that was, who was that?
Further back, that might have been, I believe that was Brunel Valverde in the 905, just barely able to mosey on through there for P5.
Yeah, the
832 just behind there as well. A lot of guys we have not necessarily seen this weekend. A lot of teams that we haven't necessarily seen this weekend flexing their muscles. AK Racing with Christian Wells. Inter-MS again with Anthony Rivera. A lot of guys just in and out of the top 10s here on their way to a nice points haul.
Yeah, it's do what you can do. Like, this is important because the next race is where you're going to be starting that based off of points. And I've mentioned this before. It's like the first 3 races you start in the exact same spot, so you're racing against the same people. So you kind of get used to what they're going to do, their tendencies of racing. The pre-final, you're going to be running, someone different's going to be next to you, and someone different's going to be in front of you, and you're going to be in a different starting spot. Unlikely you're going to start in the exact same spot that you've been starting for these first 3 heat races.
Biggest mover of note here would be Sebastian Garzon, up 2 positions, P7 to 5, and he's grabbed the purple lap to boot as well, a 56.06, about 2/10 up from the remainder of the competition. Garzon this morning, also a hard charger as well, worked his way onto the podium. But one of the top Orsilon drivers alongside the Costa Rican Valverde has been looking for an opportunity to again, sounding like a broken record here, but maximizing that points haul. But one of the top dogs for Orsilon, you just saw him exit the picture there, trying to work his way onto the podium. Once again, Garzon, not a guy we're necessarily a stranger to. You look at round 1, he had a phenomenal 2-for-1 pass into turn number 10. And I jokingly asked him off the grid, did you intend to do that? And he was like, oh my God, absolutely no. I locked the rears, went on the inside, outside stepped up, and I accidentally fed the guy the side pod. But he thought it was sick too, so laughed about it. We're all good.
He's definitely got the fastest car on the track right now, so it's going to be key to what he's going to do. Good finish here for Garzon with the points. Should put him way up front. Just had a bad qualifying run and just didn't put him in the position that he needed to be to match that pace that he absolutely has.
I'll tell you what, up in front, Mauricio Hernandez is starting to get that groove behind the 927 GFC of Chase Hand. Same for Bernal Valverde. Joaquin Pizarro is right there in our battle for P5, but D2's Hernandez and Calcab Santiago Fernandez are very much in lockstep. This is your battle for P5, though. Valverde trying to fend off from Joaquin Pizarro. Excuse me, this is the battle for P6 with the another team kind of underrepresented this weekend, SLA Karting, and the Argentinian who just set another purple lap, 55.94 for him, one of the only drivers to break into the 55s. I think that's more just starting to see that effect in these VLR powertrains. Again, making less power, but far more reliable power than some 125cc power plants. So very much the importance of carrying the draft, carrying momentum, working with other people if you're able to do it. That is the key to success in this size, this category of motor racing.
Yeah, and you can see Pizarro right there in that 937, although he threw the fastest. Well, actually, Colin Lloyd just went faster here with 588. But he's still trying to get every little bit out of that car, coming out of the corners, hopping out of his seat to get that momentum up, get that rear
get weight off the axle, right?
Yep, get the RPMs up as fast as he possibly can, and gets moving through. So obviously, he's wanting to will that thing forward a little bit closer to get some better starting spots there. But, you know, Lloyd right now is looking really fast, and we'll see what he can do. If he can close that gap, about a half a second gap to Fernandez, and he does right there, physically see it as they're going into 9. So he's definitely closed that gap up. And, you know, Hand right now is in a position he's not been used to. A little challenge going to happen.
No, absolutely. Mauricio Hernandez is right there with him, and it's been pretty much identical on lap times the past couple of go-arounds down to the 100th. But he's not just got Mauricio Hernandez. Sandy Fernandez for Calkev is on the scene as well. And you go back to Colin Lloyd, another purple lap for him as well, your round 1 winner in VLR Senior. It is still very much a 4-kart battle. It's spread out very much. Pretty much all 4 of these guys equidistant to one another, outside of striking distance. But as we near the end of this race, just a tick over 60 seconds on the clock before we bring out the 2 to go sign, it is starting to get spicy. But the question is, in this game of cat and mouse, who's going to be the one to make the move first? Both Santiago Fernandez and Colin Lloyd know they can't strike on the guys in front of them. The moment they try and overtake, that'll burn their opportunity, essentially, of getting to the guy in front. So for all of these guys behind, essentially the pair behind of Santiago and Colin, it's all faith in the power and pace of that D2 driver in front of them.
Yeah, the distance gap that they all have is just enough to where you don't have to defend so much. You're not really worried about someone to dive bomb you. Get any closer, Hernandez is going to have a shot. But we've seen guys come in through four or five cart lengths and make that cart stick going through into 5. So we'll see what happens as we've got, 2 to go at the turn. As they're working their way through that cart, just so
Look at the
free
rotation,
right there
yeah.
on Hand's cart, just working it through, and that's very impressive with the cart being this late in the race to not be able to be overstuck.
And that neutral steer as well. We'll see it here going into turn number 10. He's almost, genuinely off the fingertips. It's only counter steer. You're not throwing it in. And again, these carts do not act like a race car. You're not giving it 90 degrees of steering angle turning in. You really don't need that much. Twin sticks coming out. Mauricio Hernandez still trying to give chase here to, I keep saying give chase to Chase Hand. Still trying to pursue Chase Hand. That sounds a little bit better. But Chase genuinely has not put a hand, whether it's on the fingers or the fingertips on the wheel or the carts on the track. He has not put a foot wrong this race. And Mauricio Hernandez and Santiago Fernandez doing everything they can to close the gap, but Chase is dialed in on that GFC.
Yeah, not a lot of action going on up front. Like, they're all so equally matched. Looking at the lap times, they're all within a couple hundredths of a second of each other. Exactly a couple hundredths of a second of each other. It's just unbelievable, the parity of these VLR engines and these, Levanto tires. These guys are definitely getting everything they can out of it. And they still got one more race to go on these tires, so carts are going to start losing grip. It's going to be interesting to see who has done what they needed to do to preserve those tires.
And I think this is, again, all about setting the table for those pre-finals. I think these guys know that they still have another heat, a longer heat, on this exact set of Levantos, so maybe a little bit of reservation on the cart as well, as it looks like Colin Lloyd has indeed found the back end of Santiago Fernandez. That might be a reshuffle at the buzzer. We'll have to wait and see. But again, just giving yourself the best opportunity possible to kind of get to the front come Sunday. Colin Lloyd taking a look to the outside. That's because Fernandez defends. Big dive to the inside from Colin Lloyd.
Right,
yep.
Great
Santiago Fernandez trying to get the crossover there. Not able to get him just quite. A little bit more power to the 954, a little bit more momentum. But Mauricio Hernandez could only give chase this entire third heat. Chase Hand and GFC taking victory in heat number 3 will for certain be on pole for your pre-final, with Mauricio Hernandez, Santiago Fernandez, Colin Lloyd, and a hard-charging Sebastian Garzón rounding out your top 5.
Yeah, I think it was the second to the final lap that Chase got the purple with the 55.74. So the only driver at a 55.7s is your leader and your winner.
Thumbs up from the crowd. That's good stuff. And good racing in your VLR Seniors. I've got a DJ Clark over my shoulder, which means I'm about to get kicked out to the pit lane once again. Be back here probably in about a couple hours or so. We'll take you for a couple heats to the end, but be back in the pit lane. DJ Clark with you for the rest of the way here in Orlando.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, This is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America. Use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center. As promised, my name is DJ Clark, ready to bring you back into the action today alongside Jackson Lambros as we get ready for another round of racing.
Crazy old men out on track, as we like to say. I'm your VLR Masters and Super Masters, a group that's been phenomenal to see grow here over the past couple of rounds, over the past couple of years. Scott Falcone doing a great job in trying to promote that on socials as well, and what's kind of been a league-wide attempt of growing the guys in the post-senior division to try and grow this area of our sport. So very cool to see. 16 karts out on track, split between your Masters and Super Masters. Danilo Romalo getting things started on pole. The D2 Motorsports wheelman alongside Laurent Mardan, the Techno Kart importer, on his own material. Yellow flag already out on track, DJ.
That's indicating drivers to slow down as they come around to the grid formation. But the real question here is, can anybody catch this D2 Motors machine of Danilo Romalo? We've seen some attempts from Elefante and Mardan, but it really has been this 718 up at the front of the field that has been setting the pace. Scott Falcone's had some problems, otherwise he'd shown good pace as well. We will have to wait and see that purple D2 Motors machine ready to bring us around. And then one of the sole techno karts in the field, of course, driven by Laurent Mardan. We saw him have a lot of speed when we were here a couple of weeks ago. Not able to quite match it, but again, constantly twisting and tuning on these motors and these chassis, making sure everything plays out the way they want them to. Here they come, lining up into the grid position right now. Let's keep our eyes as the flag goes and we get racing. Falcone able to get a good start. Mardan's going to lose a position there to Elefante. A little bit of bumping and banging through the rest of the field.
Look at Mario Barrios through the inside there. That cotton candy RPG machine covering down low. Might get another one into turn 4. No. Able to fend off, though, from Saldita and Alex Xavier. And, ooh, big contact. Elefante around the outside, I believe, of Laurent Mardan will get himself into P2. Danilo Romalo, though, enjoying all of this scrapping behind him as he'll try to get his way out and into the open blue. Still Mario Barrios and Danilo Romalo, your two leaders.
And they're going to be leading along down into turn 9. Little bit of a shake and a shimmy there. Oh, my goodness gracious.
Big-time lockup, and that's not a waved-off start, is it? I saw some hands in the air.
No, that's just that was contact there as it led through the corner. I got to check here. I think Mardan's fallen farther through the order than we originally thought. Yeah, he's all the way back down at about 5th or so. Yeah.
So Elefante up into P2. Barrios, 3rd overall, 1st in class. And just behind him, Scott Falcone, towing Saldita. And Alex Xavier did it to the inside in that Goodwood Kartways machine. Immediately puts another spot through and will be able to clear him. Will work his way up in to P5. But Mario Barrios, your leader, your 3rd overall, wants P2. He's found the back of Paul Elefante. This could be a battle brewing as well.
Yeah, it certainly could be. Elefante's going to have his work cut out for him, but Barrios has got to be careful. Now that Scott Falcone has been able to get that Orsolon really working up under him, he's going to have his hands full. By the way, that kart that we saw lock up down into turn 9 early, that was actually Saldita that had been able to work his way forward. Oh, big contact on the exit of 9.
I think that's Pablo Savalos and maybe Andre Isaac. Two of the unmarked karts, they're both already climbing out. And might have been Daniel Canales getting a piece of it as well. Saldita looking to the inside here of the Orsolon. Scott Falcone has to make that move work again. That might have been a twofer. It was. Good stuff from Saldita.
No, Dida got passed back by Falcone.
Never mind.
Now
Oh,
he
my
goes
goodness.
and slides into the corner. Lick the stamp and send it for Sal Dida as they come out of the corner right now. We're going to have to wait and see if he's able to get that position back. And he is. He is going to be able to hold on to that position above Falcone, as there is on the screen right now. We watch as they come back and on through, looking through the rest of the field. Falcone behind Dida. That's going to be for 5th place overall.
So still, Paul Elefante trying to track down Danilo Ramallo, but behind it has been an absolute melee to get us started. But again, relatively quiet out in front. It was the 2 Orsolans earlier going at it. I believe Scott Falcone maybe. It was either Scott Falcone or Alex Xavier locking up into turn number 4. I think these guys struggling again. Only brakes on the rear axle. That's why you always see the back end step out when they're going a little bit too hard on the brakes. We saw it with Dida, and I believe it was Scott Falcone we saw accidentally use a little bit too much acres as well. But it will be now Barrios, Dida, Xavier, and Falcone 5th on back to P7.
And that's Dida that we watch right there. Javier trying to be able to close in a little bit more as they close on in down into turn 9. There's a little bit of a battle farther back in the field. That's some of those farther back runners. That's going to be Bataluca, Devereaux, Matos, and Miami. Here they come. Dida closing in now on the back of Mario Barrios. And of course, important to remember here, Barrios not in class, so he doesn't necessarily have to fight. His closest competitor is Scott Falcone behind him.
Exactly where he wants to be. But again, the dude's a racer. If there's a guy on track in front of him, he'll want to do everything he can to go and clear him. But right now, it's looking like he's more on defense mode from Sal Dida, looking a little bit further back into the field. That's Barrios just behind. Then you see Dida, the kind of chrome red Kart, the lime green helmet with the black stripe. Just working on it. Makes it easy for us, right?
Yeah, it certainly does. Good run here for Dida coming out of the junkyard turn, looking to see if he's got anything. Still going to be about 2-3 kart lengths back. Little bit of a shake and shimmy there for Barrios. Maybe feeling the pressure here from the back of Dida. Falcone up on the wheel as well. He knows that if these two start to fight, excuse me, that's Ale Javier. He knows that if these two start to fight, he's going to have some positions to pick up.
And again, for Sal Dida, this is a guy he needs to put away as quickly as possible. That Goodway Kartways OTK clearly has some pace, but he needs to clear Barrios if he wants to get to the back of Elefante and get on the podium for his class. So he needs to try and make as quick of work of this Peruvian in front of him, the RPG driver. One of the few RPGs this weekend, so used to seeing a lot more Cosmics being represented this weekend by Mike Rollison's crew. But again, so much racing going on in this time of the year, spread across, I believe, 3 different programs. So again, relatively spread thin, and yeah, able to go through. Sal Dida up into P3 overall.
Yeah, Dida with a really nice move there into the junkyard turn. You know, we were talking before you stepped into the booth, and I think we were talking with you a little bit, that that corner has really become an overtaking opportunity over the course of the past 2 rounds. And we think that kind of traces back a little bit to Sarah Bradley last year. He was able to make some really, really great moves down into that corner. But this is not done between Barrios and Dida. This is still going to fire off here as Barrios looks down to the inside of 2.
Dida just a little bit late on the binders there and immediately opened the door. But now here comes Ali Javier. We'll try to throw it up the inside into turn number 4. That'll be a done deal. And immediately you can see him jumping up on the axle there, trying to get the RPMs up to try and clear Sal Dida behind. But that Orsolan driver very well clear of Sal Dida. In more trouble, the 969. Dan Devereaux, oh my goodness. One of the Benick drivers having issues. One of the Englishmen in the field. It's been a roller coaster weekend whenever he's come to Orlando. DJ ran in the top 5 overall to get the weekend started in round 1. Then had engine issues right before the pre-final. Almost a carbon copy of what we're seeing here in round 2.
Yeah, unfortunate there for him. That's really going to hamper his efforts when we go into that pre-final. Going to put him a little bit farther back in the order. We take a look right now. This has kind of broken out into 2 couplets. It's Barrios, Javier, Dida, Falcone. Falcone has been able to catch up to the back here of Sal Dida, but again, not in class. Dida's fight here is with Javier. Falcone's fight is with Barrios that leads this pack.
So 4 kart system starting to form all the way back to that 99 of Scott Falcone. And again, I don't think Scott is in a position here to really throw haymakers to get to Barrios. I think if anything, he'll be shoving Ditta and Xavier and helping them clear that 26 so he could potentially get to his guy. But Barrios knows that. You can see him slamming his helmet against the steering wheel, trying to maximize that straight line speed, punch as small of a hole through this Florida air as humanly possible. And right now, DJ, it's actually kind of working about a 1.5 gap now, clear of El Javier.
Yeah, we're going to have to see how that plays. He's definitely starting to move a little bit more, but I think this question is going to be between Ditta and the 705, although Ditta loses a lot of time there through 1 and 2. Falcone runs a little bit wide on the exit of 3. That's going to put him back in the order. Should be coming to the stripe here to get 3 to go.
Still your fastest lap in that Supermaster class, by the way, for Falcone, a 57.68. Just a hair quicker than Mario Barrios, and this is where the frustration is probably coming from the Coloradan Falcone, because he knows he's got that delta. He just has not had the opportunity to really, clear drivers and get to Mario just a little bit ahead, and I think that frustration is coming out on track because you can see him start to overdrive the car, going over the white line. We saw him go wide coming out of turn number 4 as well, so maybe a little bit of overdriving from Falcone to try and get back into the picture, and it'll be 3 laps to go here in our penultimate 3rd heat, as things are just starting to get a little bit spicier on track. Danilo Romalo continuing to run away with this D2, with his D2 machine over Laurentiu Martin. This is pretty much your prime battle on track here.
Yeah, this is where the action is. I mean, Martin and Elefante are just kind of running their own races here, and we have yet to see them really have something for Romalo. I've got to think if you're Elefante or Martin, you've got to be hoping you can challenge him early, try to bottle him up a little bit, and maybe that'll keep him behind. But even then, the outright pace we've seen here of Romalo, not quite enough. Meanwhile, Barrios, Javier, and Ditta, that's this triplet right now as Falcone's really falling off the pace. I think you're right in your assessment there, Jackson. He may be overdriving just a little bit.
I think it's unfortunately that frustration, and it's a feedback loop, right? Overdriving just a little bit, seeing that gap gain between the guy in front of you, that gets you a little bit more frustrated, and then you want to overdrive a little bit more to try and close that gap. This is coming from a guy who's an average at best sim racer, who knows what that experience is like. But Scott Falcone, unfortunately, been a rough weekend for him. Heat number 1 got the battery knocked clean out of his kart. I wasn't able to share that with you guys, but big time contact to get the weekend started for him. But him and his Orsilon teammate doing everything they can to charge forward in this field. But, I mean, really the highlight for me, Mario Barrios able to fend off these 2 younger gentlemen right behind, and we saw how fast Sal Ditta was in round number 1. This is some top talent that this dude's been able to hang on.
Well, and we saw the speed in the beginning here from Ditta, and my question is, if he reins in that aggression a little bit at the beginning of the race, what is he able to do from there? I think we talked about overdriving just a little bit. It was a bit of an overdrive for him. White flag in the air right now. 1 lap to go for these drivers. I don't think this is done for Ditta. I think, well, maybe it is there as he kind of misses the apex for turn 2.
And again, unfortunately, if you just miss 1 corner, with the level of power these guys are making and how pivotal it is to keep your momentum up in these categories, if you miss 1 apex, if you go a little bit too late on the binders in one of these corners, you are losing that. You're you're spending the rest of your lap essentially trying to play catch up and find that delta. That could have been a late lunge potentially from Javier to try and make that move on Mario Barrios. Was he able to fully clear him? No, not quite.
A bit of a wiggle there, though, from Barrios as they come down into turn 9. Really get the sense here. I think that was the last chance for Javier to be able to get that move to fly. Let's see as they come down through the final corner. Danilo Romalo will cross the start-finish stripe to be able to take victory, followed by Martin and Elefante. Barrios will take victory in that Supermasters category. Javier Ditta rounds out your top 6. Falcone DeLuca rounding out your podium for Supermasters.
This is where I wish we did have that mobile cam for the scales right now, because I reckon it would be getting a little bit, I think the term, to quote David Land here, would be a little bit chippy on the scale line. But for a lot of these guys, I think another factor we didn't really talk about for overdriving the car, a lot of those guys were getting really, really aggressive at the start. So those guys were probably getting up to temp very quickly. It's the hottest conditions the track will be to this point today. Will only cool down as we work our way into the pre-finals. So a lot of these guys needed to manage their tires, and I think in the aggression, that might have caught him off guard as well.
Yeah, I think it may as well. All right, we're going to take a quick break away from you while we get a little bit of Kart picked up. We're going to run some commercials, and we will be back as we round out the heats with ROK VLR Junior, heat number 3.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
One last heat, one last opportunity for the ROK VLR Junior karters to make their way out onto the circuit and to ply their trade. Isaac Malcutt has been one of the standouts here. Nico Orbezo, Santiago Arioli, Emilio Bolanos, of course, Maxwell Macha, Tristan Murphy, Cam Johnson, some names that you got to keep out for. And one that's surprised us, Jackson Lambros, that is Nico Katowski, back in 10th on the TKG. Not necessarily the charge that we've seen maybe his brother have a little bit earlier on in the day, or compared to 2 weeks ago when we were here. But I think they're going to be dialing that car in, and Nico will be up there before you know it.
Yep, still been mighty fine in GP, by the way. You saw him drive his way to the front just a couple of heats ago in the 125s, but over in the 100s, it has been weirdly problematic for the TKG Burrell driver. But he's got 2 tagged motors he can work through to try and work things out. And again, he was pointing to the engine on his way into the scale line to wrap up heat number 2. So definitely some work to do back at the TKG tent, but we will see what he potentially has under the hood at this point. But Isaac Malcutt, Nico Orbezo on the front row. That's a rubber match, as that's both your heat 1 and 2 winner. Santiago Orioli, again, one of our Saudi drivers who had that big time incident in heat number 2 last Saturday. Good to have him back. Emilio Bolanos, a newer driver, the Costa Rican with RPG. Maxwell Macha, Tristan Murphy, Cam Johnson, Cole Anderson, Jackson Elefante, and Nico Katowski rounding out your top 10.
All right, Malcutt right now going to be leading us around to this green flag. 9 minutes plus 2 laps is what will be on the clock. So we'll see what can happen here as they line into the starting grid right now. We've got a couple of karts out of line. And we are go. It's a great launch there from the outside. Orbezo originally able to get the go, but not quite able to get it to play, as I think Malcutt was able to fight back on him somehow miraculously through turn 1 and 2 cleanly. That is going to be a good go there for Malcutt, who gets back up to the lead, and now 3, 4, almost 5 wide, coming down into 4.
No track blockage. We stay clean and green, and that was a great start for Orbezo to make the outside work and at least slot into P2, but that pressure has got to be bang on to try and clear Malcutt. We remember how Heat 2 went. He had that open air and immediately peeled ahead. The guys behind Bolanos, Murphy, and Macha didn't make it easy for Orbezo to put the pressure on. They wanted that P2 spot big time. Another guy who was a big factor, Nico Katowski, was trying to charge hard. It looks like he's already trying to gain a few positions as well here, DJ.
Yeah, he's moving his way up through the field. Bolanos able to move his way up into third. That is that Rollison cart that you see, the cotton candy, as you pointed out earlier. Murphy, Macha, Katowski up to fifth already, so great running there for him. But he does have a little bit of work to do. That's going to be a pretty big gap to try to make up, about 1.43 seconds. So he'll have a little bit of work to do. They stream their way into turn 4 right now. Get themselves set. Is out of turn 1, or out of turn 5 rather, goes that leading pack from Malkut down to Macha, but they stay in single file order.
This is that teamwork we talked about during VLR Senior that's going to need to happen behind. If you've got a guy who has advantage in the clean air, which is a rarity in these 100cc categories, you need to go bumper to bumper with the guy behind to try and find some kind of momentum to push. For Nico Orbezo, he's on his own. He doesn't have any help from Bolanos or Murphy behind, so he's got to pedal with everything he's got in that Iron Rock machine to try and get to the bumper just about barely in range. About 0.8 on the Delta is about that outside limit for where we see that being in effect. But you can see it work right now because Orbezo is also mighty confident on the brakes. That gap is closing. Is there going to be a look to the inside of 4? He thought about it for a minute there, DJ, but got back in line.
Nice little move there from 5th place. That's Macha on, I believe, Bolanos. That was the move that we saw. So good run there for him. Is now down into turn 6 they go. There's that camera that we see, the LN cart working their way ahead. Let's see if we've got anything else to play. This could be the move for Orbezo. Does he decide to poke to the inside? No, he's going to stay in line here. A little twitch under braking. I think he's just trying to get an idea of what Malkut's going to do.
I think, if anything, that's huge confidence from Nico Orbezo, because he knows Isaac Malkut, if he wants to right now, gives a tap of the helmet and says, let's get out of here, right? And Nico Orbezo might just keep on pushing him away and giving these guys battle insurance. Usually the minute I say that, the guy in second throws a haymaker on the guy leading, so nice to see Orbezo stay in line, at least for now. But
thought about it.
Thought about it there into turn number 4. But Orbezo, for the time being, just trying to give both him and his forced battle partner here, Isaac Malkut, just a little bit more insurance for the time being. But you look a little bit further back, that Ryan Perry Motorsports machine, Tristan Murphy, is in a really tough spot right now. Isn't getting help from Maximo Macha and Emilio Bolanos behind. Still just outside of that drafting range for Nico Orbezo. He is in no man's land. Again, could have had that opportunity to pass. Gap was wide open for him to try and send it on the inside. This is mature driving from Nico Orbezo. He knows exactly what he needs in this moment, and that's another 2 seconds of delta to the guys behind.
Yeah, we're just going to have to see, though, if that delta is able to be closed in on. Orbezo's lost a little bit of time here through turn 2 on the last couple of laps. Doesn't lose it this time. My question's going to be is if this move to the inside here into 4 is for real, or if he's just trying to get into the head here a little bit of Isaac Malkut. I don't think it's the worst idea. Now sends the move to the inside of 5. Gets it done. That's again, and there's that tap on the back of the head. Let's work together. I've got you. Let's go. It's a little bit cheeky there from him after immediately you passed somebody, but I get it.
Nico had to pay a little bit for it. He lifted off throttle there at the apex to prevent that crossover from Orbezo. So that will actually bring Murphy just just a tad closer into this battle. You just see him now come into view. But immediately, Nico Orbezo to the point for the first time in heat number 3. And for the time being, that Mike Doty racing machine of Isaac Malkut is responding and trying to give him a shove.
Trying to give him a little bit of a shove. That gap's come down by about 1/10 of a second back to Tristan Murphy. Bolanos, Anderson, Macha, they're all scrapping away with each other. Katowski's gotten that gap down to under 0.6 of a second, so good running there for him. And I'm going to say this, I think Tristan Murphy's pretty much on this battle right now, so they're certainly going to be looking ahead to see if any of that is going to fire off. Still ducks ahead for Nico Orbezo as he tries to will that Iron Rock Motorsports cart on forward.
Fastest lap last time by Cole Anderson, one of the top Norberg drivers, just behind there in that Lotus Tribute livery, now behind Emilio Bolanos. And how about this, the 811 Tristan Murphy is indeed at the table, just needs a little bit more, but he has essentially made this a 3-kart battle for the lead. And now we reach the question for Isaac Malkut. At what point does the friendship turn into impatience? When is he going to say, I've had enough time trying to push you, I want to take the lead of this race again?
Twin sticks. Twin sticks, or you start getting pressure here from Tristan Murphy. I mean, that's simply what it comes down to. Although, credit here to Orbezo, it looks like he's actually able to pull. It doesn't look like a huge gap, but that's about 2 or 3 kart lengths. That's just enough to really prevent any teamwork from happening with Isaac Malkin.
Yeah, 56.88 last time for Orbezo. It's a 56.96 from Malquit. And again, we're not seeing a lot of bumper-to-bumper contact, unless you might see it a little bit here coming down the back straightaway. No, Orbezo actually able to keep him clear. But again, Tristan Murphy is really your big winner here. He's got 2 karts worth of draft essentially in front of him now, so he's slowly working his way out in front. I know it sounds absurd. These karts don't have wings. They're only going at the very quickest, maybe 70, 75 miles an hour. Dirty air is very much a real thing. You feel it moving differently than the way it would be intending if you're in clean air. So on the straights, you're reaping all the benefits, but in the corners, it is very much a strange feel than if you were just out in front by yourself. Tristan Murphy is right there. And again, DJ, the minute these 3 decide to battle, it could go all the way back to Cameron Johnson in terms of this freight train.
Yeah, it certainly could. I'm a little interested that Katowski hasn't been able to close up that gap. Big gap between Macha as well to Bolano, so Katowski just not quite able to get it in there. But we've got to keep our eyes on this top 3, because I think you're right. It will go all the way back to Maxwell Macha if this battle fires off. Murphy, not quite close enough to get it to play, but it looks like he's a lot faster through, I'd say, about that first sector of the track.
For sure.
So if he's going to try to make a move and insert himself into this conversation, that's where it needs to be. But inserting himself into this conversation is Isaac Malkit down to the inside, gets the move done. And here comes Murphy.
Really good for Orbezo to immediately slot back in. Does he put the pressure in? He runs it wide. Murphy runs it wider. Nobody going to be able to cross each other up. But again, you can see all of these guys trying to set up the switchback, but Isaac Malquit parking the bus, backing everybody up. This could very quickly bring Cole Anderson and Emilio Bolanos right into the mix, and the triplet will become a 5-kart freight train for the win. 50 seconds before we bring the twin sticks out, so about 3-4 laps to go, and the serpentine to the bottom there for Orbezo to try and defend. Go to the white line and cover down low. Malkit went with him. Murphy went wide, and immediately that Lotus Tribute livery sends it to the inside of Tristan Murphy. GFC's Cole Anderson up into P3.
Twin sticks in the air. Anderson takes a look behind him as he tries to clear on Murphy. Murphy's not going to let him go. Murphy back to the inside, and now Bolanos is in the conversation, and all of that scrapping is allowed for Orbezo to get a little bit of a gap. Kart out in front. That's the
Maddox Ruiz.
Thank you very much. Maddox Ruiz having a little bit of a problem, and now it's going to be Malkit and Orbezo with maybe about a 5-kart length gap over Anderson.
And that battle actually with courtesy of Cole Anderson has actually very much transformed this into a duel for your race win, as Orbezo trying to make a move work. What's the defensive choice from Malkit? The door is open. Orbezo's going to go for it. Can Malkit try crossing him up? Nope. Iron Rocks, Nico Orbezo to the point in the run to the twin sticks.
Here he goes as now they come through 10 and 11, down into 12, not seeing any movement there. They've got to be a little bit careful. Murphy could close this gap very, very quickly if they battle. Twin sticks in the air, 2 laps to go. Murphy in third, starting to close in. Bolanos and Anderson have fallen off the pack just a little bit, but if this turns into a full 3-kart battle, it could get nasty.
The tone was set from heat number 1. We knew it was going to be a duel out in front, but it kind of felt like who would be the 2 at the party. Orbezo and Malquit have got 1 apiece so far this weekend, but Tristan Murphy, since round 1, has been lurking in the wings, waiting for his opportunity. And so many times already on this pre-final Sunday, we've seen guys sitting in third, letting the other 2 battle it out, pick up the scraps, and maybe run away with a heat win. Could this be what we're seeing from the Ryan Perry Motorsports driver? You could have argued the same for Cole Anderson. He got too hungry too early. Emilio Bolanos crossed him up. He's way back now in P5 trying to fend off from Orioli and Maxwell Macha, but still very much a 3-kart bat with the white flag out.
1 lap to go here. Malkit trying to eye up his opposition. I don't know if he's going to be able to get the run down on Orbezo. Orbezo certainly thought he was. He makes a defensive line as they come out of 4 and into 5. No defense there from Orbezo as they bring their way now out of 5 into 6. They've separated out. This looks like it's kind of stretched its field out a little bit more. Now they come down into the junkyard turn. Orbezo on the power. Here they go. As they line their way into turn 9, I'm not seeing any movement from these drivers. The only place left to be able to pass is into turn 12 for Isaac Malkit, but not letting that happen is going to be Nico Orbezo, willing that number 838, that Iron Rock Motorsport Kart forward. He's going to be able to hold the line. Malkit tries to get a little bit under, but it's not going to happen. Orbezo comes to the line to take victory. Malkit Murphy directly behind.
And that duel is going to continue well into the pre-final, and you can imagine into finals Sunday. That is a phenomenal drive, though, from Nico Orbezo. Oh, big trouble there. Junkyard corner. One of the Sodi karts, the 844 and the 822. Gail Rampazzo, and I believe, oh my goodness, Jordan Martin. More heartbreak. Her second incident of the week. We didn't even know she was running in VLR, but has been trying to fight her way into the top 10 in disaster for the second time as struck her.
It certainly has. All right, that's going to wrap up our coverage of our heats. Make sure to stay with us, folks, because we're not going anywhere. In about 20, make it 10 minutes time, we're going to be back with you at about 2:23. That is when it is slated to have ROK Shifter Masters, ROK Super Masters, and your KZ drivers out on track. That's right, our Super Shifter is going to be headed out onto the circuit. So we'll take that quick break away from you here, get a minute to catch our breath, and then we'll be back with you through the action through the rest of the day.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
You're watching a Jason Larea creative Rock Cup USA production.
For those of you joining us on the Rock Cup YouTube channel live stream, temporary track break underway. We'll be back at around 2:15 local time to resume racing and get into the pre-finals. Again, the reminder for everybody joining us on the ROK Cup USA YouTube channel, temporary track break underway as we are giving our track workers and marshals a break between our rounds of heats and pre-finals, but should be ready to go here again for ready racing for the pre-finals around 2:23 local time, 2:23 EST, back to racing.
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center. DJ Clark and Jason Ewers up here in the booth. Put 11 minutes on the clock, folks, and 2 laps because it is time for pre-finals. Now, this is set by what we saw previously in the heat races, and then this is the big important race that determines the finals for tomorrow, race fans. So this is going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I think the question's going to be, is like anybody have anything for what has Beasley been able to do to that cart? You know, haven't been on a track for about an hour and a half. Track conditions have changed. A lot more rubber's been put down. Also, a lot of wear on these tires that they've had. You know, they've had 3 heat races on these things. Quite a bit of wear and tear on those Levantos. So a lot of strategy being played here. Fresh set of rubber going to be slapped on these things tomorrow for them. So good to go. That's a great shot right there. You can see the rubber just being laid down on turn 4 right there. As where the day's heating up, it's nice. It's beautiful out right now. Not super hot, but the sun is beating down. So everything's going great. The question we have here is 2 things. Karai's dominant in his class, and Matthewson's dominant in his class.
Anybody got anything for him? I think is the real question here that we're going to be wondering across the board. That is going to be Vaughn Beasley that comes into lane first, it looks like.
Talking about something here. I don't know what's going on. He's angled.
That is a Schumacher start right there is what that is. But they're going to roll back a little bit, get those tires and get the chains in the right kind of position that they want to, get a little bit better launch off the line. Getting everybody in line here right now. Karai will be starting to your right. Again, we haven't seen him much today, so we want to point him out to you as the lights go on and go off. Great start there for Vaughn Beasley, who gets across the line ahead of Dominic Karai.
Well, Beasley was starting on the inside.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he gets a choice of starting position, and he wanted to start out. Took no time at all to work his way back to the front.
And now Karai is back up to the front, so no question
we have
there.
a cart. I think that's Horseman that might be out, yes.
Yeah, 424. That's really unfortunate there for Blake Horseman, who's shown some good speed here early on in the day. All right, so a little bit of confusion there off the start. To excuse us there for that. That was a confusing situation for all of us up here in the booth. But it does look like Dominic Karai has immediately passed Vaughn Beasley as we've got a cart turned around. That's the 573. That is Juan Esteban Unegro Martinez, who looks like he just locked up those rear axles coming down into turn number 9.
Yeah, just a hard braking zone right there. Probably downshift a little too fast and got that rear end to rotate on him. But as we're working our way through here, we'll see what happens. You know, good conversation with Cole Matthewson at a break that we had. Really loving the little ROK package. It's, you know, the motors are bulletproof. Like, he's like, we don't do anything to this thing. Like, it is just a rock solid package. So hats off again to ROK for bringing it in. You could see how free these chassis are. Like, everyone's sideways going through the bowl turns up there, going into the junkyard turns. So the wear on these tires are definitely being shown right now, especially when we got 11-minute race plus 2. So, you know, you're looking at about 13 minutes that you're going to be out on track.
Well, as Karai starts to do what Karai's done and potentially streak off into the distance, although I want to give credit here to Vaughn Beasley, he's at least keeping this competitive for the moment. I think the battle is going to be for P2 between Vaughn Beasley and João Alves, but we'll find that out as time goes along and we head down to Jackson Lambros.
Just finished talking with Blake Horseman, and again, just shockingly came to a halt on the inside of turn number 6 before the carousel. Conveniently let him come down into the pit lane, but talking with him and doing some live diagnostics, Jason, maybe you can help me, but he was saying it was something potentially with the sprocket in that ROK shifter motor.
Yeah, if you don't get that, so it's a 2-piece sprocket that goes on the rear axle on these things, and if you do not get that lined up just right and tightened up, they can skip on the keyway. And when that happens, the axle gear just spins freely, and it basically ruins an axle, and they're a lot of fun to get out. But, yeah, that's probably what happened. They probably made a gear change in between, trying to find something to be able to pick up some pace, to be able to run with Karai, and just probably a little mental error right there.
All right, well, that's going to put him down the order. We check back here. This is the battle for P5, Mathewson and Skitchy Barnes. This is the one that we've kind of anticipated being a slugfest all day long. The Mathewson's just dominated, but Skitchy keeping this under a second, keeping it as close as possible, pulling away a little bit here from Warren Von Tock, but at the same time, we know that this could erupt into fireworks in the best possible way. Not saying that they're going to be, throwing elbows at each other. But, we've got another cart off. That's the 545. That's Matthias Bonvin. And not sure what's going on there with that.
I think he got his nose was tucked under. It looked like it was caught in his pedals, and he probably couldn't use his pedals right. So pulled over, stopped it, going to start his cart back up. But just to let you know, that is for first in class right there. So that is our Masters guys racing with each other. So they're running for first in class, running 5th and 6th overall. In this heat, because we do have those combined classes. And that 68 in the darker yellow that you see, or the orange is Von Tock, who's first in class in Supermasters.
Yeah, and, last time out here a couple of weeks ago, we did see Morn kind of get up and fight a little bit with these guys. Don't know if he's got the pace to do so here today. He's about 1.3 seconds off the back of Skitchy Barnes. There comes Bonvin down into pit lane. Looks like that is terminal for him, unfortunately.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's not going to be long because Morn is about 0.3 faster than Skitchy. As you can see right there, he's definitely closing the gap on that group.
Yeah.
So it's going to be a 3-cart battle, which we did see a lot of those guys battling in round 1.
We did.
Those 3, and then surprisingly, when it came to the main, Morn just kind of made a chassis adjustment that went the wrong way and was kind of out to lunch.
Yeah, this is the battle up for the lead of the KV class. Dominic Karai not looking like he's got everything together. He had a big slide coming into turn 4. That's what that noise I made was. Vaughn Beasley keeping this competitive. It's under half a second.
Yeah, definitely not letting him get away. Like I said, there's a lot of variables that go on with running a shifter cart. There's more things with the shifting mechanism and the braking and picking gears. So it's easy to miss a gear or go down too many gears and cause yourself to really lose yourself some lap times. But Vaughn is definitely pressuring Karai right now. Let's see if Karai can just stay calm and patient and just run Karai laps, or if he's going to feel that pressure and just see if Beasley's going to be able to push him into making a mistake.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it's really going to come down to, I think. And we have not seen Karai under pressure this whole weekend. It has been a situation where Karai has just been the dominant force. He hasn't been shaken. And so I'm interested, if I'm Vaughn Beasley here, if I can get under his skin a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll see what happens. And then there's Alves right there poking his nose into this game. So we'll see what happens as they continue on. Still plenty of laps left. A little under 5 minutes on the clock as they're working their way through 12 through our makeshift 13 corner to the stripes where we're at 34 before 47. So Karai's responding a little bit.
Yeah.
They're putting a little bit faster lap. Just went purple that last lap too with the 52.48. Kind of keeping an eye on that gap between Barnes and Tock. So that's under a second.
Yeah, it's about 76 hundredths right now. And look at this. Vaughn Beasley all over the back of Dominic Karai. He does not seem to be strong through that first sector of this lap.
No, and this is remnants of yesterday, the heat race 1. Vaughn Beasley was giving Karai a little bit of work. Karai got his cart settled in and was able to kind of build a little bit of a gap over Beasley, but Beasley's definitely reeling him in and not letting him get away at all, and really fast through that little midsection carousel area as they're going across the stripes. We'll see what happens. 30, yeah, he got a little bit more into that lead there.
Look how much Karai is sliding around. Those rear tires just refusing to grip. And look at the acceleration off of the line there for Vaughn Beasley.
Karai missed the shift. You can see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. He went to shift, and then he had to shift again. So,
okay.
Yeah, that's the reason. And then Alves is right all over the back of Beasley as we're working our way through Junkyard Turn down to turn 9.
Yeah, I think Beasley got checked up, and that put Alves in contention. But regardless, even without missing the shift, Karai is slipping and sliding. You watch it. I mean, just see how much brake there is in that cart.
Yeah, I don't know if they freed it up too much, and it might be fantastic at the later runs of the race. but definitely not the faster kart there. Man, Beasley is all over the place trying to make that kart as quick as he can get around inside. Man.
And Alves is
out of the cart, out of the cart.
That is a very, very rough incident. We will try to get an update there on João Alves. As we come back here to live pictures, a very, very rough incident involving João Alves, Von Beasley, and Dominic Karai. All right, we get back here. You can see there one of the karters taking off, so that is at least good. We're going to focus back on the battle here for Cole Matthewson and Skitchy Barnes. We do remain green here at the Orlando Kart Center. Karai has been able to carry on. Cole Matthewson has a little bit of a look down to the inside, does Skitchy Barnes. And there goes Matthewson starting to take a little bit of an advantage, but Morn Von Tak also into that as well. Okay, we can report here, we just sent Jason Ewers out, that we do see João Alves is up. There he is on your screen after that very, very frightening incident where Alves was thrown from the kart. He is up, he is alert, he is okay.
Yeah, that's just a racing incident, and you're carrying so much speed. Not much you can do, and rubber on rubber, something's got to go in the air. And that's exactly what happened right there. Kart gets up, and then, you know, it did its job, what you're supposed to do. Like, these karts are designed, that's why we're not strapped into them. You want to be thrown out like that.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what happened. He landed on a Tech Pro, so it's soft landing. So worst case scenario, you know, happened to be, you know, the best case for him. So obviously he's, you know, I wouldn't be walking away from that. I would still be on the ground. I'd be milking it for everything it's worth. But good for him. Like, he's healthy, good to go. Hopefully the kart's not too damaged. But I think that was one of those incidents where it looked worse than what it really was.
Well, it's the diffusion of energy.
Yeah.
That standard principle that we talk about when you get into more single-seater kart racing, where you see pieces flying off the car, and that's actually a good thing. This is the battle right now for the final podium position, and your lead in the Masters category, Cole Matthewson and Skitchy Barnes. Skitchy's got that kart hooked up, and he is putting some pressure here to the back of the Rocket Racing machine.
Yeah, and Von Tak's right there behind them, and that's a new livery for the whole VTM team this week. That's a really good-looking livery, like carbon fiber looking. It looks so good. But Von Tak is fastest kart in the Supermasters Masters group. 53.02. That's actually the second fastest lap next to Alves.
Oh, there's Skitchy down to the inside of Matthewson. He's got it done through 5.
Yeah, this is a position Cole's not used to right now. We'll see what they're going to do. I know he told me the kart was so good that they didn't make a lot of changes to it, so they might have to go back to the starting blocks here and figure out what they're going to do to be able to get some pace up for Skitchy.
Oh, he's going to fight back here. Is Matthewson. No, he's not able to get it done. And they will have warm-up tomorrow to at least get a sort of a test feel of what that kart's going to do.
And brand new rubber. I mean, so that kart may just be really good on tires that have a little bit more grip on it, maybe just a little too free. May not touch anything on it.
All right, come to the stripe right now. That's going to be 2 to go at the line. The twin sticks raised in the air. Skitchy Barnes leads over Cole Matthewson, but Matthewson's going to be under pressure here from Morn Von Tak. Von Tak looks to the outside, can't get it done. Is he going to maybe try the same move that we saw Skitchy Barnes throw down into turn 5? No, but Von Tak does get a little bit of good power off of the line out of turn 5.
He's got a good run through the carousel right here, through that left, back to right, to junkyard corner. See if he's going to make a move here. Did not, but definitely gained some space between him and Matthewson. Not enough to be able to make the pass into 9. As we work our way up to 10 with the single flag in the air as they're going to go across the stripes. Skitchy using all those curbs.
You see him pulling at the gear shift there, going up through the gears as they get up to near terminal velocity down into turn 1. Oh, Von Tak with a little bit of a look down to the inside of Cole Matthewson. Von Tak with good momentum out of 3. Is he going to try to stick it to the inside? No, he's not. They stay in line once again. On Talk maybe looking to see if he can get a crossover here. He's not going to get it there. We go down to the camera on the ground. Love this angle from Jason Loria. This is absolutely fantastic. As they come down now into the junkyard turn, Von Talk not able to get it done there, it looks like, although he's lost a little bit of ground. Sketchy Barnes looks very comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. This has got to be a good confidence builder going into the final tomorrow for Skitchy. You know, kind of had nothing for Mathewson at all for the first 3 heat races. Comes out in the pre-final when you really need to, lays down the gauntlet, and is going to start pole for the final tomorrow.
And Dominic Karai will power to victory in that KV category. Paulie Hart will come home P2, KZ, excuse me. As Sketchy Barnes will take victory in Masters, and Morgan Von Talk taking victory in the Super Masters class. And there's a little bit of love that fist bump there between Mathewson and Barnes. Good, respectful racing.
Yeah, these all guys race so much together, I mean, in a long time, especially from the Midwest. And Skitchy runs everything. So he'll be running races in Illinois and Indianapolis, and then runs down here and runs in Texas. And just he's a renaissance man of karting.
Yeah, and absolutely loves it. All right, we're ready to head down to Jackson Lambros with an interview on pit lane.
Not an interview, but more of an update, as I don't think a lot of these guys necessarily want to talk after what happened on track. Let's get the big one out of the way. I was able to go talk to Joe Alves, and somehow, some way, he is perfectly fine and alert. He is going to go get looked at by medical, but was completely alert and frankly, like, shockingly okay. And when someone gets that high in the air, goes over the barrier, that is a shocker. But for, unfortunately, big-time frustration for Von Beasley. His first race back in a shifter kart since SCUSA last year, guys, and had a very, very similar incident last year in which someone kind of ramped up over his shoulder and had 6 ribs fractured, said it almost cost him his career, if not his life, and just some big frustration for the kid from Carmel, Indiana, for an incident that was almost a carbon copy of what happened to him a year ago. Guys?
Well, thank you, Jackson, and on behalf of all Hoosiers, it's Carmel, not caramel. But we kid. We love it, and we love Jackson down on pit lane, and great to hear that news, particularly about Joe Alves. All right, as we do have a little bit of kart cleanup to take care of, we will take a quick break away from you here. We'll be back at you at about 2:44 is when we're scheduled to go racing for ROK SV Senior.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
We return to racing action here at the Orlando Kart Center as Alan Isambard is now on to try to control his dominant performance up at the front of the ROK SV Senior category. Caden McQueen, Davin Roberts behind him, Edgar Rodriguez, and Blake Nash, your top 5. Isambard's been the story here. He's looked untouchable today. And, of course, with the engine raffle that takes place in this series taking place at the end of the day, you got to say that the odds probably favor Isambard here.
Yeah, but we've had an issue with Caden because Caden's been starting back. He didn't have a great qualifying run. Now he's starting off pole. Not the preferable spot to be, that second spot. But now Caden doesn't have to work his way through a bunch of traffic. So we'll see what's going to happen as they go and get the green here. We're going to hit the tram lines just in a couple minutes as they're working their way through 10 or 11 and 12. But I'm going to think that, Isambard's been definitely dominant on that RRC, but I think Caden's going to have something for them.
Yeah, I think he might as well. Davin Roberts also in third place is going to be one for me to watch out for. I think Davin's been a real breath of fresh air in the series. There they go into the train lines, and we are racing for SV Senior. It is going to be that inside line of Isambard and Roberts. Little bit of contact farther back in the field, but everybody's able to point the right direction and keep on going. Roberts up into P2, Caden McQueen in P3, but it is Isambard that leads. Little two-by through the rest of the field. Contact there as everybody gets bumping and banging and bumping, but they are clean and green up at the front of the field.
Yeah, as we work their way through, we've seen it kind of with the SV. These guys kind of get in line early. Not a lot of battling like the minis and the micros, but I think right now Caden went back to third. Is that who's that? Is that Davin Roberts? Davin's been running well, so not surprised by this. They just can't let Isambard take any distance on them or they're not going to be able to catch him. Oh, here's a move on Caden right there. Pushes him out wide. Who was that? Was that Rodriguez?
I'm not sure if that's Rodriguez or Nash. We're going to have to wait until they come across the line. It is one of the Nash Motorsports drivers. It's Blake Nash up into third. Want to also give credit there to Chase Gassie at lead, able to move his way up into fourth. Caden's dropped down now to fifth. No, I think he's fourth now. Gassie at lead has been passed by Rodriguez, so that was a change coming into turn one.
Caden takes a really wide angle there and almost got passed by two karts on the inside there. Got to be careful there as they're working their way through. But right now, Davin Roberts is not letting Isambard get any distance.
And as Jackson reported a little bit earlier, one of his first times in this specific sort of make and load out of a kart, so particularly impressive for Davin Roberts. I think this is a driver you may have to keep your eye on, as it does look like here that McQueen runs fourth. Then I think it is a gap back to Gassie at Lee and Rodriguez. Not sure exactly how those two sorted themselves out, but it's Isambard, Roberts, Nash, McQueen, Venegas, Gassie at Lee, excuse me. We keep our eye on this top battle. No real moves there at the moment. Same with Nash and McQueen. Although they do gap themselves a little bit. It's sort of a pair of couplets up at the front of the field with Isambard and Roberts and then Nash and McQueen. Big gap back then to Venegas, Gassie at Lee, Rodriguez, Downing, and Sangera. So that's going to be that. We're going to keep our eyes here on that battle for P3. Blake Nash and Caden McQueen. That's Caden making a little adjustment there on the right side. That's not to the radiator. Maybe just playing with the needles on the motor.
Just trying to either richen it up or he's leaning it out a little bit as he's working the kart through. Probably checking his minimum and maximum RPMs. You know where you kind of want to be. He might be messing with the bottom end a little bit, trying to get just a little more oomph out of the corner. Feels like he might be just a little off on that. Not sure. Just fine-tuning the motor. That's all he's got to do. But as he's working his way on Blake, but good to see Blake up top. Struggled in the first three heats. Yes. Not surprised seeing him up front. Dominant run through the field on round one with a little bit of issues that he had with that race. But definitely shows pace here. See what he can do to catch Davin. Davin's doing a good job. Isambard has gapped him a little bit. That kart's just kind of coming into its own right now as they're working their way through 9. But right there is a close battle between Nash and McQueen.
Yeah, McQueen's starting to close on in. Whatever adjustments he did make to that motor certainly looks like it's helping him out a little bit. There's Isambard up at the front of the field. That gap's going to expand from the half a second it was at the last time of asking. It's up to nearly 7/10 as Roberts is falling back a little bit into the clutches here of Nash. And this follows, dare I say, a little bit of a trend. Here comes McQueen down to the inside, and Nash, nice and easy, parking at the apex, gets it done, and Nash gives him a little shove as they leave the corner.
Yeah, your fastest kart on the track right now is that number 342 of Caden McQueen. See if it's fast enough to kind of run down Davin Roberts. Maybe work together a little bit to try to catch up to Isambard. We'll wait and see here, but right now Isambard has that kart rolling quite fast.
Couple of strips of tape coming off the likes of Davin Roberts and Blake Nash, just getting some more cool air into those radiators. Duck ahead for Davin Roberts. Caden McQueen now clear of air. Is going to have about a 2-3 kart length advantage over Blake Nash. And it does look like he's starting to close down a little bit on Davin Roberts. The point I was making earlier was we've seen Roberts look very good in the early stages of races and kind of struggle as the race goes along. Again, that setup that we often talk about, running higher or lower tire pressures, sometimes coming back to bite you. I wonder if that's what we're seeing here again from Davin Roberts.
I mean, he's running his fastest laps of the race. They're just not as fast as McQueen and or Isenberg. Like, he's matching with everybody else. I mean, also Chase Gassioli back there is running really quick as well, but just has too much of a gap back to Nash. But McQueen is something, I'll probably say about the next lap or two, he's going to make that move on Davin for that second spot and then kind of put Isenbar in his sights.
Well, Davin certainly thinks so. That was a big look behind from the privateer entry of Davin Roberts, taking a look at Caden McQueen behind him. McQueen's going to tuck behind in that draft. We did talk about that. It is effective. Jackson talked about it a little bit earlier. Come down through turn 2. Power their way through. Oh, there you go. A little bit of go ahead from Davin Roberts. That is a heads-up driver. Recognizes that he doesn't have the speed and is going to try to follow McQueen on through.
Yeah, didn't want to fight it at all. I'm a little shocked on that. Maybe having some issues, not, knowing that the kart's not there right now. Yeah, I mean, that's a veteran move right there for a new racer through the Florida Winter Tour.
Yeah, I mean, that's very, very heads up. And there you can see Caden doing that sort of Carter's duck a little bit, trying to will that kart on forward. I don't think it cost him that much time. I think they did that pretty beautifully orchestrated.
And I think maybe that's what Davin wanted to do. And also, you know what, too? Maybe he wants to kind of see what McQueen's racing line is.
Yeah, I mean, that's always something to be able to keep in mind. If he can keep up with McQueen, maybe steal a few tricks, that would be helpful. Loses a little bit of time there through 1 and 2. Looks like that didn't necessarily play out the way I think Davin would have wanted it. They come back now through turn 4 into turn 5. McQueen definitely starting to grow this gap a little bit.
Let's see what that gap is for Isenbard at the line.
I mean, the last time of asking, Isenbard was the only driver down into the 53s with a 53.961. Queen with a 54.188, pretty much the fastest out of anybody else. Now, granted, he was, you can argue, being held up there on that last lap by Davin Roberts, so I'm going to be interested to see now that he's gotten by if he's able to improve that time. Let's see as they're coming to the stripe right now. And 54.1.
Actually, the gap went up 4 times.
Yep.
Difference is really the lap time differential.
Yep. All right, so this is that battle for P2. Blake Nash starting to come into the picture as well. Nash was not as fast, but he's still there. Looks like he gained up some time through sector 1 and 2. Maybe loses it down through sector 2 because he turns 1 and 2.
Yeah, your 5th place, Chase Gassioli right there in that Team Benny. 53.944, perfect for the day so far. But yeah, definitely something's going on with Roberts' motor right now. Been working the needles quite a bit going down the straightaway. Just trying to perform that thing as much as you can. Remember, these are lottery motors, so they get a different motor every day. So when they're done today, they take these motors off, hand them back to ROK, and tomorrow they get another motor.
Yeah, and, we did see at Vegas, I can't remember who it was, but, it is a true lottery, as somebody did actually end up with the same motor 2 days in a row. But the one thing we have heard is that for the most part, even though this is a lottery system, you're getting a different motor, they're all pretty much the same.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has said anything different about the motors being, one has more mid-range, one has more top end, like none of that. Like, I mean, you can look at the lap times and the parity of this, the way that this lottery system works is pretty impressive.
Yeah, very, very impressive, I would have to say. Blake Nash definitely losing a little bit of time here to the likes of Davin Roberts. Roberts may just be able to hold on to this P3 if things keep going the way they are. Though Caden McQueen trying to still close down on Alan Isenbard, who has seemed the immovable target up at the front of the field. They're going to come across the stripe again. Let's see here from Isenbard, a 53.8. McQueen finally gets down to a 54 flat. but it's still about a 1/10.5 off of what Isambard is able to do, so that gap's going to grow.
Yeah, Isambard has just got the kart working really, really well. What they're doing in that Rocket Racing 10 is pretty impressive. You know, it's good to see those guys really working hard, putting their time in, and you can just see kind of what's happening. They're just, you know, they're in the front. We're talking about Rocket Racing in almost every class.
Yeah, we are. I was going to say, it's not just here in this SV Senior category. It's really across the board that we're seeing the impressiveness from them.
Great angle there. Good
Fantastic
job, Jason Loreo.
Yeah, you can really, what I love about that is you can see the eyes.
Yeah.
You see them spot the corner, go down through. It's why I love that my cinema here is ultra wide curve, because I can really spot the corners.
Have you used VR yet?
Yeah.
Made me sick.
Yeah, same.
It was awesome.
It was
made me
really
sick.
cool, but I got motion sick. But we watch right there, Caden McQueen in that 342. As we're going to take a look back here at Blake Nash and Chase Gassiet-Lee, I believe, because this is really where the battle's starting to fly off here.
Yeah, those guys up there are kind of in their own little island, like you like to say over there, DJ. So we'll see what Gassiet-Lee has, if he can catch up on Blake Nash. I mean, Gassiet-Lee's been one of the fastest karts on the track right now, and that gap is 0.4 of a second.
And there they go, and there's the move for Gassiet-Lee down to the inside of Blake Nash. Nash takes a look behind him, see if anybody was following him on through. Great run there for Gassiet-Lee, just able to get it done clean as you please.
Slowly, every single lap, just closing and closing and closing, and had the opportunity to be able to take advantage of Nash on turn 9.
Yeah, got it done. Nash's kart maybe not favoring this latter stage of the race. 3 laps to go, by the way, at the stripe. That is Sebastian Venegas that you see behind them, another or one of the RRC machines. So they come down out of turn 5 right now. Nash just trying to hold on to what pieces he can, I think.
Yeah, you know, it's not over yet. I mean, Gassiet-Lee could make a mistake, but last thing you want to do, Blake, is have yourself a bad starting position in the final like you happen to have, you know, through round 1.
Well, the one thing that I think Blake will be able to take some solace in, and we're going to come back to this point that we talked about last year, we talked about last round. Blake's going to be in an odd-numbered starting position if things stay the way they are. Isambard takes the 2-to-go mark, which means he will be starting to the inside of turn 1, and that appears to be the best area to be.
Yeah, I'd much rather be starting second, first, second, fifth.
Yep.
Yeah, fifth. Or first, third, or fifth.
Yeah.
I'd be rather start second, fourth, and sixth.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen those drivers in P2 fall all the way down to, I think, as low as P7 at different points.
Yeah.
As we watch right now, though, Alan Isambard, this is really impressive here, Jason. He's still one of 2 drivers that has been able to get down into the 53.9s. Gassiet-Lee is the other one. Gassiet-Lee was able to do it once. Isambard is doing it consistently.
Yeah, well, Fonseca's also in there, 53.985. You know, that's another name that we haven't really talked about so much, but we've talked about before in the past. So I'm sure Charlie's going to have decent finish here, 8th, fast kart, somebody may look for tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have to keep our eyes open for that Rollison machine. In the meanwhile, though, it's another R. That's Rocket Racing in the form of Alan Isambard. He just has never looked touchable today.
No, a little bit of a challenge at the beginning by Roberts, and then the kart came in and he was gone.
Yeah. Yeah, and to the point that I made, a 54.2 was his last lap. That's the only lap I've seen him in probably 10 minutes that has been above a 53.
Yeah, he's definitely comfortable with that kart, and they've got it really driving consistently, and that's what
yeah, and that 54.2 means to me he lifted. I mean, yeah, 54.6 on that last lap. He definitely lifted off. Gassiet-Lee, though, near the end of that, was able to close down within 0.3 of a second of Davin Roberts. So Gassiet-Lee, we've got to keep an eye out for tomorrow. The long-run pace of that Team Bennett kart looking very, very strong.
Yeah, he was coming on strong, so that's some great momentum taking into tomorrow for that main.
Yeah, and again, Davin Roberts, this could be a little bit of column A, could be a little bit of column B. Gasly lead looking strong late race. Roberts maybe fading a little bit mid-race, so we're going to have to keep an eye on that and how that storyline goes. But I've also got to agree with something you said at the beginning of this race, which is Caden McQueen moving his way up through the field as they continue to go. You know, while we've got a quick moment here, let's take a look on board. We've got an onboard look here from Alan Isambard. Talk us through this track, Jason, because this is a lot trickier than I think a lot of drivers think it is.
Absolutely. Start finish line right here.
Yeah, this is 13.
Yep. So we're going to start finish line right here. Going into one, heavy on the binders are you? But with that new paving there, you can swing a lot wider there. That's the double right-hander into the 11-3, or the left-hand 3, into 4, which is our number 1 passing zone pretty much here. But over under easy taking here as we go into 5. If you do not pinch down too far down there, opportunity for the car behind you to take a move. Seen a couple passes here going through 6. And through the carousel turn and left, right, and of course we know junkyard turn right here. Another favorite spot of our drivers would take advantage of passing and overtaking there. And then that leads you to the back, that 900-foot straightaway leads you to turn 9. You go right in there, the second or third highest passing zone right there. And then we get up here to the surprising passing zones. You know, get inside. These guys are able to dive in deep over there on 12 and then they work their way through. Try to hold herself all the way back to the finish line. Yeah, the track is smooth, very racy. It's racier now than I've seen it, especially with the new paved corners. So yeah, they've done a great job here.
Yeah, and especially with the increased heat that we've seen this weekend, I think that's really added a level to the competitiveness and the raciness, as you say, as things continue to come along and come alive here at the Orlando Kart Center. We saw some great racing last year. We've seen some great racing here this year. It's been good across the board. I mean, there has not been a fly in the ointment whatsoever.
No, it's no surprise, and you know that's really complements the packages that ROK brings, the engine packages. You know, you have several different engine builders, and everyone has their own little take on how they want to build these engines. But the quality of the engine, the casting of the engine, everything that they do with those things are so equal to each other that there isn't like a special suitcase motor that someone can have.
Yeah, exactly. We'll take a quick break away here for a few seconds. We're just waiting for the next cars to come on out on track. We'll be back with you here shortly.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center. We're happy to bring you some more racing action. This time it's ROK GP Junior headed to the track. Always a fun category as we see these stars of the future make their way around. Some of the younger drivers here, but ROK GP always a favorite class, no matter if it's the seniors or the juniors driving it.
Yeah, it's a great little package as well. The VL or the SV engine kind of took over the GP class for the older kids. The senior level, so you no longer see the GP motor at the senior level. That's the SV package. Not sure what the plan is for ROK Cup to do the SV, SV package for the junior kids, or they're just going to continue running the GP packages.
Well, we'll have to wait to find out as we go down quickly to Jackson Lambros, who's got an update.
Complaints from Alan Isambard, shockingly, on his lone motor right now, complaining that it had a poor bottom end. That was very quickly.
And some technical issues there affecting Jackson Lambros. So, clearly some complaints there. I understand that when you win by that much. Just how. No, I'm sure there are some legitimate problems. Alan would not be complaining if there weren't. So, but again, it's that engine lottery that you don't know what you're going to get. That'll obviously change for him tomorrow. But here, this is going to be a really good race. Jordan Martin, Nico Katowski, Nico Orbezo, and Josh Bergman, your top 4 wildly out of order in what I just said. But this is going to be a fun race with these 4 young karters.
Yeah, I don't think Jordan had that DNF, but she had that win, and then she had a second. So she should be starting up front, but not. She's starting a third. Okay.
Yeah. All right, the Nicos bring us to the line as they get into the tram tracks and get racing. And there's a little bit of slicing and dicing. Jordan Martin going to be able to follow her line on through. Martin able to hold on to P3 as Orbezo and Katowski up in front right now. It's Orbezo that has the advantage. And then it's going to be Jordan Martin and I believe Josh Bergman following in close behind her. All right, as they continue to go through turn 5. No, excuse me, Bergman has fallen back through the order. I believe that's Tristan Murphy for Ryan Perry Motorsports that holds on to P4. Bergman may have fallen back to P5 or 6, as it is Orbezo over Katowski, then Jordan Martin and Tristan Murphy kicking up a big cloud of dirt on the outside as here comes a move down to the inside for Nico Katowski. Gets it done over Nico Orbezo. Move him up into P1.
Good move right there for Nico. Wanted to be up front. I mean, I don't think Nico likes to run behind. I think he likes the lead, and he likes that green track. And he's been doing a great job, so good for him. Let's see what Tristan can do. Not Tristan, but Jordan. See if Jordan's going to be able to do anything to be able to stay at top and catch them. You know, she had a little bad luck in VLR Junior, so we'll see if she can shrug that off and focus down and be able to do what she needs to do. But she's sitting back there in 4th, so she looks like she's in good position.
Yeah, and I think here for Jordan, her luck has been really rough in VLR. It hasn't been as bad here in GP. She looked a lot better. Big shot in the back there for Tristan Murphy to the back of Nico Orbezo as they go down into the junkyard turn. Orbezo able to hold off the attack there from Tristan Murphy. Looking as they come into line. Love that angle. There is Centillion also in line there in P5. Bergman, Pavon, Salazar, Savage, everybody really, really close with each other here as they go down.
Absolutely, yeah, it's been such a great race. I love this GP package. A little bit more power than VLR, so you can get a little more racier with it because you have the power to kind of pull you out of maybe dive bombing, I guess, for lack of a better word. Speaking of dive bombing, right there you go. But you're not losing that momentum so much because you just have the little bit of horses underneath you to be able to pull you up and move it.
Yeah, and that was Nico Orbezo on Nico Katowski as they go. Working their way now down through turn 6. Trying to be able to get the move. The move is on for Tristan Murphy. Trying to see if he can get anything there. Not going to go, but it does look like there that's going to be Jordan Martin trying to make a move up into P3 on the likes of the 211 of Tristan Murphy. That's not going to settle itself out. Yes, it is, as Jordan Martin now is able to hold on to P3. They're going to try to get things together as that allows for Katowski and Orbezo to scamper off into the distance a little bit, but it is Martin, Murphy, and I believe Centillion directly behind them. Josh Bergman falling down the order just a little bit, but they now fly into turn 4.
Yeah, working their way through. Good battle back there, but you know what's weird is Katowski, that battle up there with Orbezo is allowing everybody to stay together. So this is just going to be exciting with plenty of racing left to go here. You do have a little bit of a freight train right there of karts, so anything can happen. A little bit of a break, but again, these GP motor packages, someone got off track a little bit there, caused himself to go a little sideways, but we'll see what happens as we go through.
Yeah, nobody making the move here down into turn 9. It's Katowski, Orbezo, Martin, and Centillion, I believe. No, excuse me, I think Murphy's still P4. They're going to come across the stripe right now. There's some of that tape being thrown off. Yeah, it's exactly as they went in. Big hop of the curb there for Nico Orbezo. Let's see if this opens up a door for Jordan Martin. Orbezo actually goes on the attack down to the inside. Jordan Martin picks the pocket there of Nico Katowski, but Katowski tries to fight back, and Tristan Murphy fighting as well. That is Martin off into the grass or on the outside, loses a position to Valentino Centillion. That's Martin back down to P5.
Yeah, good job so far for these top groups. Clean passes, respectful passes, but aggressive enough to make yourself known.
Yeah, it's very... big slide there for Nico Orbezo. That kart got a little bit squirrely.
Yes, the battle of the Nicos up top. Is that Tristan in third? Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, Tristan Murphy able to get the run up. I think it's about to be second based off of the speed that we've seen Tristan Murphy have. This gaggle goes all the way back down to Alexander Savage in P9, by the way.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, Centillion, he's been there. Like,
Yep.
you know, didn't have the best. Oh, that's almost remnants of what happened in race number 2 with Katalski and Martin.
Yep, and there, a little bit of a move in the back. That's going to be side by side. I think that's Pavon getting by Jordan Martin. So Martin losing some positions here, and now
I think
down
Pavon's
to turn
going to
8.
take Centillion right there, too, as they went through. But there's Martin stuck out.
There's
Pavon.
Centillion and Pavon. Oh,
Martin was smart, too. He's like, these guys are fast. I'm going to tuck in behind them
yeah,
and take
that's a
advantage
good
of
heads
this.
up. This has allowed for the Nicos to kind of escape off into the distance. Curious to see what this gap is going to be when they cross over the line. Orbezo leads from Katowski, then Centillion. Centillion goes super defensive. Gap's 1.4 seconds. It's Centillion, Murphy, Martin, Pavon, Salazar, Bergman, Savage. That's that group from 3rd back down to 9th. That's your leaders right there, Nico Orbezo and Nico Katowski. As we take a look here at that trailing pack, and it does look still to be Centillion, Murphy, and Martin. 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, we've got a move right there. Who was that back there? Was that Pavon and Salazar? Someone's making a move.
That's Salazar in the RRC.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that bright neon helmet.
I appreciate that. Easy
Yeah, I do
spot.
too.
Yes.
All right, so here's Centillion.
Great run for but he's horrible qualifying run for him, but just has dominated, really just worked his way up every single one of these races, up 11 spot in one, up 12 spots in another. You know, this one right now, he's sitting in 3rd.
Under pressure here, though, from Tristan Murphy. Murphy doesn't take a look into 5. Going to keep the pressure up as they go down now into turn 6. As looks like we're going to check back in on your leaders here.
That gap is down to about 0.2 of a second right now, and Nico Katowski just went purple that last lap. So
game on if you are Nico Katowski. You can see how close he's trailing behind that Iron Rock Motorsport machine. Looks down to the inside of 12. Can't get it done. Now gets a really good run. Gives a little bit of a shove to the back here of Orbezo. Maybe wants to play nice for a little while.
gives himself a little bit of gap because he knows he's going to have to probably make a move here. And the biggest gap as he can make between himself and the 3rd place kart gives him more of an opportunity to be able to attack.
Yeah, no, exactly.
And again, I love the yellow gloves because it really, you can see the input into the kart, and if the kart's handling well or not. He's not really sawing at the wheel at all, kind of setting the front end, letting the kart rotate, back on the throttle, and down the straightaway here. So great job so far for Team TKG on that Burrell Art, dialing that kart in for Nico.
Yeah, doing a really good job. And interesting, able to carry just about as much speed on a narrower exit out of turn 9.
Yeah, that's when you know your kart's handling really well, when you can take multiple different lines and not scrub speed.
Yeah, exactly. Although a little bit farther back this time around. Proven out, let's call it about 0.05 of a second slower than Nico Orbezo. 2.5 minutes left to go, plus 2 laps. Oh, wide run there for Katowski. Starting to push the limits here of this Orlando kart circuit.
It looked like Orbezo got a little wide coming out of 4. Got up on those nasty bumps out of 4. You got to be careful on that, not do any damage to your axle.
Or indeed, we've seen it actually affect the pushback bumper before as well.
Yeah.
If you hit it wrong.
What is that gap back? 1.22 to Murphy. That back trio,
They're catching
they're
up.
catching them as well. So, of course, when Murphy goes purple there with a 54.52, 0.3 faster that last lap over Katowski. So that's going to be, we're going to have a 5-car battle, I'm going to guess here, when we get down to about 2 to go.
Yeah, I think you're about right, and I think Nico Katowski may know it. And I think that's going to cause him to do one of 2 things. Sit back, wait, let everything play out or go like hell and try to make this pass as quickly as possible. So he's got a Kart in between himself and Tristan Murphy. Looks like it's going to be that latter option. Goes for the move around the inside, which becomes the outside. A little bit of communication there between Orbezo and Katowski, but it's Katowski up to the lead, and welcome to the fight for the lead, Tristan Murphy.
Yeah, and the fastest Kart that last time was Jordan Martin on the RRC, so definitely those karts, that back trio was a lot faster than the front duo. Now they battled a little bit, and that allowed Murphy to kind of catch back up, but Tristan, or Jordan got around Centillion, so that slowed them down a little bit. So that's why there's a gap between Murphy and Martin. But let's see if Martin, who was the fastest car on the track last time, can continue to be the fastest car and reel in that top 3.
Well, I do think Martin lost a little bit of time because she made a pass on Valentino Centillion. So that's going to put her back in the order just a little bit. Move down to the inside there. That is going to be Murphy on Orbezo. Orbezo goes from first to third in the matter of about a lap and a half, and this should effectively bring Jordan Martin back into the fight. Here they go down into 6. Into the junkyard turn. Continues to be Katowski. He's got a little bit of a breathing room up in front. But now that Tristan Murphy's there, that's going to be a competitor he really hasn't had to spar with this entire race long. So that's going to be something different. Going to come to the stripe here to get 2 to go at the line. All right, Katowski pushing ahead. Let's see if Martin's able to make a move on Orbezo. Not quite able to get it there through 1 and 2, but carries some good speed. I don't think we're going to see that fight from the top 2. And indeed not from 3rd or 4th as well, but Jordan Martin gets a good run down to the inside of 5. Gets it. Orbezo tries to cross her back, does cross her back, but Martin has the preferred line into 6. Gets it, almost lets up a position, but Martin holds on to P3.
Yeah, got in a little hot there, I think, and washed herself up, but was able to keep it under control and keep it down. Now let's see if she can get way defensive there with 2 to go.
A little bit of slip and slide there. Orbezo with the crossover. Nicely done.
Yep. He was able to take the preferred line, carry that momentum through 9, and that's going to just project him all the way down into 10 and 11 and 12. But let's see let's see if Jordan has anything for them. But she's being pushed right there by Centillion again. See if he can pay her back. Little battle up here front, too.
All right, there's definitely a fight here between Katowski and Murphy. Let's see if Murphy sends it down into 4. No, but carries some good speed. This could be close enough to send a big move, but it looks like Katowski's going to cover it off. Fights farther back in the field. I can't tell. I think that was Salazar trying to send a move there. No, it could be Centillion and Martin trying to sort themselves out for P3. We've got to keep our eyes focused on the battle for P1. It runs Orbezo, Martin, and Centillion back in that leading or in that trailing pack. Here comes Katowski down into turn 9. Holds it off for now.
Yeah, and you got Martin hunting the back of Orbezo right now. See if she's going to be able to make a move before they get the checkered flags here in about 10 seconds.
All right, Katowski hold off a last lap attack from Tristan Murphy. Orbezo takes 3rd, Martin P4, Centillion P5. Andreas Salazar really in an island unto himself. Bergman only able to recover up to P7. That is surprising there for me from that MPG Motorsports machine that we saw put on some of the most spectacular moves in round 1. But that is going to be of no concern to the 292 of Nico Katowski, who takes victory here in the pre-final.
Yeah, and that's how you're going to start tomorrow for the final.
Yep.
New rubber. Very little warm-up in the morning, so...
Yep, just about 5 minutes there. It won't be, I think, what we had when we were here last time, which was truly a green-white checker situation for warm-up. Well, obviously, we changed that up a little bit because we were having to deal with some inclement weather. Don't have that concern for tomorrow.
No, beautiful weekend here. Perfect karting, not super hot. Sun's out, little bit of a wind. But yeah, it's much different conditions than what we experienced through round 1.
All right. We are going to go ahead and take a break away from you. We'll be back at about 3:22, so give us about 5 minutes. We're going to cool our sultry voices, and we'll be back with you as we get ready to go for the pre-final for ROK Micro.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data. Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Ever national level win just a couple weeks ago right here at this very track. What's it going to take to make it win #2?
Just keep working hard, do well, be smart, and I guess the speed will come. So as long as I stay calm, it's always fast if you're calm. So
really stiff competition in both of the junior classes. Obviously Nico Orbezo, Josh Bergman. What's it been like battling those guys, and what does it feel like you're going to need here to get on top again?
It was pretty fun, but in the final I didn't really fight that much because I went away. But I think if just good communication with the mechanics and the whole team, because they've been doing a really good job. So if we just keep on doing what we were last week, we can do it.
We appreciate it, Nico. Best of luck to you this weekend.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center. We've had some of the young guns, we've had some of the old masters. Now it's time for the kids to step on into the kart. We get into the cadet classes here with ROK Micro to start things off. This race, by the way, as will Mini, only 9 minutes. I know how numbers work. As it'll be 9 minutes plus 2 laps. And no, you are not seeing things twice. Jack Katowski will be leading us off for TKG, of course, brother of Nico Katowski.
Yeah, good run for Jack. Pretty dominant in this little micro class on that TKG Burrell Art. So definitely pretty happy with the way the kart's performing. Really keeping status quo to where he was for round 1. You know, dominant through that. Actually, they weren't too dominant early in round 1.
No,
when they found that pace.
They came alive.
Yeah, and in the pre-final and the final, and really just had a dominant run in that final.
Yeah, it truly did. Alessio Tosti.
Yeah.
Yes, I was corrected. I was trying to run that through in my head and make sure I got that right. And, of course, I got it wrong because that's just how my brain works.
Fair enough.
Tosti's going to be in P2, then Romeo Ferrante, Emmett Dalton, Max Santana, and Leandro Ramirez, your top 6. Keep an eye on Franco Schiavo. Has had some good speed through the rest of it as well. So we're going to see what these young karters can do. Again, 9 minutes plus 2 laps on the clock. This is going to be interesting. Jack Katowski doing what he did last time, bringing this field around to a crawl.
Yeah, we got to see what happens, too. Emmett Dalton got a win, so we're going to see if Emmett's going to be able, starting in that 4th position in that Sodi kart. So we'll see what is going to happen, if they're going to be able to make some changes. I felt like we just saw these kids on track. So we're out back again, beat up tires, longer race. So it's going to be interesting to see who's made those changes to be able to dial maybe a little grip back in their kart, or just left it alone thinking that there's going to be more rubber on the track to kind of take up for that lack of rubber that you have on your tires.
Got a kart looking like it had some problems farther back in the field. Tosti waiting there for Katowski, but Katowski gets on the loud pedal, and we are clean and green. There is that kart. Couldn't get a number on it as they dive down into turn 1. Little bit of bumping and banging, but we keep clean and green.
Defensive move by Jack there. I mean, we didn't see these guys do what everyone else did the first round and kind of just tuck in and go nose to tail for a while. They battled from beginning to end, and I believe this was the race that I talked about that I didn't even realize we were down to 2 laps to go because it felt like it was 2 laps to go the whole entire race.
Right. All right. So Katowski right now leads over Ferrante, Tosti, and Dalton. I'll get it right eventually, y'all. And then Leandro Ramirez is your top 5. Little bit of sideways there as they go down into the corner, trying to sort everything out. That's the 81 of Ferrante there in that Orsalon. Closing down on Katowski in the TKG. They're going to come across the stripe now. We'll get a reset. Here they go. Excuse me, it's actually Emmett Dalton.
Yeah, the name we talked about. Been fast all weekend. Bad qualifying start. Had to make its way up through the field a little bit there, but then we have a kid kart off the track over there.
I think that was from the beginning. We saw that kart that was off. That's the 77. No, that's new. Excuse me. I think at least.
I don't even see him on the scoring sheet.
Yeah. Well, maybe that was the
one that didn't get the start.
That was the one that didn't take the start. So unfortunate there for the 77. But meanwhile, up at the front of the field, here comes Dalton, making a little bit of a charge in the number 11 machine. That's a Sodi USA by Velocity. Seeing if they've got anything to push here on the back of Romeo Ferrante. Really, really close running.
Yeah, good to see. Not a lot of battling. Complete opposite of race of what we saw through Heat 3, but definitely Tosti's got the faster kart. Making a move on the inside. Thought they had the horsepower, had to back it back off, not to lose that momentum as you go through 2 rights, to 1 and 2 into 3. Maybe a late second bomb dive here. Yes, it is. Going to make it stick. No.
Good defense there by Ferrante. Just didn't really slam the door shut, just aggressively closed it.
Just slowly closed it, yes. Yes, we look like we had a cart turned around right here at 4 as well. That's 67 of Isaiah Jabelli.
Right, so unfortunate for them. That's not the first driver that we've seen have those problems. Unfortunately here for Emmett Dalton, that move on Ferrante really scuppered a lot of momentum. He is now multiple kart lengths behind Ferrante and kind of fallen back into the clutches here of Tosti.
It's not. He's the fastest kart on the track. He's going to be right back on the rear bumper of Ferrante. Ferrante was holding him up. If you look at the lap times, he's 1 minute flat 85, so he was about 4/10 faster than anybody else out there. Just like you said, got in that corner, had to stuff it, had to get on the brakes, kill the momentum, and that's what gapped. But it's going to be a matter of no time before he's going to be on that back bumper and challenging again for that position.
Here goes Enzo Ramos down to the inside of Max Santana. Nice little move there. Santana gives him a shove for his troubles, but they're going to keep looking ahead right now. So that's a good move for the number 14 machine, that Parolin.
I think I caught it right there. Yeah, there's already on the back bumper of
All
Ferrante.
that.
So, yeah, it's just the cart's working really well. That Sodi Velocity chassis is working very, very, very well right now. Just be patient, see if he can make the move. Made that one stick, unless it's an over-under by Ferrante. No, Ferrante just kind of tucks in under. Maybe they can work together a little bit more here, but I'm going to say that you're going to watch that lead by Katowski get wheeled in.
I think you're
by
right.
Dalton.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the fastest lap of the race, he's got about 3 to 4 tenths of a second on Katowski. Even with that pass, he was 1800ths faster than,
He was almost 3 tenths faster than Katowski, even with the pass right there. So
yeah,
it's just a matter of time before he gets up there. And great job by Sodi making those adjustments to the chassis. Missed a little bit in Heat 3. Didn't quite have the pace to be up there, but definitely made that change and has the quickest kart on track right now. Let's see if they made the appropriate adjustment with tires. Maybe they started off with a little higher pressure so the kart comes in quicker. And that's why he's so much faster than everybody else right now. So we'll soon find out with 4 to go.
This is the battle back for P4 that we were watching there a minute. That was Tosti, Ramos, and Santana. Braxton Shiflett also getting involved in that conversation as well.
Yeah, Braxton is a name that we used to talk about, through round 1. He was up there, a contender. This week's been a little bit quiet, didn't have a great qualifying run. Not the best through the heats, but, right now he's making it count when it counts.
Yeah, and in that very distinctive Norberg karting academy. Jason, when you're right, you're right. Emmett Dalton there behind Jack Katowski. And down to the inside. Here he goes into 4. This is the pass for the lead. Katowski crosses him over. But that Sodi's going to try to hold strong around the inside of turn 5. Gets it done. Crossover again there from Katowski, but I just don't think he's got the horses.
No, it's, like I said, Dalton's definitely the cream of the crop on this pre-final right now. But, like I said, I don't know how that kart's set up. We'll see what happens. Is it going to tighten up with 3 to go? I'm not sure. Let's just see if Katowski can tuck in and maybe learn some racing lines here, something a little different than what he may be running that's just a little bit faster, and that's working for Dalton.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, and if Katowski learns a few things from Emmett Dalton, that could be bad news for the rest of the field. Romeo Ferrante is starting to close in as well.
Yeah, as we go with probably, less than 3 minutes to go. Katowski's not letting Dalton. I thought Dalton would be able to get around and maybe check out a little bit, but Katowski's not letting that happen. Not really defensive lines here. No dive bombing by Katowski. Working their way through 5, just kind of pairing up with each other. Plenty of time in this race. No reason to try to take any chances right now, considering how you finish here is how you start tomorrow. And really, you know what? Tomorrow is what counts.
Exactly. And I think if you're Jack Katowski, maybe a little bit of impetus to try to get ahead, to get that P1 position. We talked about starting on the outside line, but a lot of these cars, when they think about it, it's not playing into their calculus as much as I think we here in the booth want to think it is.
No, I think you're exactly right, and it's interesting to see what's going on here as Katowski's still trying to work his way through, but just a little bit faster is Emmett going through that little 10, 11, and 12 section. Putting a little bit of a gap here is 25, 33 now, so just a smidge faster that last lap. But let's see what he can do, see if Jack's going to do something here going into 4.
He is willing that kart forward, begging for a little bit more horsepower out of it. You can see that 92 just eking ahead.
Yeah, close the gap a little bit there as they're going through 5, going through the carousel of 6, into our 7 and 8, where I like to call kind of the bull turn, end of the junkyard turn.
They're trying to get themselves sorted. Here they come back onto the back straightaway right now.
Yeah, really, Ferrante's out there kind of by himself.
Same with Santana. Well, Santana's under a lot of pressure here.
Yeah.
Tosti, Shiflett, Schiavo, Ramos, Skropinski.
Yeah, they're definitely the battle they have right now on the track.
Yeah, certainly is. There is that battle. That's Braxton Shiflett, who has been able to get by Tosti. So this is now the battle for P4. Max Santana trying to hold off Braxton in that Norberg Karting Academy machine. There it is to the inside. The 7 goes. The 7 gets it done.
Good run for Shiflett. Up quite a few spots right now. I didn't have the greatest starting spot here. I think he had a little bit of issues in one of the heats. So definitely doing his job, getting his way worked back up. I don't know if there's enough time for him to catch on the back of Ferrante. But right now, he's definitely got one of the faster karts on the track. But as we say that, last lap, or fast lap is a 1:85 for your leader.
Yeah, 1:85 for your leader. Last time of asking was a fastest lap on the track. Looks to be a 1:01.31 for Katowski, about 0.05 of a second faster than Emmett Dalton. Let's see, though. I mean, there's Braxton starting to stream away a little bit more. Twin sticks being displayed. Woo, almost a wreck there coming down into the corner. That got a little bit crazy.
A little dicey right there. Not sure if that was necessary at that point in time, but could have hooked noses to bumper and just kind of had to unleash the cart right there. But, Dalton stretched that lead out to about a 0.5 second right now. So looks like TKG is going to have to go back to the drawing board to figure out what they need to do to get that pace of Dalton.
Yeah, just getting it. There we go. That's on the 11, it looks like. Nice move down into turn 8. That's Katowski.
How did he close a 0.5 second that quick? Unbelievable. Good move for Jack. And I was talking to his dad out there. I was like, Jack doesn't like to give up the lead, does he? He's like, no. I mean, he was battling back, and this is just proof right here. I don't know if there's a little mistake made by Emmett right there, but with 1 lap to go, we'll see if Emmett has enough pace to close in and try to make a move back for the lead.
And if these two get really scrappy, don't count out Romeo Ferrante. On the last lap, he was 0.4 of a second faster than Katowski and about 0.2 of a second faster than Dalton. Katowski, though, I was going to say he's not taking a look behind him. There, took a look behind him. As they come out of turn 5 right now and into 6, the chances are shrinking here for Emmett Dalton, but Jack Katowski's got to drive a perfect run.
Yeah, he's all over the back of him right there. So Jack's going to go down and play very defensive here.
There's that little bit of a fade. The world I come from would call that a Pruitt fade. As he makes it work.
Did a good job at actually holding Dalton up and out.
Yeah.
And not able to kind of make that sweeping motion that he needed to make to be able to have that momentum going through that corner.
Dalton down to the inside. He may have the advantage here. He certainly looks like he does as they come down to the checkered flag. It's Emmett Dalton by a hair.
Yeah, I want to see that again. I didn't know what happened there. That was a great move by Dalton. Again, places where we didn't think we would see passing at that we've seen quite a bit right there into 12.
I think that was a move like we saw from Bergman last time out, that was just an open door, and he was able to do it. By the way, I love the Venom helmet from Emmett Dalton. The face on it, just fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to try to get a replay of that pass again here. I want to see that. I was kind of looking out the window here to see what else was kind of going on, and then I didn't think there was a chance in heck that he was going to be able to stick that in there, because I thought for sure Katowski was going to make that corner really narrow.
I thought he was too and cover it off. I think, frankly, if I have to be honest here, I think Jack let his eye off the prize there for a second. I think he thought it was done and not lifted, but let his hands off the trophy, for lack of a better term.
I hear you on that one. So we'll get a look at that in a good little replay here in a little bit as Bob works on that. But, yeah, good race there. Good run for Emmett. Not shocked. I think I called that at the beginning. I like to see that, definitely. Good run for Sodi. All right, let's see what we have going next. So we go from our micros to our minis.
That we do. The mini pre-final will be coming at you. There are some of those drivers getting out of the carts right now.
So tiny. As a father, it cracks me up. I mean, I know what my kid was like at 7 and 8 years old, and there's no way I could ever think about him being in a go-kart like that. He was, but not like that.
Right.
Good run for those kids.
Yeah, very good indeed. All right, as it sounds like we're getting that replay queued here in a minute or two.
Has our man Jackson got anything for us down there?
He's hunting and looking around right now, so we'll get something from him here momentarily, potentially, or we'll get this replay.
So we're looking at what? So we go from the the micro restricted to the mini unrestricted.
Right.
So
all right. It does sound like we've got Jackson Lambros, our man, on the spot.
Just went over to the tent for VTM and caught up with Wes Beasley, who had that obvious very bad crash alongside João Pereira in Shifter Master. But the frustration has become actual pain, unfortunately, for Wes Beasley, who again, was the ramp for that incident with Pereira. Again, had a very similar incident at a SCUSA Pro Tour at Newcastle during the Summer Nationals, and essentially was sidelined for the remainder of the year, had to go to the hospital. Unfortunately, he's going to be our first trip of the season to the ER as well, once again, just to make sure nothing is fractured, because not only is it the same side as that maiden incident, but it is still in pain. But all of us here at ROK wishing him all the best and hoping that he is okay, guys.
All right, thank you, Jackson. Thank you for that follow-up. Obviously not the best of news, but sounds a little bit more precautionary more than anything else. So we're glad to hear that.
And that wasn't Alvis who was ejected out of the cart.
Right.
That was Vaughn, who was actually part of that had the cart go over him. So
right.
Interesting to see that. But
as it does sound like, on a brighter note, we do have the replay here. So let's take a look at this absolutely spectacular move from Emmett Dalton. Takes a look to the outside. Katowski sees him coming. Dalton keeps it on the outside through 10 and 11. That really allows him to straight line that corner a lot more, carry more speed, and then here it is. Wide run into the corner. Katowski just kind of caught napping.
I don't know how Dalton got that cart to stick.
I don't either.
I mean, he took such a weird line right there, and I mean, the preferred line was what Katowski had, but hats off. Great job.
Yeah, Emmett absolutely with a powerhouse move. All right, we are going to take another quick break away from you here at the Orlando Kart Center. We'll be back with that ROK Mini coming at you soon.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Till 2026. So opened up a couple new career opportunities for you, but talk to me about getting adapted to this brand new full-size Bennett chassis and kind of you becoming a coach.
Yeah, I know it's been a big step forward for this year. New go-kart, new team, everything, new people. I've known these people. I've known a lot of people under the tent for a long time. Just now working with them is a lot different from just being friends with them, for sure.
Let's talk about what potentially was missing. SV, engine raffle, always going to be very, very close, but maybe a couple different moves in round one, and you could have been the first ever winner on a Bennett chassis in a full-size category. Talk to me about what potentially needs to change here going into round two.
Just smart, race a little bit better, just make better decisions, maybe don't get a pushback on the first lap, first corner, and maybe you can do a little bit better there.
I would love to get your opinion on what the parity feels like motor to motor, because hearing the remainder of this class so far, I've only heard great things. What's your take on just how competitive this field is right now?
The fields are obviously going to be close. Everyone's going to share engine. Everyone's going to have similar stuff. And then just like, it's not going to make a big difference. And yeah, I mean, engines are always similar. You always got to find just what each engine likes and what some don't. You know what it is.
We really appreciate the time. Best of luck to you, Chase.
Thank you.
Welcome back to the Orlando Kart Center. It's time to let the minis loose on the track. Dutch Westbrook leads over Colin Brook, Vicente Aguilar, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, and Lennox Lockhart. Your top 5. Aiden Go going to line up behind them. Then Nico Salazar, Samuel Chaveri, and Benicio Leal, followed by Hudson Hidalgo. They'll come on in as we're going to get ready to go racing here live. As we're going to be joined in a moment by Jackson Lambros. Jackson, you got time. Take your stuff off. You're all good, but we're going to have Jackson in here to join me on this call, and then he'll be taking over for me for the rest of the afternoon. So thank you to Jackson. Yeah, breathe, son. Take your stuff off. You're all good. All right. As they're coming down into the start-finish area right now, it's Dutch Westbrook and Colton Brook bringing it down into the start zone. Is there, the green flag flies. Westbrook gets a good start. Brook tries to cut over on him. Westbrook having none of it. He's going to fight his way on through. Vicente Aguilar also going. Couple of carts going very, very wide, including the 121 machine. The 131 of Hudson Hidalgo. Now here comes the big move from Brook up to the outside. Not going to make that work as they now shuffle their way out onto turn 5. And it continues to be that 133 and then the 164. That's Aguilar that's been able to get by Colton Brook. Brook finds his way back into 5th place. I believe Lorenzo Lopez is up into P number 3 as we welcome back into the booth Jackson Lambros.
Hi.
I give you this beautiful intro.
I know. This is what happens when I come in early and the brain cells are still regenerating. All right.
Okay.
Really good battle here to get us started. It's been kind of a battle of House Bennick versus House Parolin this entire weekend, but you've got Cooper Lorenzo Lopez in there as well. Dutch Westbrook, really great drive. We remember at Rock Vegas, 20-something cars passed on Sunday to get the win there. Here's a big look to the inside. Cooper Lorenzo Lopez trying to work through Colton Brook, and that'll be a done deal for P3.
That was actually on Vicente Aguilar that he was able to get that move done. As there he goes, trying to fight his way and forward up into Dutch Westbrook. That AM Engines entry of Vicente Aguilar falling back to Cooper Lorenzo Lopez in the privateer. You can see Lorenzo Lopez willing that cart forward, just praying that he can get a little bit more speed out of it. As they now fly through the corners into the junkyard turn they go. A bit of a wide run there for Dutch Westbrook. That could find him in a little bit of trouble from Lorenzo Lopez as they come in behind.
Needs to maximize that speed on exit coming out of junkyard into 10, and I think just got on the loud pedal a little bit too quickly. That's what's keeping Aguilar right there with him. And just a little bit further back, you got the 131 of Hudson Hidalgo in a big freight train starting to form behind him. Lennox Lockhart, Luke Bullpit, I think, just there in that other Parolin going for a big ride on the outside of turn 13. And another move for Cooper Lorenzo Lopez, this one on Dutch Westbrook. And I believe, or excuse me, on 133. So that is for the lead, and Lorenzo Lopez to the point.
Yeah, Lorenzo Lopez gets that move, and I think to your point, that was Lennox Lockhart that we saw having a little bit of contact farther back in the field. That may be assessed a penalty, or that could have been Itzko Alonso. I'm not sure. I saw 4 at the end of the number, so we'll have to go back and double-check that. But, as you said, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez up to the point here. Dutch Westbrook trying to hold in behind Vicente Aguilar and Colton Brook. Your breakaway here. Hidalgo runs 5th, but is about a second and a half behind Lockhart, Alonso, and Go running behind them.
And again, you look back to round number 1, it was kind of AM Engines from flag to flag, but it was Izco Alonso who was doing really strong on the opening and then carried that over to his teammate, Vicente Aguilar. They were very dominant compared to Rock Micro, where their representation just, for whatever reason, couldn't carry over to the smaller power plant. So it was indeed Aguilar, and still very much in a position here to go back-to-back. He's kind of gotten himself onto this no man's land, not necessarily getting any help behind from Colton Brook, but definitely needs to find a little bit of something else to get to Dutch Westbrook. A little bit of a bigger system starting to form further back. The 114 of Lennox Lockhart getting pushed by Hudson Hidalgo.
Yeah, and then behind them is Alonso, just kind of waiting for the moments as they get things together. There they come down into the junkyard turn. There you can see Lorenzo Lopez up at the front of the field. Dutch Westbrook starting to close in a little bit more. Aguilar not really able to get that close behind. Colton Brook there as well. So that's that top 4. Then it's a triptych rather, of Lockhart, Hidalgo, and Alonso that we were just following. But it looks like here, particularly through the last half of the lap, that Westbrook's got a really good run. We jump back to that battle. Lockhart continues to lead in the 114. Hidalgo and Alonso following behind.
So that triplet a little bit further back. And if those three continue to work together, there's a potential that they move forward. Of course, the minute I say that, that's a big send. That was a very DJ sound, knowing that Alonso was coming in really hot there, nearly making contact with Lennox Lockhart or Hudson Hidalgo. But all these three managed to completely reshuffle now. But again, if these three able to go bumper to bumper for just a little bit, work together, definitely capable of getting to Bruck and Aguilar.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. They certainly have the speed, and apologies for the noise. That was completely involuntary. That just happens during racing sometimes. As there you see Colton Bruck really ducking down, and so much for working together. As there, that was Hidalgo and Lockhart going side by side. Now there's a move up into the inside there for Alonso in the 144. So they really have no intention of playing nice. They're just absolutely fighting it out.
And again, this is where we got to develop patience for these young racing drivers, because yes, you are able to make that move. You're within striking distance, but how beneficial is it truly if you're able to make it stick? Because one, if you don't have the pace, they're still going to be right behind. And two, it's just immediately, if you're not fully clear and able to have that pace with a clean nose, they're going to swing back immediately. So doing everything you can to know your battles and know when is a smart place to make the move. And maybe if it is a smarter choice to just tuck into the guy behind you and use your bumper, we'll have to see if these guys decide to tone it back just a little bit. It has worked just enough, though, only the other way around, because just behind them now, Aiden Go and Luke Bullpit are on the scene.
Yeah, they're able to close in on the back of this battle, so turn that from a 3-car to a 5-car fight, really. And it looks like Aiden Go, particularly on the back here, may have something to say about Hudson Hidalgo, who runs in, I believe, 7th right now. Hidalgo is the most likely to get past, and there's that move from Go, trying to make it work side by side through turn 3. Somehow they avoid contact, and now here comes Lennox Lockhart down to the inside.
Just barely able to make it stick. Oh my goodness, over the sleeping policeman, the 144. Isco Alonso getting big hang time there to try and make that pass work. I'm not sure if that's going to be fully approved by race officials, but we'll have to take a look at the onboard, see if all 4 tires are over. It might not even matter, though, because Lennox Lockhart able to immediately swing back into the junkyard corner and get that spot back. A little bit further back, Aiden Go trying to make a dive on the binders for that Nash Motorsports machine of Hudson Hidalgo. That'll be a done deal.
Yeah, it gets that to work. And in regards to the off-board excursions there from Isco Alonso, I'm not sure his back approved of that either.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't even want to think about that. But Lorenzo Lopez continues to lead. There is that 2-car battle. This is for 5th position. Colton Brook able to escape into the distance of this. Less than 2 minutes left on the clock here as time winds down in this ROK Mini pre-final. Waiting to see here of the 144 of Alonso if he's got anything to play for. The Chilean driver just looking for that opportunity if he can get it.
And again, Cooper Lorenzo Lopez was the one on pole for the final in this very class just 2 weeks ago, looking rock steady to run that back for round number 2. But who will join him on row number 1 and who's going to be in row number 2 is still very much up for grabs here. But Isco Alonso, who has had a quiet start to this weekend, has had that AM Engines OTK finally start to come to life with the warmer weather, the warmer track, and the pressure adjustments, the engine retunes are finally going the way of the 144. Still trying to find a way around Lennox Lockhart. Again, one of the best in the business, already so much proven from that young kid with velocity last year. Has made the move over to Parolin with a star-studded cast around him. Aiden Go, Colton Bruck, really, really talented young program, especially in the cadet classes. But a rising star versus someone who's already gotten, despite only karting for about 2.5 years, a lot under their belt.
Yeah, it really, really does. Lockhart, though, trying to actually, and not trying, I will say actually closing in on the back here of Colton Brook now that the attacks from Alonso have subsided a little bit. So it could be a top 4 position here for Lennox Lockhart if he plays his cards right. Now, not sure where Lorenzo Lopez was across the line. Looks like it is going to be 2 to go. Let's see if we can get that indication. Yep. Yes, okay, so it is 2 to go at the line. So that's going to remove some options here from Lennox Lockhart on Colton Brook, but I think he's got the outright pace. Indeed, on the last lap, he was about, call it 0.6 of a second faster than Brook.
And you got to remember, Brook and Lockhart are parallel teammates, so if you're Lennox Lockhart, what is the strat going to be? Are you going to push the guy in front of you to try and give yourselves a little bit of insurance? Are you going to take a look to the inside into the carousel? Oh my goodness, the smallest of gaps, but Lennox Lockhart able to knife his way through to P4. That is incredible stuff.
Yeah, brilliant move there from Lockhart, and as everything that young man does behind the wheel, it is calm, cool, collected. Even though that was a gutsy move from Lennox, you never would know it by the body language, the car language on that Paralyn kart. As there goes down to the inside, Alonso as well, just adding insult to injury for Colton Brook.
Roller coaster day for him. Started out in front, got the win in heat number 2, and unfortunately has not been able to carry that momentum throughout the day, but obviously a lot of guys he's going to be able to share notes with, go over data with, and we'll definitely come back looking to start finals day on the right foot. I'm trying to figure out, is that SpongeBob on the rear helmet of the of 120 for Brook? There's definitely a minion on the back of the helmet as well as we work into the...
I think they're just minions. I was looking at that earlier when I was outside, just enjoying the race.
Parents, I know you're watching. Let your kid paint your helmet. I'm tired of the same 5 Formula 1-like designs. Like, you can let them do that when they're older. Let the kids draw on their own helmets. My message.
I was commenting earlier on the Venom helmet in last round. I really enjoyed that.
Oh my God, Dutch Westbrook passed Cooper Lorenzo Lopez at the buzzer. We totally missed that coming out of the final corner, but Cooper Lorenzo Lopez at the last lap, not able to get there. Actually, no, Vicente Aguilar loses it to Dutch Westbrook, but Cooper Lorenzo Lopez on pole for your ROK Mini final. Vicente Aguilar will be on the inside of row number 2 alongside Lennox Lockhart. Isco Alonso able to make that move stick over Colton Brook. Then it's Hudson Hidalgo, Aiden Go, Samuel Chaveri with Luke Bullpit rounding out your top 10.
Good running here all the way around for the ROK Mini. All right, folks, we've got a little bit of a changeover in directors. We've got a little bit of a changeover in commentators. We've got all sorts of changes going on. Jason Ewert's going to be taking this spot. I'm going to be leaving for the rest of the day, so thank you for joining us here on YouTube, or if you are at the track. That was ROK Mini. At about 4:02, we'll be back with ROK VLR Senior.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
And we welcome you back to Orlando Kart Center for round number 2 of the ROK Cup USA Florida Winter Tour, as we're just about set to bring you up to speed with the VLRs, as seniors are on track for their final, or excuse me, for their pre-final. It'll be Chase Hand on pole, unsurprisingly, and Santiago Fernandez, who got that opening victory in heat number 1, will start alongside him on row number 1. A little bit further back, Mauricio Hernandez for D2 with Colin Lloyd, Sebastian Garzon for Orsilon with Joaquin Golero Pizarro, then Bernal Valverde, pair of Orsilons a little bit further back, Christian Valevs, Asen Dromalev with Lorenzo Kaufman, rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, it's been a great battle so far. I mean, Hand had a little bit of a challenge that last race, which he really hasn't had too much on the second and third. So it'd be interesting to see what these drivers have been able to do to their chassis to be able to catch up and be able to run with this front pack.
And again, we're at that point now where the tires will be at the lowest point for the entirety of the weekend. We'll switch over to the stickers come the finals, but the management could be at the point where for some it's hurt them, for others it has helped. But does anyone have anything for Chase Hand? Let's find out. Let's go racing for the pre-final in VLR Senior.
Oh, Hand got out a little wide right there. Did that keep an opportunity for Fernandez to come in?
Not quite.
No.
Big dive further back, though. Mauricio Hernandez losing a lot of positions there at the start. Or excuse me, no, Santiago Fernandez dropping 1. Garzon able to slip on through that top. Orsilon now in P3. But Mauricio Hernandez knows he's got to put the pressure on almost immediately if he wants any shot of taking this win and starting on pole for Sunday.
Yeah, and it's going to be an interesting spot because you not necessarily want to be on that outside spot starting tomorrow. So he's going to do whatever he can to will that cart, drive that cart to the front, and never look back.
Still not a question we've actually asked with a handful of these drivers is people intentionally running in the odd-numbered positions so that they can punch off in the inside row. But we have seen that be a premium. That's how Mauricio Hernandez was able to work his way up into P2. I think Garzon rolled off a little bit deeper in the field as well, but had the inside line work to his advantage as well. So again, something that has, I think, particularly in the lower powered classes, so your minis and your VLRs, that's where we've really seen the advantage. You can maybe hang it around the outside in GP and SV, but definitely not easy, and requires for sure for you to be having the lead, essentially, have the nose out by turn number 1.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you on that one. So that's our biggest loser right now off the start is Colin Lloyd, down several spots, all the way down to that 7th position. Colin had the pace with him the beginning, through that heat 3. See if maybe regather himself. Just got shuffled in probably that start. Didn't want to make any contact, put himself out to give himself a DNF. That's the worst possible situation you can have right now. So I would rather lose a couple spots and be able to make him back up because it is a long race.
Has been almost untouchable in the opening round, but unfortunately has just been barely a hair outside of running on the podium. That Sodi Velocity driver, as this is a look from one of the Inter MS drivers, the 944 Lorenzo Kaufman, as everybody stacked up 2 by 2. How many do you want him under a blanket? As just around the outside, one of the fellow D2s, I think that's Arthur Cadero, making it work the long way around as we work into the long sweep and right-hander. But back up front in this 4-pack, really the exact same group we saw in heat number 3 continues to build on the rest of them. Pretty much Asen Dromalev will be who it is back.
And that's a name we haven't talked about too much, is Dromalev. Round 1 here, we talked about them quite a bit, but right now doing a great job in that techno kart, so probably using Mardan's setup.
Absolutely.
Putting it on my kart. No reason why not. Mardan is fast. And then see what they can end up doing as we're crossing the line. But Collins seems to be getting his rubber underneath his cart. Looks like he's up to 5th now.
A little bit wide there was Garzone. That's keeping Fernandez in conversation. Here's his look to the inside for turn number 5, and will work his way in to that bottom spot of the podium and inside of row 2 provisionally. But that was an expensive move. You can see how big that gap has developed now between himself and Mauricio Hernandez. So all of a sudden, it's almost a forced partnership for Sebastian Garzone to give him a push here to try and work his way up to Chase Hand and Mauricio Hernandez.
Yeah, absolutely. I tell you what, I cannot believe how much curb that they're taking.
Oh, yeah.
7. Like, their carts are
Monster trucking it
sideways on that one. So, yeah, as we get a chance to look as they work their way through, kind of keep an eye on that. Very interesting lines that you see. The top 2 guys are taking way more curb than the 3 and 4 are. So obviously it's a little bit faster way around this track. But speaking of fast, Fernandez goes purple, 56.22 that last lap to our leaders, 56.39.
Really, really close battle, actually. It was kind of at this point in the race for heat number 3 that we saw Chase Hand really start to pedal away. But Mauricio has been able to stay right in the tracks. You could argue the same here with Fernandez and Garzone. If they weren't battling, they might be right behind that navy and gold machine of Mauricio Hernandez. Going back to the curbs, though, is that something at the start of a weekend that you have in mind with the setup? Obviously, for in sim racing or in real life racing, you always kind of develop a car with the ability to kind of monster truck suspension, monster truck over the curbs, if you will. Is that ever something that you need to change in the go-kart to be okay with that, or is it just understanding that your body is just going to be the thing that's paying the price?
You know, if you're going to hit curbs, you're going to probably want to soften your chassis. Okay. Let it kind of absorb that curb. I personally am not a big curb. I grew up on temporary circuits where there really wasn't a lot of curbing. You know, having curbs now is kind of new to even me, so still learning how to hit them correctly without really messing some things up is really kind of an art.
And again, the curbs themselves come in a lot of all shapes and sizes. We rerun the clock to Speed Sports, and it was really no drama. I mean, Willow Springs, where we held the Fat Karting World Finals, those things were practically bricks. Guys were advised to kind of stay off it because I think during testing they were bending chassis just because of how sharp they can be. And sometimes it can be as unpunishing as maybe just some rumble strips on the outside of the corners. We see that now at K1 in Winchester. So definitely not a single approach to tackling these. But Chase Hand has clearly found something good in this 927 because he has pretty much spent the entirety of this pre-final Saturday out in front. But we could be just getting to the point where that might change. Mauricio Hernandez, Santiago Fernandez, and Sebastian Garzone right there with him. But you get the feeling, Jason, is this a move that's going to come potentially before the Twin Sticks? Is it a move that's going to be attempted before the Twin Sticks? Or do we think the patience is still going to win here?
I think the patience is going to win here. I think he's going to know that he's a little bit faster than the front 2 cars. Obviously he is because he's ran them down. But then, you know, for Hernandez, just buying time. You know, I've mentioned this over and over again. It's hard to lead races. It's easier to follow.
Right.
So your pace usually kind of goes down a little bit when you lead a race, unless everything's just perfect. When you're behind someone, you have that rabbit to chase. So, you know, you may pinch the gas a little sooner. You may hit the brakes a little later going into the turn because you're seeing that gap kind of close and just kind of feeds you as you continually eat into that gap.
It's that closing laps of the 500 mentality, right? I want to lead, but only when it's the right time. I don't want to give that other guy an opportunity to swing back.
Yeah, and they're not battling, and which is helping out that whole top 4 group. It's not allowing, you know, what we see a lot of times in the single speed, that accordion effect where, you know, they're going to start to battle, be very defensive. Lap times drop off by 1.5 seconds, and you have this group behind you that has clean track and is just cranking along and ends up gathering with you, and now you went from 4 to like 12.
3.5 minutes to go in your ROK VLR Senior pre-final, and as we wait for them to come across the stripe, now 4 seconds the gap from the back of this quattro of karts, and a move for the lead for the first time. A big swing there from Mauricio Hernandez. The first shot across the bow of Chase Hand, but still Hand able to cross him up to hold that lead for now.
Yeah, Fernandez is going to end up taking both of them here soon. His car is so fast, and he's taking different lines. Like, I'm watching him. He's taking more curbing. Watch him when he goes through 2. He's almost cutting that whole corner off. But that's my guess is going to be Fernandez. Unless something tragically happens here, he's going to end up passing the top 2, taking this podium spot here, top spot of the podium, and end up starting on the front row.
But you got to realize as well, you could argue that Fernandez is also kind of in that golden spot as well. We talked about how premium that inside line is.
A little bit more of a conservative line there.
Yep,
but
yep.
Yeah, he's making a liar out of me.
What are you seeing here?
Patience. That's what they got to do, just be patient. There's plenty of time left. 4 to 5 laps, so there's probably 5 laps to go, 4 go when they cross the sticks here, or they cross the line. What I'm liking, though, is I'm liking how Hand responded. Right here's your move with Fernandez on Hernandez.
Is he able to get there? Yes. Oh, my goodness. And again, kind of shocked us how much we've seen moves stick in Junkyard Corner. But I think the fact that, this might sound weird, the fact that you wouldn't expect moves to happen in Junkyard Corner is where maybe it has become shockingly effective. People pulling late moves on the brake, sneaking on the inside, and making that stick. That's exactly how Fernandez is now in that shotgun Charlie position. And we'll be hoping that Mauricio Hernandez and Sebastian Garzón will push. Garzón actually tried to make a move as well. He tried the inside on turn 2, but will unfortunately have to settle for P4 for the time being. All 3 of these guys, though, now half a second back from Chase Hand, and actually this has given him more breathing room.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they're not really battling much here, but, you know, I was kind of concerned there for Hand. I don't know if maybe he made a bobble, and that's what allowed Hernandez to catch up to him, because those guys really closed in really fast. But as you look at it now, Hand's cart's the fastest car on the track with a 55.85 on purple. But there's a move right there by Garzón for the 3rd spot over Hernandez, and that's just helping out Fernandez a little bit. He's got a lot of Dez's going on right now. Fernandez,
for sure.
Hernandez.
We got Sebastian Garzón, though, making moves. He's been really confident on the brakes. Turn 10, like so many, is where we saw that move get done. But now Garzón getting in to that pretty much second best position, if you will, inside of row number 2. Will he try to move any further forward, or will this battle for the lead over Chase Hand be led to himself in Santiago? GFC versus Kalkev. One of the biggest battles. Again, your 2 heat winners this weekend. Chase with 2, Santiago winning the opening one on Friday afternoon, and it has been nothing short of a duel between these 2. And you look at Chase Hand, a kid that comes from racing royalty, has spent every single weekend pretty much either in the go-kart or on the wrenches. Compare that with a guy like Santiago, a guy who's newer to ROK Cup, has international heritage to his name, international prestige to his name. We'll have to wait and see who comes out on top and who's on pole for Sunday. The twin sticks are out, and your top 4 has evolved into a pair of duels. Mauricio Hernandez versus Sebastian Garzón. And for the lead, Chase Hand trying to fend off Santiago Fernandez. Looked like a really good exit there for Mauricio Hernandez, but not able to roll that momentum quite yet. Carousel has not given anyone an opportunity. Maybe a setup, though, into Junkyard. This is where Hernandez has been able to shine. He doesn't go down low to make that move stick just yet. Now we work our way on to the 700-meter dash. In between Junkyard and turn number 10, still no moves yet. Jason, they're running out of time. They're running out of opportunities. If you want to make a move, this is your shot.
Yeah, you're running out of corners, absolutely. So, you know, as your Fernandez right now, trying to throw everything you can to close in on the back of Hand, but Hand's just got him kind of covered right now. But you're not going to make a stupid move.
Yep.
Like, you know, I'd rather start second than last.
Sebastian Garzón out of contention for the time being. He'll still cover down low for Mauricio Hernandez. A little bit of contact between the 2, bumper to bumper. Hernandez still trying to cross him up, but Fernandez is fading. Hernandez trying the outside, backs out of it into the sweeper. Is he going to be able to dive here into Junkyard? He thinks smarter of it. Last main opportunity here. Santiago Fernandez not in striking distance. He's hoping he maybe had another kart length and a half there, and that move would have been possible. Garzon covering low from Hernandez. And for Chase Hand, it has been a picture-perfect Sunday. He's won Heat 2. He took off to win Heat number 3, and he's fended off the only other Heat winner in VLR Senior to start on pole for the VLR Senior final on Sunday morning.
Yeah, good run for Hand. Just very consistent. He did go purple with a 55.85, so Ryan's got those karts dialed in. Good to see them up front and way to represent the home chassis here. Good job for those guys.
Garzon able to fend off the D2 driver Mauricio Hernandez, as this is a big pack coming across the line now. But Colin Lloyd will be P5, Joaquin Golero Pizarro for SLA, the Argentinian, in P6, Asen Dromalev for Techno, P7, Arthur Cordiero, Jake Resende, and Acer Torres Jr. rounding out your top 5. One of our strongest fields, one of our fields that always gives us a phenomenal show. That'll be one to look out for come Sunday morning. We'll step aside for just a moment as we've got some multi-class madness coming your way. Masters and Super Masters coming up from Orlando.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation, Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
VLR Masters and Super Masters is brought to you by the Rollison Performance Group. With over 2 decades of front-running experience, learn the Rollison difference at rollisonperformancegroup.com. Danilo Romalo on pole here will be alongside the techno machine of Laurentiu Mardon, Paul Elefante, and Al Javier. With Saldita rounding out your top 5, you look a little bit further back. Mario Barrios, one of your podium sitters from Rock Vegas in the Super Masters, will be first in the SM, 6th overall. Then Jorge Matos, Scott Falcone, Gabe DeLuca, and Alejandro Gonzal rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, we've not seen a lot out of Falcone. We're going to see what he's up to doing here, if he's made some changes. Had some motor issues, things loading up. I was talking to Scott. I know we talk about Scott quite a bit, but he's a bubbly guy. He's easy to talk to. I talked to Loren Mardan as well, and then also Paul Elefante. Haven't had a chance to talk to Romalo yet, though.
Romalo simply untouchable in that D2 Motors machine throughout this weekend. Does anyone have anything to potentially stop him? Let's find out. Let's go racing in VLR Masters. Immediate coverage down low for Romalo in a slow spin. That's Javier, I believe.
Yep.
It is. Orsolon went around, and immediately look at how wide Romalo's arcing that. No fear of a dive down low into turn number 4. Paul Elefante is wasting no time, though. He's trying to get on the bumper of that 718 D2 Motorsports machine, but not if Laurentio Mardin and Sal Ditta have anything to say about it.
Yeah, Mardin's the only one to dethrone Romalo during these last 3 races, so let's see what he can do. I thought for sure he was going to do a little bit better on Heat 3, but Romalo did a good job at responding and bouncing back and getting that victory for that 3rd heat that we had. So see what we have here. A little look over the shoulder there by Mardin to see what kind of gap that he has over Sal Ditta. But, you know, that top trio has really been the battle. Like, no one else has been able to join those guys. So we'll see what they end up doing here. I know when I talked to Paul Elefante in that 2nd spot, he goes, they start with really high air pressures, which is kind of weird.
Interesting.
And he said it takes a while to get the feel of the go-kart. But he's definitely got some really good pace here. He's closed in on the back of Romalo. And, you know, when I was talking to Mardin when he made that pass on Romalo, he said he knew that like 2 to 3 laps ahead that on what he had there. Was that Elefante?
Big pressure.
To the
Elefante
front,
tried to make that move work on Romalo, but immediately crossed him up there and got the switch back to stick coming out of turn number 5. Another great opportunity, though, as we work out of Junkyard. 4 kart pack for the lead. Romalo, Elefante to Mardin to Sal Ditta. You look a little bit further back, just in the range there is that Cotton Candy Cosmic of Mario Barrios. And before he gets to Alexander Dalbon, he's got one between him of Jorge Matos. So him a little bit on an archipelago there. Exactly what Barrios wants in this scenario.
Yeah, right now I'm looking at that, and Romalo's all over the needles on the carburetor, just trying to fine-tune that motor, just to find that little extra that he needs to make sure that he's not going to get gapped here. But I'm telling you, Elefante's really good through that starting section of this track. Not real concerned with Mardin maybe trying to stick it in on him, which is going to help him be able to run through. And as you can see, he closes in here. As long as he doesn't make a mistake, he's going to be able to probably make an attack here going into 9. But, you know, Romalo gets through 9 or 8 so well that just gaps just enough to be able to stop that attempted pass at the end of turn 9.
Ditta in that lime green helmet, that chrome red Goodwood Kartways OTK starting to fade just a little bit. Not entirely out of the picture, but just losing that draft effect a little bit. And if you're Laurentio Mardin, you got to wonder what the mental approach is in this scenario. Do you think you've got confidence in that Techno machine, and do you try and make a move on Paul, or do you let the Rocket Racing machine in front do the action? Paul won't even give him the opportunity to think about it. He'll jam it up the inside of turn number 4, but Romalo has plenty of energy on the outside. Will continue to cross him up. Here comes Mardin, not able to slick there. So Romalo slots in P2, and a new leader, the Rocket Racing 708.
Yeah, that was the best thing that could have happened for Elefante, because he took a very defensive line going into 5, scrubbed a lot of speed, but with Mardin coming in trying to make the pass as well, it slowed Romalo down enough to be able to give Paul still that little bit of a gap he needed to continue to lead this race.
We talk about it so much, not just in VLR, but in 100cc and draft-based racing as a whole. Very rarely does it feel like there's such a thing as a single car pass, a single car movement, because the minute you're knocked offline, the minute you're going defensive or going offline, immediately someone's going to try and jam it in and fill that gap.
Yep, absolutely. You're going to follow the cars passing the car in front of you. That's
right.
My rule. And because they can't come down, the track is open. But Paul's being a little defensive here.
Oh, look at that! Mario Barrios making it stick on Sal Ditta. Big shipment into turn number 4.
And that's our Supermaster leader right there. Falcone has struggled a little bit. Del Bon is in front of Falcone. So Scott's back to 10th all the way. So Scott's going to be a little upset with his finish here. See what he can do tomorrow. That's
been a rough start to his weekend, unfortunately. Got really things out in heat number 1. Had his battery knocked clean off the chassis. Gotten a handful of incidents, and then you look at heat 2. I think the high pressures were striking everybody because they were going way too hot into a lot of these corners. Romalo nearly making contact there with Elefante. That'll immediately let Laurentio Mardin pull up a chair.
That was he was on the binders hard too. That cart was rotating pretty quick. He good job catching that and not losing a position to Mardin, because Mardin is right in that position to be able to pounce at any minute.
Again, for those of you new to karting, the single speed's only having that brake disc on the rear axle. So if you see the back end kind of step out, that's a slight locking of the axle. But again, that's almost a regularity because, again, you don't have a differential it's almost a part of the cart, expecting it to kind of flex and lock up.
Yeah, and that's how you can get the cart to rotate a little bit too.
Right.
You'll see that as they're going down the straightaway here. They'll lock them up and then kind of counter steer it in right there and kind of get the rear end to kind of rotate. Good move right there by Romalo back to the front of Elefante. But these top three, I mean, what I'm impressed with is sitting right there with Barrios is right in this hunt. And then Did is not really letting these guys check out either. So finally seeing a nice little group of 5 guys going to battle for the lead.
And let me say this as well. Paul had no interest in fighting back. I think he knew he had 3 cars right behind, and anything making it too wide was immediately going to put him at risk. So just gets off the loud pedal just a smidge and still able to slot back in. And will fight for another corner. Laurentiu Mardan, though, has had the popcorn out. He's watched this phenomenal battle between D2 and Rocket Racing. And just behind Laurentiu Mardan, Mauro Barrios leading Sal Detta. You look a little bit further back after that, Jorge Matos just coming into picture. You see him there in that Orsilon machine. So really good running so far for Laurentiu Mardan. His return to Techno Equipment did attend round 1, but the importer not able to bring his chassis over in January, but was able to come out in full force, brought the easy ups, and I believe a 5 or 6 car kart program this weekend running throughout. All full-size stuff, but also doing a little bit in the juniors and the seniors as well. So good to see, always good to see Laurentiu back, and always good to see him bringing another chassis, shaking things up on our OEMs represented here on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some unique things. If you ever get a chance, go down to their tent and take a look at that chassis. There's some interesting things going on.
Good looking kart too. I know you guys were giving compliments to, I believe it was to the RS karts that VTM run.
Yeah.
The GT4. I'm not sure if that's actual carbon fiber. But that would be.
Wrap, but
it
looks good.
It looks real good. Can confirm.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sad. Like same thing with like Norberg's graphics look so good in person. Like the camera doesn't do it justice.
No.
I mean, right now, Elefante's got his hands full with Mardan. Mardan going purple that last lap with a 57.6, about 0.2 faster than anybody else out there. So Mardan's got the fastest car on track. I think Paul's holding up Lorento a little bit here. Now, if Lorento can go around.
He slid up out of the racetrack through turn 12. I'm not sure if he maybe took a little bit too much curbing, but kind of moved flat up out of the racetrack. Laurentiu saw the opportunity, tried it up the inside, but didn't have enough energy to make that stick. And all of a sudden, the head starts to sever from the remainder of the snake. 2.5 minutes on the clock. We'll put the twin sticks out after that. And Danilo Romalo just now starting to get that opportunity to maybe pedal away. But Paul Elefante has certainly got other plans, and so too does Laurentiu Mardan.
Yeah, and Romalo just here for that last time with 57.35, so his kart's definitely coming in and at the fastest part of the race when you want your kart to be the fastest part in the race. So let's see if Elefante can come back. You know, if you remember from like Heat 2, Paul was fast at first, fell off a little bit, and really came on strong at the end. And I talked to him about that, and he said just took him a little bit to figure out how the kart wanted to react with the tires. And once he figured it out, then he was able to dial that in. But also got to pull a little bit of defensive moves here because he's got Mardan all over the back of him, but can't make too big of a mistake because you got Barrios right there ready to pounce.
That might have been a move that just stuck for Laurentiu Mardan. It is. You can slot that Techno machine up into P2 with a move on Paul Elefante and an immediate point forward of the helmet. And Mardan thinks he's got some magic underneath that 782 machine. Elefante immediately sends it back down to the inside, drags it in the grass. Some frustration
the
from
Italian,
Elefante.
the Brazilian
Very
symbol,
much
like, what are you doing?
Exactly what we saw in round number 1. That'll immediately bring Barrios into the mix as well. And I would like to see, I want to see a replay there because I think Mardan really wasn't too aggressive on making that move stick. But man, Elefante really wanted to get back into P3 there.
Yeah, I'm not sure why Paul ended up making that move. I don't think he has the pace that Mardan has right now. But as I say that, Elefante just went purple with the 57.32 the lap before he made that mistake. He's even shaking his head there like, oh, I boned that one. I'm sure there's going to be a conversation at the scales on that. But, you know, if I'm Paul, I'm not too upset right now because if this is how the race ends up, you're starting right behind Romalo tomorrow. Mardan has been starting off that outside position and not doing great coming out of that.
Around! Oh my goodness,
Barrios.
Mario Barrios. A little bit of contact and got in a big lazy slide in turn number 10. And the Rollison will drop back. This will be fireworks to the brain of Scott Falcone. Where do they line up when they come across the line? Oh my goodness.
Falcone should be up top right now.
He has, and the Peruvian in the 26 just asked for a little bit too much. He wanted to try for the overall podium. And those wax wings got a smidge too close to the sun, down to P9 overall. That's just in front of his classmate, Alexander Dalbon.
Yeah, that's a
rough moment, and I want to see the replay there.
Right
I'm not sure if there was any interlocking of wheels. I think it was just side pod and a lazy spin there. So
I mean, Mardan's closed that gap on Romalo, and he's a 57.1, 3/10 faster that last lap. Now, what would have been if Elefante didn't stick it in?
Absolutely.
You know, Mardan would have been right there, but, you know, I've mentioned this and you've mentioned this before. It's much easier to catch someone and much harder to pass.
Absolutely. Especially in a, you mentioned it earlier, comparing the GPs to the VLRs. You get that better ability to make a move on the brakes and make a dive bomb. But again, we talk about how difficult it is. You got to plan this out 2-3 corners in advance, sometimes 2-3 laps in advance. Mario Barrios around. Let's take a quick look at what happened there and how the RPG driver just sent it in a little bit too deep, Jason.
Wow.
I think that might have been with Elefante.
That was with Elefante.
Sent it too deep, got into the car in front of him.
Yeah, I mean, he closed like 6 cart lengths, so I don't know if he just forgot to hit his brakes.
Went too late, yeah.
That was very odd, and at the last second had to really hit him, and he just locked him up on his own. Almost hit the back of Paul. I'm not sure if he did or not, but definitely a move that shouldn't be done.
And we got a battle on our hands here. White flag out. Laurentu Mardan taking a look to the inside in turn number 1. Both big wiggles on the brakes, but the Techno Man works his way to the point on the lap that matters. Can he hold this off? Our third leader in the VLR pre-final and an opportunity to lead this field to green come Sunday morning. Is there anything that D2 machine has in response?
I don't know. That was a great move. A place that we don't see a lot of passing at is turn 1. So good move by Mardan, knowing that he's faster through the tighter sections. That's where you always want to make that pass, is before the sections that you know you're faster. He's been behind Romalo enough this weekend, so he knows kind of where his pace is. Push Romalo out wide there. That's going to allow him to get the momentum into 10.
Here he goes, another try to the outside, maybe tries to cross up. Here's the lunge into turn number 12, as shallow as he tries to defend. Mardan around the outside. It's been Danilo Romalo all Saturday long, but on Sunday they're gonna be living like Larry. Laurentu Mardan for Technokart puts it on pole.
What's Falcone doing there?
Big time frustration, it looks like, for Falcone. He's your winner. Was there some carnage a little bit further back that we might have missed out on?
I must have something happened. We had such a battle for the lead that it was hard to turn away from that. But yeah, good run for Scott. Worked his way all the way up to 4th overall, winner of class. So he's going to start. Nice little position for him. So it's going to be interesting to see what that's going to happen tomorrow. And quite a few carts between him and his other classmate Barrios.
Danilo Romalo, Romalo, Elefante, Falcone, then it's Saldita, Dan Devereaux, great running from him. Believe running the full-size Benek chassis. That'll be P6 for him. Then Jorge Mateos, Alejandro Gonzalez, Mario Barrios able to recover up into P9, and Alexander Dalbon rounding out your top 10. We've got just one more to go here from pre-finals Sunday, and it's the big show. Over 40 carts in VLR Junior when we return for one more time from OKC.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
Over 40 rockers ready to go for the pre-final here for VLR Junior. It'll be Iron Rock's Nico Orbezo leading them with Isaac Malkut for Mike Doty Racing. Looking a little bit further back, Cole Anderson for NKA will be alongside Tristan Murphy. Then it's Maxwell Macha, the top Paralympic kid, will be alongside the Velocity Sodi of Santiago Orioli. Cam Johnson, Nico Katowski. Haven't talked too much about Tyrone Kemper Jr. He'll be rolling off in that Orsalon in P9. We just saw Paul Elefante as well. His son Jackson rounding out your top 10.
Yeah, hopefully maybe learn something from his dad and, on that chassis there. Or maybe not stick it down the straightaway and get the universal sign.
Patience is a virtue.
Yes,
is what we've learned here in VLR.
Yeah, I think the surprising one here is our round one winner, Nico Katowski. Really not much to give, Orbezo and Malkut anything right now. I talked to his dad. I guess they're having some issues with the motor.
Yep.
Not sure if it's carburetor or what's going on, but hopefully they can work those demons out of that engine and get him up to the front. Same thing with Cam Johnson. This is only Cam's, third race in a big kart?
Yep.
So great job for Cam and that team out of that Nash Motorsports tent. Really enjoying it though when I talk to him. He has special socks tomorrow.
Amazing.
Yeah, we'll have to get a video of it because it's kind of cool. But I love people that have like tradition stuff.
Yep.
Tiger always wearing Sunday red.
Yep.
Kind of things like that. But it'd be interesting to kind of ask the rest of the racers, kind of like, hey, what's your little superstition on race day? Like, what do
Were you a superstition guy?
Not really.
Okay.
Always say a prayer, give a sign of the cross.
There you go.
Go out there and put my hands in the good Lord and
there you
try
go.
to make stupid decisions. But as we go, it's no, not really. Kind of funny to say that.
Big fan. For me, it was either do the Chicago Bulls song, the Michael Jordan theme, or Baja Blast. First ever competitive esports sim race had a Baja Blast, and I got on the podium. I've done that ever since. Every single esports race I do. Not a lot now, because I'm spending a lot of weekends talking about race cars. That's a fancy way of saying I've got a pretty dang good life right now. So we get to do this one more time on Saturday. We're back with you all day tomorrow, but we've got one more step in setting the stage. MDR's Isaac Malkut, that Ellen Kart on the outside, the Tony Kart of Iron Rock for Nico Orbezo on the inside. Who's going to end up on top? Let's find out. Let's go racing in VLR Junior.
A lot of bumping and banging back there through that, but good job, kids. Everyone got through pretty cleanly. Well done, well done. As we're going to 4 here, I think Orbezo got off pretty clean. Malkut in tow.
Oh, big collection there. 4 karts. One of the inner MSs, the 51, 808, Achilles Saperco getting a piece of it as well. That's 2-speed concept machines getting involved in it. And that'll be brutal for them to start their weekend. Cole Anderson rolled off in P3. He's held on to that position for the time being, but Isaac Malkit around the outside was able to roll away with your race lead. Now Cole Anderson defending from Tristan Murphy, trying to work his way on through. Big gaggle of karts just behind Orioli. Nico Katowski trying to get in the mix. Cameron Johnson, Jackson Elefante, an entire dogfight of karts right now, still trying to work their way into the mix, and we've still got 10 minutes of racing ahead of us.
Yeah, a lot of battling there. I think everyone's just trying to get themselves situated in, find a partner to race with, get settled in, start clicking off some laps. Don't let the leaders kind of check out at all, and then be able to just kind of make those moves as the race progresses to just about 2 laps to go.
Haven't talked too much about Darren Kidd this weekend. Was really, really strong in race number 1, running for Mike Doughty Racing. He's back in the 842, that unmarked all-black kart, and now running in P7, just ahead of that Burrell of Nico Katowski. And this is very much becoming still hard to totally tell the vibe of where we're at this point in the race, but still Malkit out in front. Just got his first victory in heat number 2 earlier today, but it has been back and forth between himself and Nico Orbezo.
That was his first victory ever?
No, first victory of the year.
Okay, I was like,
Isaac Malkit,
Yeah.
your winner in VLR in this very class, actually, at ROK Vegas in
right.
25. So trying to carry all of that momentum. Looked really, really strong as well in the opening round, no doubt. But again, sometimes you just have a snake bit weekend. Luck doesn't go your way, whether it's wrong motors, you just get caught in the wrong incidents, and you're on the back foot. Thankfully, not running progressive heats usually tends to help that to an extent, but if you have a poor qualifying, you've got a lot to work with.
Or you have some mechanical DNF or something happens and it puts you back in the back, and really you got to work your way around a bunch of karts, and these karts are, even the kids, in the 10 to 20 spot, they're not that far off the pace of the leaders.
Yep.
They just don't have the clean track like the leaders do to be able to run those laps consistently like they are. But I mean, if you look at the gaps right there between first to 15th, I mean, you're looking at lap times that are all within a half a second of each other.
3 laps down, and it has become a 3-kart battle for the lead. Isaac Malkit leading all of them thus far. Nico Orbezo right in the shadows, and now joining the party, that vintage Lotus Tribute livery of Cole Anderson, the Sacramento kid. One of the few international races will try to go through with Isaac Malkit, but Nico Orbezo, a late lunge there into turn number 5, will be our first new leader.
Yeah, good move there by Orbezo to take that lead. Very great awareness by Malkit to kind of close the door right there on Anderson, because Anderson definitely was chomping at the bit to take that. But he's going to go right here as well, makes the pass. Made it stick, looks behind, probably going to get a universal tap on the back of my helmet. Let's go.
Clean move, and now for the first time, Nico Orbezo is going to have a clean nose on that vintage pinstripe graphic Tony kart. But is Cole Anderson in that black and gold chip going to potentially be able to close that gap?
Yeah, I mean, Nico went purple that last time too, 57.80, so there's a reason why he's out front.
Nico Katowski just a little bit further back still in P7, had a really special week in round 1. Really marvelous Sunday, as well as first ever win on the national level. Shared that with his brother Jack. Unfortunately, again, as we were talking about earlier, not fully able to carry that momentum into round 2. And going through my notes as well, Josh Bergman in GP kind of surprised me as well. Was really making moves stick in round 1 and has just not been able to find magic in that MPG machine.
Yeah, and I even saw Chase is here with MPG. So he wasn't even here the first round. So nice to have the team owner here to be able to tune on your equipment. But I mean, you've got these, these teams have had 3 weeks to make the adjustments since the first race, so they made the adjustment. I'm sure they've done some testing. The conditions are completely different.
Shockingly different
than it was the first time around. So a lot of other factors to put to play here, but I think the shocking thing is Katowski. I think he's probably shocked too. Like, such a great performance. Late Saturday into Sunday through round 1. Obviously, he's doing great in the GP class, but struggling a little bit here in the VLR.
If anything, I think that goes to show you just how dynamic this sport can truly be, because you can pull up with the exact same chassis and the exact same tires, exact same motor at the exact same venue, and a couple of differences in temperature and humidity in the rubber on the track, and your kart can feel like an entirely different beast. And we rewind yesterday to our brief conversation about Max Verstappen's sudden opposition to that, the former CRG pilot. I think that is why karting is still an ultimate tool for young drivers in developing their skills, because there's that level of difference, that level of adaptation that's just not fully there yet in sim racing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think, you know, when I would run my sim a lot, like I added all the haptic stuff to my sim because I needed that feel. We got a little of an issue here, kart backwards in the 4.
Oh, boy.
Is that a Sodi?
It is. I'm not entirely sure. One Iron Rock is well off, as that is the 881. That might have been Santiago Orioli. Not entirely sure. That'll be enough for the Birdwalks, though, because it's starting to get a little bit spicy on track. Cole Anderson has been biding his time, but he's been monster trucking that Lotus painted GFC over the curbs to try and make this move possible. Halfway home, and your ROK VLR Junior pre-final. And Nico Orbezo, your leader here in the back half. That could change very quickly because Cole Anderson wants to play late move on the brakes. Will go a little bit wide there into turn number 4. I'm not sure if that was an intentional move. That actually will spread the space out just a little bit more now between Orbezo and Cole Anderson. Shockingly as well, Isaac Malkit, I don't want to say struggling, but has not been right on the tracks the same way Orbezo was to him in the opening laps.
Oh, no, not at all. And he's not too far off his pace, just not enough. You know, he's been so dominant up front, but it also, I mean, as weird as this sounds, it might be the dirty air just causing his kart to just wash out a little bit through corners and just doesn't like the trail karts. Maybe he likes the lead.
We were chatting about that with DJ earlier. Yes, this is a mostly mechanical grip thing, and yes, you're only going 40 miles an hour. But if there's air moving over a part of a piece of bodywork, it's doing something aerodynamically to the kart. And if you're right behind someone, it's going to start doing things you're not necessarily used to.
And especially with micro motions of the wheel, it's like instead of turning this much, now you got to put just a little bit more input into it because you don't have that downforce on that front nose. Like you said, if there's wind going over bodywork, it's
going to do something.
Yeah, absolutely. And doing something right now is Cole Anderson rubbing all over that back bumper of Orbezo as they go down into 9. I think he's just buying some time, being patient. I think he knows he's faster in certain sections. He's going to try to make a move just a couple corners before that to be able to take advantage of being faster in the sections. Like he's definitely faster into the section, into 1 and 2, into 4. But up by 6 through the carousel, I think I can see Orbezo just kind of check out a little bit. So if I'm sitting here as Anderson, I'm going to make my move probably going into 1. That way I can take that advantage going through 2, 3, 4. And see if he can get a little bit of a gap.
I think the key in that difference of pace is you're not necessarily seeing these two tank off separately. Cole Anderson not fully giving the bumper here to Orbezo. That's given Malkit a shot still.
They both
of closing that gap. Exact same lap.
Fast laps.
Figured.
6, 8, 9.
Figured.
And both were purple.
So that's why we're not seeing that push, because these guys are essentially dead nuts even on pace. 1:50 before we get the twin sticks out. DRS active for Orbezo, mashing that chrome visor against the steering wheel, trying to maximize that straight line speed, but it is to no avail. Isaac Malkit immediately in that LN machine has joined the fray. And if these two start to get their elbows out, if these 3 start to get their elbows out, what's not to say Tristan Murphy gets there.
Licking their chops back there. Yeah, it's going to be, you know, very impressive. They've not been dicing a lot. They've been very patient with each other, running really kind of nose to tail here, single file line, not trying to make any dive bomb moves, but Malkut right there really closed the gap on the back of Anderson. And again, we went 56.89.
Nico Orbezo running for that smaller team, Iron Rock Motorsports out of Texas. And again, we talked so much about Sarah Bradford winning that Bradford F4 scholarship last year. Nico Orbezo in between rounds 1 and 4, getting that trip to Radford and getting his own opportunity to sample Formula 4 machinery. Immediately fell in love with it. Will be working hard. Said he's used that as a huge motivation now in the go-kart to work his way to a point where he could one day maybe do that from year start to year end. We'll have to wait and see, though. 30 seconds on the clock. It'll be essentially 3 laps to go. And the kid who has essentially led all weekend in VLR, barring Isaac Malkut, is maybe just starting to show cracks in the armor. And for Cole Anderson, just in and out of the top 5 in round 1. This could be a huge opportunity for the young gun from Sacramento. One of the few series he plans on running outside of the regionals. We'll do full-time. Oh, trouble, the 944, and big disappointment there. Ward going around, as well as I believe one of the Sodis. But out in front, it is still a 3-kart battle for the lead with the twin sticks coming up. Isaac Malkut still struggling to stay at pace with these two.
I mean, the last laps, 56.59 for Obezo.
Here comes Cole Anderson. Oh my goodness, late lunge into turn number 1. Exactly what you said, partner. A late lunge on the binders into turn number 1. And your 4th leader of the day is the Lotus Machine, Cole Anderson.
Little push right there helps him out, but here we go with Malkut's making that move for that 2nd spot. Made that stick with that LN cart as we're working our way through the carousel corner here. All this is doing is putting a big old smile on Anderson's face right now.
Exactly what Cole wants to see. But again, these guys want to be on the front row. They potentially want to be on the inside of row 2. What's not to say that Orbezo is in the perfect spot, but he wants that inside row. He's thinking about making a move.
Push.
Even there, a major push from those two into turn number 10. And we're running out of time. We're running out of opportunities. But all this battling is doing is slowly but surely bringing that Ryan Perry Motorsports machine, that OTK of Tristan Murphy, into the mix. Last lap of Saturday. Can Cole Anderson close it out, defending down low into turn number 1? Another great opportunity, working into the S's of 4. Great exit as well for Malkut. He'll cover down low. Malkut going with him. Orbezo trying to swing it wide and set up a switchback. A big shove for Malkut. Thought about using that momentum to the inside, not able to get there.
Yeah, Anderson's doing a great job at covering his corners and making sure nobody can get underneath him. But I'm a little shocked he made that move when he made it. I probably would have waited one more lap, because now he's just got to defend the entire time. And like you talk about, there's Tristan Murphy sitting right there in 4th spot, probably going to end up being 2nd or 3rd.
Here we go, nearly 4 wide. Cole Anderson hugging the white line down to turn number 1. Malkut still in 2nd. They all fan out the same way they started. Last chance opportunity here, but Cole Anderson looks to potentially run away with it. He came into Florida Winter Tour not knowing how it was going to go. He'll stand on pole for race number 2 on Sunday. The GFC kid for Ryan Norberg Academy. And the kid from Sacramento is the king of the pre-final in VLR Junior.
Yep, and purple too, 56.51, so gets the wins both ways there. So great job. Way to be patient the whole entire time, not let the group catch you. Work with each other, build a little bit of a gap, know where you're faster at, make the move when you need to make that move, and make it stick, and then pull yourself out. So great job, Cole. Very, very crafty racetrack.
Great way of putting it. Isaac Malkut still reckon will be satisfied with a P2 finish. Tristan Murphy indeed able to get Nico Orbezo, and that might be dead even actually on our transponders. It is, oh my goodness, Nico Orbezo and Tristan Murphy coming across the stripe at what is essentially the same time. Regardless, they'll share row number 2 together. Maxwell Macha making moves up into P5. Darren Kidd, Santiago Orioli, Cameron Johnson, Emilio Bolanos, and Nico Katowski rounding out your top 10.
Yep, it's going to be interesting what Katowski is going to be able to do. You know, that's probably one of my biggest shockers of the day right now is Nico back there at 10th. So good run for Cam. Keep working your way up on that one. But yeah, awesome. You know, just such a great battle up front. It's hard to talk about everybody else right now, but yeah, that battle for the top spot was definitely not disappointing.
Absolutely. A lot of kids will be walking home with smiles on their faces. For a handful of others, though, it'll be night on the wrenches and going over data, seeing what they can do to maximize where they are rolling off tomorrow. And for us, it's finally time for us to flip off the monitors and take a well-needed break before a big points haul and finals for round 2 on Sunday. We thank you so much for joining us here on the ROK Cup YouTube, whether you've been watching around the world or joining us trackside from the tents here at the Orlando Kart Center. We'll remind you to join us tomorrow morning as well when we go racing for real finals for round number 2 and the tone setter for your championship in the 28th running of the Florida Winter Tour. ROK Cup USA is a Jason Larea creative production. Our producer, Jason Larea, and our director, Brandon Hacker, have brought you this production. For everyone at ROK Cup USA, for Jason Ewers and DJ Clark, my name is Jackson Lambros, reminding you one more time to join us once again tomorrow morning for more ROK Cup USA action.
Welcome to the future of kart race preparation. Kart Sim Pro North America. Featuring laser-scanned North American kart circuits and precision-tuned kart physics developed using real telemetry, dyno and tyre data, Kart Sim Pro North America delivers the most advanced and realistic kart simulation experience available today. Whether you're training for race day, refining your lines, or shaving tenths off your personal best, Kart Sim Pro gives you pro-level insight without leaving your home. Trusted by world champions, coaches, and karting enthusiasts alike, this is where virtual practice translates into real-world performance. Experience the thrill, the challenge, and the edge. Kart Sim Pro North America, use code ROK20 to get 20% off today.
When it comes to innovation on the track, Odenthal Racing Products leads the pack. From the highly popular EasyGP camera mounts to our tough case to GoPro case, racers everywhere trust ORP for strength, reliability, and precision. We're proud to be the #1 engine mount manufacturer in the USA. And with our new Easy Bumper Retainer System, you won't get caught out with a failed bumper bolt again. Odenthal Racing Products. Lead or get left behind.